The man in armor, surprised, notes that the boy killed Argus with one blow. What kind of strength should he have? Who is he? The blonde girl watches the boy. The dark-haired boy jumps off the defeated monster and replies that he is nobody. He was born in a poor little country. He is just a slave. Kingdom of Garlits. A blonde girl comes down a long staircase. She knocks on the door and says to Ars that she has brought medicine. Suddenly, a bright light flashes behind the door. An explosion is heard. The girl calls Ars worriedly. She runs into the room, looking around. Ars's silhouette, half hidden by the smoke of the explosion, prepares that he is okay. The girl's name is Feel. The fair-haired man with glasses explains that this experiment was not so easy to conduct. This man's name is Ars Ditland. He is the eldest prince of the Kingdom of Garlits. The girl notes that the main thing is that he is fine. This girl's name is Feel Alstroemeria. She is the leader of the magic division of the Kingdom of Garlits. Approaching the magic circle drawn on the floor, the girl asks what he is working on. Is this it? Looking at her from under half-lowered glasses, Ars nods. He smiles and tells Feel not to worry. He will try again before tomorrow's corona system. Crown system? This ceremony was organized for those from royal and aristocratic families to show their strength and skills. In this ceremony, they must become adventurers and improve their skills. This is all for the sake of maintaining their country's relations with other countries. It is a system that frightens enemies and gives hope to friends. Moreover, challenging outstanding enemies with a small force is why adventurers are respected here. Feel worriedly tells Ars that choosing the insatiable dragon's hell army as a target for enslavement is too reckless. This dragon is one of the 4 strongest great dragons that can surpass the entire army of a country, and they can destroy the entire kingdom. Even if all the knights of the Garlas kingdom unite and fight it, the outcome is unknown. Feel worriedly asks how Ars is going to fight such a strong opponent. Ars replies that he is the eldest prince of the kingdom. If he can defeat such an opponent, then no one will dare to invade their kingdom. He turns to the girl and asks her not to worry, and just look at him. He will defeat the 4 strongest dragons and become the strongest magician. The dragon destroys everything in its path. Everything turned into ruins. Feel stands on the wall with a man, looking down with concern. The man notes that they cannot find a moment in the battle where they can intervene. The man is the head knight of Garlits, Dallas the Provident. He turns to Feel and asks if Ars will win this battle. Putting her hands together, the girl remembers Ars's words about her looking at him. Even if the enemy is stronger than an entire army, they should just believe. Ars will definitely win. Ars is the greatest mage in this world. Ars uses a spell to attack the dragon. An explosion occurs. The young man suggests testing whether the dragon can survive until dawn. As expected from the disaster, it is nothing. Ars forms a magic ball in his hand. A huge mass of magic is thrown forward from the boy's hand. It falls into the dragon's mouth. A huge sphere forms around them from the aftermath of this spell. Ars flies back. A huge crater appeared at the site of the attack. The youth notes that if fire meets fire, they will destroy each other. The dragon is rapidly attacking again. So he tried to deal with one blow, while he will deal with this blow. The youth fills his fist with magic. However, the next moment, blood flows out of his mouth. He falls to his knees. Pressing his hand to his chest, Ars realizes that he has spent all his magic. However, the dragon does not stop, and continues to rush towards the prince. Leaning heavily on his leg, Ars realizes that this is too much for this body. If this body dies for the country, no, for his purpose. No, he cannot die here. If this fight drags on, they will suffer heavy losses. He can only use the most powerful spell and focus on one point. He does not know if his body can withstand it, but in this situation, there is no other way out. He folds his hands in a magical seal. Looking resolutely at the aggressive dragon, Ars offers to finish this. He has a special spell for the dragon. Light and darkness will add fire, air, earth, and water, and then combine with a neutral element. A black ball appears in the hands of the young man. The ultimate spell. The knight on the wall rejoices. This spell can only be used by Ars. He definitely wants to end everything. Phil closes his eyes, continuing to mentally call Ars. The ball in the prince's hands becomes larger and smaller. Ars bids farewell to the insatiable dragon. Let him fear his magic. Blood continues to flow from the young man's mouth. Magic of all elements. A huge stream of magic bursts out from Ars's hands. It absorbs and destroys everything: the dragon, the buildings, the earth. A long, deep crater formed in front of Ars, into which the dragon falls. He closes his eyes and smiles. He has defeated one of the 4 great, strongest dragons. The effects of Ars's spell stretch for several kilometers. He suddenly coughs, pressing his hand to his chest. Although it was not perfect, he fulfilled his duty as a prince of this kingdom. Events after this. Ars greets his people with a bandaged head. His wish is to complete the rebirth spell, while he greets his subjects from the balcony. Behind him, as the dogs return, stand Phil and Dallas. The knight quietly tells the girl that he can't believe it. The prince actually defeated one of the strongest dragons, as expected of him. Phil agrees. When the battle dragged on until dawn, she began to worry, but fortunately the prince was able to do it. Ars turns around and says that this is all for today. He returns to his research lab. The knight notes that now their kingdom of Garlets will live in harmony for a long time. The prince has accomplished a feat. Pressing his palms to his chest, Phil smiles. This is not the greatest feat that Ars is capable of. She begins with a smile that Ars is like that, but Phil doesn't have time to finish her thought because he and the knight hear some sound. The prince fell to the floor, and a pool of blood begins to form around him. The girl's eyes widen. She screams in alarm. This can't be. The knight and Phil begin to fuss. They need to lift the prince and take him to the infirmary. Phil stands in front of the bed where Ars lies unconscious. Her hands are pressed to her chest. Ars asks her about the diagnosis. The girl answers that it is difficult to say. Ars used too much magic power. His body simply could not withstand it. The fight with the insatiable dragon exceeded his body's capabilities, and he doesn't have much time left. Ars lies silently all this time. This is punishment for too strong magic, and such a helpless body, even if he was able to defeat the strongest dragon. Even if his rebirth spell is almost ready, is this the end? He clenches his teeth in despair. No, it can't end like this. Ars asks Phil and Dallas to keep what he's about to do a secret. His subordinates look at him in surprise. Ars sits up on the bed and says that they will be the only ones to know about the spell of reincarnation and his brother Ars. Ars wants to use his dying body as a test subject for his experiment. He will pay the price with his dead body for the sake of separating the memories from the soul. Ars puts his hands together. Rebirth magic the prince is engulfed in a bright glow, causing Phil and Dallas to cover their eyes with their hands. It's an untested spell that Ars found while doing research on reincarnation. He thought he'd never have to use it, but now he doesn't know what might happen. But if he doesn't do anything, he'll die. If the rebirth spell fails, Ars asks them to forget about him. Phil wipes away his tears. It's all he can do. If his rebirth spell works, he won't die. The spell is activated. Rebirth! The boy opens his eyes. He doesn't understand where he is, an unfamiliar place. This is definitely not his kingdom. He must find out now if he has been reborn. He looks down and sees a puddle with a small, dark-haired boy reflected in it. He clasps his hands in satisfaction. He finally did it. He did it. It was the first time he had ever managed to find himself in a new body. He looks at his shabby attire. This doesn't look like a city in the kingdom of Garlets. It must be a very poor place. But it doesn't matter to him. He needs to find out if he can use his magic. Suddenly, someone behind him asks if he's still there, and calls him Vols. A thin man, wearing the same clothes as the boy, points out that he is already 5. He should teach him how to work. Didn't he tell him to get ready? The boy freezes in surprise, so Vols is his new name. Apparently his family is poor. He set himself up when he cast the spell. He was a prince, but that doesn't mean he didn't know how the poor live. The man reminds him that he should learn how to chop down trees as soon as possible. The boy asks why. The man turns to him, and he reminds them that they are slaves. The boy freezes in shock. He is not even a commoner. The man notes that even if we talk about it, the lower classes have much more freedom than in other places. After all, they have a blood contract. Not only is he a slave, but he is also a slave who owes his life to a blood contract. This is the mark that his father spoke of. The young man examines the mark, which looks like a forcibly opened eye. Vols examines the mark. What the hell is this? The man explains that everyone has their own assigned workstation, and he takes his hand and drags him along. Vols wonders if he is not allowed to leave this place. How will he get out of here? He can't believe he was reborn as a slave. The man takes him to the forest and tells him that the boy's job is to chop down trees. The boy looks at the large number of trees in confusion. Vols can't believe it, he's a kid. He complains that it's too much. The man points out that the boy will be able to do it with ease in 10 years. The man bids him look at it. The boy notes with disappointment that there is not even a hint of magic. He cannot believe that he has become a 5-year-old who has to chop down trees. He should have simply been reborn. At this time, the man cuts down a tree. This is how he can cut down 300 trees a day. Vols notes with surprise that he cut down a tree with one swing of the axe, and then his eyes start to shine with admiration. He runs up to the man and shouts that it was simply amazing. The boy clasps his hands in satisfaction. When he was ours, he heard that there was a tribe of slaves specially trained for fighting. Perhaps he was reborn into this tribe? Vols looks at his palms with satisfaction. If he works hard, he can obtain this power. Then his reincarnation won't suck so much. Yes, his goal was to finish the reincarnation spell. He died in his previous life because his body was too weak. But now he has this body that can withstand all the power of his magic. Vols punches his palm. He can do it. He will succeed in this life. He will achieve his dream. Let his father watch him. Several years after reincarnation, a young man stands in front of a tree. He exhales slowly. The young man takes a fighting stance, and the aura emanating from him makes even the birds sitting on the trees fly away. He waves his arms. A second later, the tree falls, neatly cut down closer to the root. This is the 300th tree. The goal for today is accomplished. The young man looks contentedly at the neat stumps on the field. Vols sighed. Now 17 years old, 12 years have passed since reincarnation. When he realized that he had been reincarnated as a slave, the unenviable future worried him. But fortunately, Vols had been reincarnated into a line of ancient martial artists, thanks to which the young man was able to train his body to withstand his magical power. Now that he had trained his body so much, it was time to return to his original goal. Maybe this time he could complete his research on reincarnation. But his work here is done, it's time to go home. Suddenly, someone shouts that they see a gap. The boy jumps at Vols while he tries to dodge him. Vols asks him not to jump at him so suddenly. It's Delk. Delk Sai, he is Vols' cousin. He is a year younger than the boy, but he has been studying martial arts longer than him. Vols asks why he came here. Stretching, Delk replies that today they will find out who is stronger. Vols reminds him that they fought yesterday. Delk replies that this will be their last fight, so the young man must give it his all. Vols is just trying to clarify what the last fight means when Delk is already behind him. He swings and tries to hit the young man in the head, but Vols blocks it with his forearm and says that it was unexpected. With lightning speed, Delk makes several attacks towards Vols, but the boy blocks them all. Vols notes that Delk is more serious than usual today. He is very strong. According to his memories from his previous reincarnation, there are only a handful of people in the world who rely solely on their physical abilities. And in this family of natural-born warriors, he is considered a genius. He is not yet 16, but Vols has a 60% chance of defeating him. Delk Sai may be the strongest in their family, but that's if you don't count Vols. Delk attacks again and asks the young man not to get distracted. He told him so. He attacks with his foot again, and Vols blocks it. He reminds Vols to give it his all. Vols nods and forms a seal with his hands. Circulation of magic. Vols gets into a fighting stance. He'll give it his all. Delk mentally notes that the air around the young man has changed. He smiles contentedly. Here it is. Delk tries to attack again. However, the next moment, the place where Vols stood is empty. Delk looks around in surprise and sees a young man attacking him from above, but he manages to dodge. It was close. Delk is just about to attack when Vols suddenly appears nearby, forcing him into a defensive stance. He doesn't understand how Vols' speed has changed so much, and not just his speed, but his strength as well. Vols beckons him towards him with his palm. Delk grins. He's not done yet. Energy circulation is a technique that increases a person's physical abilities by distributing magical energy throughout the body. He sealed it for the sake of training. But Delk has been able to use this technique unconsciously since he was a child. Basically, when he lets go of his guard, Vols can't lose. Just as Delk's fist is about to hit Vol's face, the young man grabs Delk's wrist and throws his cousin over his shoulder. Delk is on the ground, Vols is swinging for another punch, but his cousin admits defeat. Vol's fist stops inches from Delk's face. He apologizes and stands up. Delk laughs loudly. He sits up and says that as he thought Vols was hiding his strength, Delk always knew that the boy did not fight at full strength. Vols asks what happened to him today. Out of nowhere he said that this is their last battle. Delk looks down in resignation. He asks Vols to ask his uncle. They have already chosen a job for him. Vols looks at his cousin in surprise. A voice is heard behind them praising Vols. It is his father. He asks about Delk, which means they've already found him a job. The man explains that Delk has been chosen as the next head of the Psy clan. Vols looks at his cousin in surprise. The young man thinks, if the choice was made based on the last match, then why did they choose Delk? He lost. Moreover, as for the current head of the clan, his father, he was let down by his son, so why is he smiling so happily? Vols won but didn't get the title. What does that mean? Was he traded? But then his dad wouldn't look so happy. His father tells him that Vols was chosen to participate in the crown system as a slave guard. Vols realizes he had forgotten all about it. The Psy clan is a fighting clan, so it's okay to work under a noble clan. But he can't believe that he'll be a guard on the crown system. In his past life, he defeated one of the 4 great dragons, the infernal Ortia. The crown system was created for those who are accompanied by strength and courage. Among them are slaves bound by a blood contract that makes them obey all the orders of their master. It is because of this that they are most suitable for the role of guardian. So as long as he has this blood contract, he cannot disobey. Vols has done so much to prepare for the first step of continuing his research on rebirth. So now he needs to find out. Vols asks his father which noble family he will work for. The man smiles and tells him that he will work for the Rondebro family from the kingdom of Eurasia. He will be a slave guard for Princess Celicia. Vols scratches his head. He has never heard of such a kingdom. What kind of kingdom is this, if even the previous prince has not heard of it? He wonders if the world situation has changed. Vols asks if this country even exists. It is big. The man says it is small. If we talk about big ones, there is the kingdom of Garlitz, but it is far from here. Vols mentally notes that if the kingdom of Garlitz, where ours was a prince, still exists, then things haven't changed much. His father asks if he cares. Vols denies it, and he adds that small countries are even more interesting, that everything is fine. His father explains that the king and Princess Rondebro are waiting for him at the palace. He asks him to leave when he is done with the preparations. Maybe the time cycle changed when he was reborn, no need to worry. But there are some things to figure out. Following his father's orders, Vols immediately set out. 3 days later. On the way to Eurasia, the young man learned 3 things. First, the place he lived in was in the kingdom of Chlorina, which was under the direct control of the Chlorina sect, which owned the Adventurers Guild. Second, 17 years had passed since his reincarnation, meaning there was no delay in the reincarnation spell. These 2 things were invaluable knowledge. The third thing is that Ars Stitland is alive and well. But he was Ars before he was reincarnated, so why is he alive? What happened? The current king of the kingdom of Garlitz is his brother Iars. He understands that his death is inconvenient for the government. But is it really necessary to hide the death of his brother? He is not stupid. He needs to think it over. Vols is walking down the street when he suddenly hears whispers. People are talking to each other, discussing how dirty it is, how a slave can be here, something stinks here. The young man understands that these are so-called decent people. For 17 years he saw only members of his clan. Everyone around him was a slave, so he got used to it. So Vols didn't think he would stand out. Suddenly a cloth flies onto his face. He hears words from everywhere about how they won't see his face this way. Even the air is cleaner. Someone whispers that the presence of a slave is inconvenient. Perhaps it is good to be a slave and not think about anything. Vols throws off the cloth and resolutely walks towards the whispering girls. He grabs the girl's hand and thanks the girl with a sweet smile. Volz whispers that Milady helped him open his eyes. He smiles again and leaves, leaving everyone in confusion. The young man thinks, now all these thoughts about him and his brother are a waste of time. He should not think about things he does not understand. The only thing he should do now is to fulfill his dream. He resolutely walks down the street, pushing everyone along the way. Royal Castle of Eurasia. Audience chamber. Volz introduces himself and kneels before the king. The king clarifies that it must have been a tiring journey. He asks him to get up from his knees because he is tired. Volz raises his head, turning his attention to the king. He notes that the king does not look reliable. The king is the symbol of his country. The lack of dignity is proof that the country is small. The information that Volz gathered was correct. Eurasia is a small country located near the Kingdom of Garlitz and 4 other countries. He heard that the entire country can be compared in size to the capital of Garlitz. No wonder he did not know about it. The king turns to the young man. He heard that Volz is one of the best in his clan. It seems he can trust him with the safety of the princess. The king invites the princess. Volz makes a mental note that he will protect the princess, not the prince. Whoever it is, he will do his duty completely. After that, he can return to his exploration. A young, fair-haired girl in a rather modest dress appears before Volz. The king introduces the girl as Princess Cilicia of the Kingdom of Eurasia. The princess and Volz meet each other's eyes. The king explains that he is now under her command, since he does not need to tell Volz about the crown system. Volz mentally notes that the princess is very beautiful. Volz didn't expect such a small country to have such a beautiful princess. If she was from a big country, she would have received many proposals. Including his previous life, he is 47 years old. If their ages were similar, he would be wary of her, but that's only if protecting the princess before the crown system was not his job. The youth bows his head, pressing the order. The king wants to say something else, but the princess interrupts him. She goes down the steps and stands opposite the young man. Cilicia declares that she has no use for this slave. She continues to look resolutely at the shocked youth. Cilicia and Volz are sitting across from each other at the table. With a sweet smile, the girl offers him a treat and wants to check something. The young man mentally screams, "How did it come to this?" Sometime before, swinging her hair, Cilicia declares that she does not need a slave guard. He does not know any etiquette or table manners. Teaching him everything will be long and difficult. The king confronts her, saying that everything can be learned. Volz mentally notes that the princess seems to be underestimating the crown system. Not only will she be targeted in the system, but she will also be hunted by mercenaries from other countries. The moment the princess mentioned manners, while forgetting about the threat to her own life, shows how naive she is. But if Volz misses this chance, he will be even further from achieving his goals. He must win her trust. The young man lifts his head resolutely and declares that he is, in fact, familiar with the rules of table manners. That's why he's here at the table now, and the princess is watching his manners. Volz dabs his lips carefully with a napkin. He was a prince, after all. For him, table manners are the same as breathing. The boy smiles behind his napkin and asks how it was, mentally noting that it was excellent. But the princess ruthlessly replies that he failed. The boy looks at her in confusion. His manners must be impeccable, or standards have changed in 17 years. Volz asks her to show him how to do it. The princess takes the cutlery in her hands and starts eating with a gentle smile. Then she carefully puts the cutlery aside after the meal. She asks the young man with a smile if he understands. He moves the device with a gloomy face. The girl notes that at least he did this. The next moment, Volz copies the princess's movements. Even the cooks notice how he has changed this time. The young man finishes his meal. Volz asks the princess again how she is now. He notes that he assumed she would follow Garlitz etiquette, but she chose the Seolan version. The princess asks him again. They freeze, and then the girl laughs. Covering her mouth with her hand, Cilicia tells him that he passed. She admits that she heard that the boy is from a place where they only think about fighting, so she assumed that he would be rude. Besides, he knows how to control his emotions. That's not bad. Vols asks cautiously if the princess was testing him. The girl declares that she is not going to let anyone she does not trust near her, no matter who he is. Vols clarifies that he received recognition. The princess agrees, but adds that this is a passing grade. She invites him to come with her to show off her abilities. The boy asks if they weren't planning to go to the roof so the princess could show off her powers. The girl agrees, but notes that flowers come first. Vols looks at the flowers with delight. Vols explains that these are troublemakers, difficult to grow, but here they bloom beautifully. Celicia notes that he is quite educated for a slave. Cursing under his breath, the young man admits that he knew he would be her guardian, so he prepared himself. The girl turns to him with displeasure. Vols does not look like someone who will study for this reason. The young man explains that, most likely, he was misunderstood. He tried to prepare as much as possible. He promises that he will do everything to ensure the safety of the princess. Celicia doesn't take her eyes off him for a while, then turns away and asks cautiously if that's true. The boy exhales. It's dangerous. He should hide his knowledge. Suddenly, the girl notices that one of the flowers has a very thin stem. She assumes that it lacks sun, so she reaches for it. However, Vols intercepts her hand. She looks at him in surprise and then orders him to let go. The young man says that he cannot do this. Vols explains that this little flower is very dangerous. It's not just a troublemaker, it's a Madoki troublemaker. And it's poisonous. The Madoki troublemaker contains neurotoxins. The princess turns to the flower in surprise. Vols continues that if the girl looks closely, she'll see different stems. The princess notes that he noticed such a difference, that he studied it. The young man wonders if Madoki's troublemaker was planted so close that he could be easily noticed. Someone definitely planned it all. Vols realizes that this will be more dangerous than he thought. He stands on the balcony, noting that the country is small, but it is developing. Suddenly, he hears someone confirm. The princess clasps her hands together, noting that he is confident in his strength, but she will show hers. She tells him to prepare himself for an incredible sight. The young man will witness a man who can control the 4 elements. This is what she can do. The young man notes in surprise that she is going to use 4 elements at once. Fire, water, air, and earth magic, only a small part can use more than 1 element, and only a few have the ability to use all 4. The girl showed her abilities. Vols is surprised that she can control all 4 elements, but these are all low-level spells. They are not even stable. He asks carefully, and that's all. Lowering her hands, the girl notes with displeasure that he says this after seeing her strength, which is expected of her as a newly approved slave. What impudence. She folds her hands into a seal and orders him to look at it. The princess activates the spell again. The young man notes that it is really difficult to use all the elements at once. She now wants to use only 1. Celicia screams for him to be terrified of her most powerful spell. The girl releases a ball of magic upwards, from which a small dragon appears. Celicia asks the young man if he is stunned. Vols mentally notes that this is bad. However, EK fire magic is more stable when it focuses on 1 element. She does not have enough power, as a result of which the princess can only use meager spells of the 3rd level. So even at this level, not everyone can cast spells correctly. Vols smiles and praises her 3rd-tier spell. Celicia turns to him, stunned. Slightly awkwardly, the girl notes, because he is a slave, he has not had to see how others cast spells. She understands. With a smile, Celicia notes that although this spell looks simple, it is a 1st-level spell. Vols closes his eyes. He can't argue with her anymore. He kneels and asks for forgiveness for insulting the princess with his meager knowledge. Celicia smiles sheepishly and says that she is a noble person, so she will forgive him. She also sheepishly thanks him for the troublemaker, because without it, the girl could have been poisoned. Vols tries to bring up the topic of the Corona system, but Celicia stops him. She asks him to stop calling her Her Highness, and Vols asks if he should address her as Madam. The girl asks him to call her simply. Vols carefully specifies that he should address her by her first name. Celicia nods. The young man tries several name options, but Celicia doesn't really like them all. Vols grumbles to himself, what does almost mean? Does he really have to call her by her full name, Celicia Rondobro, every time? The princess asks him to treat her as an equal from now on, because if he keeps addressing her like that, they'll be exposed right away. Celicia doesn't want everyone to know that she's from the Rondobro family and that they have a slave guard. The girl asks him to call her simply Celicia. Vol smiles and, calling her by name, notes that he hopes for cooperation. The girl agrees. Vols reminds her that the princess must buy him new clothes, otherwise his clothes will immediately show that he is a slave. The princess awkwardly notes that she knows and how the boy changed his attitude so quickly. The boy reminds her that the girl called him brave. Adventurers Guild. Chlorian's headquarters. Vols and Celicia finally arrived at this place. From here on, the crown system begins for Vols. Celicia resolutely approaches the door, asking if they are registering. Vols nods. If people of noble rank or higher want to become adventurers, they must first confirm their identity with the guild. Then they receive a guild quest. Celicia replies that she has realized that clothes really do make a man. Vols looks at his new armored outfit in confusion and asks if he doesn't look normal. Celicia calls him an idiot. The young man, putting his hand on his chest, notes that he doesn't care as long as he looks reliable. The princess notes that he really changed his mind very quickly, as if he were a different person now. Vols asks her to pay attention. He always behaves like that in society. The princess notes that it must be difficult. She reminds him that she is of the royal family and he is her guardian. Vols asks her to leave it to him. As long as he is here, no one will be able to touch her. Celicia quickly turns and runs away, shouting that she will register them. The boy rubs the bridge of his nose. Did he say something wrong? A child her age. The mental difference between them is like that between a father and his daughter. Suddenly, Vols hears a small squabble from the people who were trying to prove who of them killed the crowd of orcs. These are the merchants, the people who want to join the noble adventurers, but even if they do, the nobles won't even look at them. The young man sighs and notes that it's pointless. Celicia returned. Vols notes that she was quick. The young man explains that no matter how much these merchants boast, the nobles will not pay attention to them. If they were truly skilled, the guild would recommend them, but this is not the case, so they try to recommend themselves in this way. Celicia notes that Vols is very knowledgeable about such things, and is completely different from her understanding of a slave. The young man notes that her request to speak as an equal is also not quite normal. Even if it's a show of gratitude to her slave, it's still the first time he's seen a noble do that to a slave. Celicia doesn't even think about the status difference between them. She's such a strange princess. Vols clarifies that the guild should have given her a quest, so what did she choose? He muses that it would be good to start with low-level quests, like seeing off merchants or eliminating a few goblins. Celicia takes out a quest paper with Era, the Dragon of Wrath, on it. The young man looks at the girl in shock and then asks what the girl is doing. Does she even know who Era is? Like Hilartio, whom he defeated in his past life, Era is one of the 4 strongest dragons. Vols continues to shout that he can't believe she decided to kill a dragon whose power is comparable to an entire nation. The princess admits that she was told the same thing at the guild and was advised to take another quest. She thought that she should have gone with Vols. Celicia explains that she asked for some A-rank task, but was told that there were none left. She would like the boy to take a look at them. Celicia only heard about his talents from her father, and now she wants to test them out. He is also very educated. Doesn't he know a lot about quests? If only they could figure it out without doing these reckless requests. The man offers them to look at the quests. It is true that newbies must start with A-rank quests, but these B-rank quests are paid double. Vols looks at the quests on offer and notes that there are quite a few requests from the Kingdom of Garlitz. 80% of the requests came from the Kingdom of Garlitz, and the rest came from distant countries. The man confirms. He says that it is the greatest kingdom. That is why there are so many requests from there. Vols thinks. Garlitz is still a place where many adventurers live. It is quite strange that they sent so many quests to other countries. Until he was there, the number remained at 40%. If he takes the task, he will be able to learn something about Garlitz. The young man takes one of the pieces of paper and says that he would like to know the details of the task. Sitting in the tavern, Celathia asks him boredly why he chose this particular quest. Vols clarifies that she was the one who asked him to choose the quest, although B rank is certainly a bit much. She asks why he chose to exterminate heretics. Vols explains that it is the safest of the B-rank quests. Plus, the church sponsors the guild so they can benefit from the quest. Vols continues that this also applies to the scale, but usually such tasks are not considered B-rank. Therefore, choosing such a simple B-rank task is quite advantageous. The young man mentally notes that the current problem is the number of requests from Garlits. Garlits invests quite a lot in the church. There should be no heretics there. Celicia notes that she thought he had lost confidence, but it is a very well thought out plan. The young man asks to call it effective. A waiter approaches them, placing food and drinks. The princess winces. There are 2 loaves of bread, a piece of meat on the bone, and a drink. The princess admits that she lost her appetite when she first saw it. Vols understands this, because it was not cooked by the cooks of the royal kitchen. He activates his ability and uses his eye to look at the food. Vols notices that there is poison in the food, but very little, and he doesn't understand why only his food is poisoned. The young man takes the bread in his hand. The princess asks if he will not eat it. Vols activates the magic and says no, he will eat it. Celicia asks if the boy has noticed that everyone is looking at him. He admits that he only noticed it now that she has mentioned it. Why everyone is so hostile towards him. With a sweet smile, the girl notes that it is simple. They are jealous. Vols is surprised. Celicia explains that he is traveling with a beautiful young woman like her. She adds that when he leaves, they will definitely come to her to chat. Vols looks down at the bread thoughtfully, and that is the reason they wanted to poison him. Humans are capable of such things. Celicia remembers that she learned something about the guild. She recalls the man saying that this quest has appeared twice before, and each time the adventurers who chose this quest disappeared. That's why this quest is a B rank. Vols notes that there is nothing to worry about, as often if a quest cannot be completed, the rank will increase. Celicia notes that this is his first task, and he is very optimistic. Vols replies that anything is better than fighting one of the strongest dragons, and he turns to the girl, noting that she eats incorrectly. She smirks. Did Vols really decide to take revenge on her for testing her? The young man aggressively bites into the meat, tearing off a piece. He notes that meat should be eaten like this, others eat like this. Celicia rolls her eyes. Does she really have to eat so vulgarly too? Vols reminds her that the princess is now an adventurer. He worries that by eating like this, she will reveal her identity. Celicia agrees and also bites into the meat. The young man mentally notes that they still have many problems, but they will cope with everything. They rent a room. The princess asks, displeased, if she really needs to stay in this room. Vols replies that it is the best place to keep her identity a secret. Besides, the money comes from people's taxes. He asks her to rest, and he will remain outside the door. The princess asks why. She explains that he can also rest in the room. Vols asks what she is talking about, since he is a slave and also a boy. Celicia tells him to just sleep on the bed. It's an order. The boy looks at her, confused. She asks them to just sleep together. Vols can't ignore her order anyway, so let him just sleep. The young man replies that he can sleep behind the door and guard it. The princess asks if it wouldn't be more comfortable to sleep on the bed. Celicia tells him, seriously, to stop choosing work over rest just because he's a slave. Let him just rest when he needs to. That's an order. Vols is stunned to realize that she doesn't think about status differences at all. He walks into the room and says that he understands he won't do anything with the child anyway. The princess is outraged that he calls her a child because he is only a couple of years older than her. Without thinking, the young man answers that he is 40, but then he suddenly falls silent and corrects himself that he is 17. Celicia notes that he is only a year older than her. Vols curses mentally. He almost gave away his true age. Celicia notices that he looks scared. He is definitely a liar. The princess asks him with slight disgust if he really likes 40-year-olds. The young man freezes in amazement. Wrapping herself in a blanket, Celicia declares that he has strange tastes. Vols tries to justify himself by saying that he doesn't like 40-year-olds, but the girl doesn't listen to him anymore. He sits down on the bed, resigned, cursing under his breath. The night passes. The next day, to complete the mission of destroying the heretics, they set out. From the gates of Garlits, which is considered an information center, they headed south to Loria. Usually, many adventurers return from the south, and information will be easy to obtain. Or so it should be. They enter this information center, but it is completely empty, except for the man at the counter. And on the way here, they did not meet a single adventurer, although the guild is not far from the Gate of Garlets. Usually, there are at least 5 or 6 groups here. Vols wants to ask the staff about this, but they don't find a single adventurer. Is it somehow connected with their task? Vols asks not to talk about the task out loud. If it was related to heresy, then the church behind the Adventurers Guild would have been affected as well. But the staff didn't say anything about it. It seems like there are fewer adventurers, as the number of quests has decreased. Celicia notes that they seem to be at a dead end. Vols suddenly notices something, and he says that he thinks they are close to solving the problem. Even if the guild knew about it, they could just ask the adventurers directly. The young man points to the inn. They are closed in the morning, but open their doors at night. Celicia asks hesitantly if he is sure that adventurers will show up at night. They have not encountered any adventurers during the day. The young man explains that this is another thing they will need to figure out. If there are no adventurers at the inn at night, then they were never in the city at all. If that's the case, they'll leave the city immediately. Celicia asks why shouldn't they be dealing with this problem. Vols sighs heavily. The young man mentally notes that Celicia is unsure of her own strength or status, and he says out loud that he can go alone. The girl asks what is going on, and what does Vols mean when he says she can't go with him? He reminds her that the inn opens at night. At night, everything becomes much more dangerous. This is just gathering information. The princess doesn't have to go. The girl lowers her head. He suggests going back for now, and then he will return alone. The girl quickly appears next to her. Celicia is outraged that it is her duty to end the crown system, and his duty is to protect her from any threats. She can't just sit and wait for Vols to do everything for her. The princess wants to use this opportunity to expand her horizons. It's for her kingdom. She hates being in the dark. They stare at each other for a while, and then the boy agrees, allowing the girl to come with him. But Vols reminds her that her safety is a priority. If she had another guard, they could attack and defend at the same time. Celicia shouts indignantly that she can fight too. Vols rubs the ear she was shouting into. He sighs, he knows his words mean nothing, but asks her to stay close. A figure stops in front of them. The young man holds out his hand in front of the princess in a protective gesture. Several cloaked figures appear before them. Their faces are hidden by hoods. The princess unconsciously approaches Vols. The young man wonders if they are heretics. He wonders what they want, since they are holding their swords incorrectly and they do not look like lost adventurers or thieves. The princess leans against his shoulder. Vols mentally grumbles. Was it the princess who said she could fight? He addresses the opponents that they can still lower their weapons. Vols smells a sweet, heady scent, and then the girl slides down his shoulder. The scent is from the sleeping incense. It is a drug that makes people pass out, and it is used in assassinations. But it is not that strong, so the boy's body will withstand it. He smiles and declares that the scent does not work on him. However, Celicia has already fallen asleep on his shoulder. He tries to wake her up and asks why she didn't hold her breath. The opponents are confused, because the young man should also be unconscious. Apparently, the newcomers used some kind of trick. Vols turns to them and states that they need to talk. With Celicia under his arm, the boy attacks the cloaked men. He punches one of them in the stomach. This makes the other opponents freeze in disbelief. How did he get there so quickly? Vols stands before his fallen opponent. They are no match for him. He asks why they use drugs in the fight. Suddenly, Vols notices a cross necklace around his neck, but is distracted by the sound of falling swords. All the cloaked figures fall to their knees and beg for forgiveness. They asked him to do this, so they beg him to let him go. One of the men shouts that they are the ones attacking the adventurers. After placing the girl in the bed, Vols turns to the people standing quietly and asks why they attacked them. Lately, people have been struggling with the sharp increase in taxes, so those who cannot pay them are robbing adventurers. These people agree they really can't pay taxes. Vols asks why the prince raised them. The old man says that the prince was simply following the will of his majesty. Vols is surprised his brother Ayars from his past life became a tyrant. He asks if this is the reason why there are no adventurers in the city, and asks how many they killed. His opponents immediately begin to complain that they didn't kill anyone. They just took their money and equipment and constantly threw them out naked. But now something else is more important. Vols notes that the number of heretics is growing. Therefore, the young man clarifies whether they are doing all these things according to heretical teachings. All the men immediately unanimously deny this and take out crosses from under their shirts. The old man says that they belong to Chlorina. Those who sin while living and listen to the words of the devil have no place in this city. The young man sighs. Since they wear crosses, they cannot be heretics. The man bangs his head on the table and says that he will accept everyone's punishment. Everyone around him is dumbfounded. Vols flatly refuses. He really wants to say this, but it doesn't matter anyway. The adventurers who were defeated so easily had no future. This means that Vols will turn a blind eye to this. But if they continue, the next adventurers may not be so weak, and they will be killed on the spot. The old man points out that they might still be alive because the previous adventurers only had cheap equipment. The young man asks again, and he asks why they attacked them then. The old man admits that it was the first time they saw adventurers with such high-class equipment. The young man thinks, in short, only low-ranking adventurers came to this city. The old man isn't sure, but it's been like this since they started this business. The young man mentally notes that there are no high-ranking adventurers here, and yet the cult hasn't appeared in this city yet. It's really strange. This one is located near the southern gate of the Garless Kingdom, so there should be many low-ranking adventurers here, as well as high-ranking ones. So there must be another reason for the lack of adventurers. However, Vols can't do anything now. He says that they will have to spend the night here. The old man explains that the effect of the sleeping incense will wear off in a few hours. He asks for tea for the guests. Vols wants to know something else. Meanwhile, Celicia continues to sleep soundly. Deep forest. Celicia asks if there is no road here or if they are lost. She also heard what they were talking about. It is somewhere here. Their goal is to destroy the evil cult. Instead of attacking the city directly, the cult first took over the villages and then gradually the city itself. If this is true, the cult's headquarters are most likely located in a village near the river. The mayor said they would have to cross this forest to get there. Celicia reminds her that she said she wasn't sure how much longer they have to go or if there's a path. They've been walking for 3 days already. Vols notes that she'll have to improve harder. They recall Vols telling her that the moment she smells the incense of sleep, she must use purification or wind magic to blow it away. If she feels weak or tired, the enemy will not wait for her. The princess must not forget that her carelessness may cost her dearly. In the forest, Vols realizes that she doesn't feel any monsters or other living creatures. But suddenly the young man asks her not to move. Something is approaching. A man flies towards them. However, he doesn't have time to do anything. Vols grabs him by the forearm and twists him, causing the opponent to fall. The young man addresses the enemy. There is little blood, but the wound is too deep for this man. Was he wounded by a monster? Moreover, this is the cross of adventurers from the kingdom of Cassandra. The man shouts and asks if these two are also one of them. Vols asks again what he means. Suddenly, something flies from the side. Vols dives down sharply, dodging the projectile. The girl turns to Vols and notes with a smile that he dodged her attack. Behind the trees stands a grinning girl and a tall man. The boy asks the man he is holding if he was talking about them. The man explains that they are from the Rain Kingdom, and that they hunt high-ranking adventurers who enter the forest. His companions also. The girl smiles and shows the severed heads. These were the comrades the man had in mind. The man's eyes widen, and Celicia covers her mouth with her hand. The girl sees 2 new faces and asks if they are participating in the Corona system. She notes the black-haired Vols. He is very strong. But he does not need to worry. He and the girl behind him will definitely be taken care of. More silhouettes appear behind this group. Celicia can't believe it. Vols asks what god they believe in. The girl smiles, and he laughs, saying that of course they believe in Eden. Is that what he wanted to know before he died? The young man declares that he understood. That's good. The next moment the girl was still smiling, but Vols was already there and pierced her stomach through and through, and then hit her just below the wound. And he delivers another kick. The girl flies back, coughing up blood. Vols jumps back, landing on one knee. Since they are not relevant to their mission, He sees no point in putting in much effort. He has someone to protect, so Vols draws his sword, stating that he can let loose. The man who is standing next to the girl shouts that he is asking for forgiveness. However, Vols is already striking him in the face. He turns to the lying man and asks if he is alive. The marks from the rods are red on his back. Vols asks him not to move. He asks if he can get up. The man thanks him, he feels better now, and asks who he is. Vols introduces them as a team from Eurasia. The man asks again in surprise, and then notes that it doesn't matter, the main thing is that he can now return to southern Loria. The young man mentally notes that Eurasia is such a small and weak country that the man simply doesn't know about it. Vols asks him to report the team from Rain upon his return to southern Loria. Indeed, he needs to report this to the guild. They will be outraged by such cruelty. If that is all, the man is ready to say goodbye. He thanks them again. They saved him, so he wants to thank them. The man hands over a bag with a large amount of gems. Celestia is surprised by such a large amount of money. Vols reminds them that they need to get to the collection point. The man says that such a point no longer exists. Vols does not understand what he means. The man explains that the point was attacked by monsters. Now there are only ruins left. His team was on a mission to eliminate this monster, but before they could begin, they got into trouble. The man warns them to be careful there. After all, the monster that destroyed this area is the dragon Argus. Vols and Celicia come to this place. There are only ruins around. Nothing could preserve its original appearance. The princess covers her mouth with her hand. This is definitely the work of a monster, a devil cult, and a human would definitely not be able to do something like this. Even if it is a monster, she hopes that the people are okay. Vols is looking at the ruins at this time. The girl clears her throat and notes that, as expected from a representative of the legendary fighting clan, he was able to lay down so many people in such a short time. Turning towards the princess, Vols states that it was because they were too weak. In response, he asks if Celicia knows what will happen when that man reports to the guild about the group from the Rain Kingdom. The princess ponders and assumes that the authority of the Rain Kingdom will weaken. Will the status of Eurasia rise? After all, that man was grateful to them. Vols points out that it's not that simple. First, not only will the status of the Rain Kingdom be at risk, but that woman attacked crown system adventurers from various countries. In other words, she killed many nobles and eminent people from various countries. If this becomes known, the Rain Kingdom will suffer retribution for the attack. After a short silence, Celicia admits that she hadn't thought about it, but what Vols did should raise Eurasia's authority. But the young man is sure that the man's report will not mention Eurasia. The princess asks why. Vols explains that although Eurasia is close to his country, he should have understood his intentions, which is why he let them go. Celicia folds her hands on her waist and asks what this all means. The young man freezes in resignation and sighs she will understand when they reach Byrevere. Kingdom of Garlet's Byrevere. People are wandering the streets. One of them is shouting about urgent news. The Kingdom of Rain has been invaded by many countries. Celicia is reading a newspaper that says this. The princess notes with displeasure that there is no mention of Eurasia anywhere. As Vols said, the Kingdom of Cassandra attacked the Kingdom of Rain. Vols notes that this is earlier than he thought, apparently. The kingdom has been targeted for a long time. He already said this means that they gave him all the glory, and for this he gave them so much money then. Celicia asks with displeasure why he did this, and Vols is actually a Eurasian now. The young man reminds her that his task is only to protect her. Celicia herself will be the one to make people remember Eurasia. Isn't that her goal? The girl turns away in displeasure. She realized that she would take the top of this world with her magic. Vols mentally adds that the girl still needs a teacher. If Celicia finds out that he can use magic, Vols will become more important and lose his freedom. If that happens, his goal of researching reincarnation will be postponed. He wishes he knew someone who can use magic. They return to the guild. The man from the guild looks at the documents. There are no adventurers who want to be an apprentice of the Eurasia team. No one. And he adds that in all these years, there has not been a single such adventurer. The girl doesn't understand why. The man tells about the Cassandra team. Hundreds of people have applied for it in the last few days. The soul leaves the princess's body. Vols addresses her, even though it is a crown system. It will be easier for them to be with a small number of people. Usually, there are 5 people in teams. Based on this, they need to find at least one more person. Celicia asks if Vols alone is not enough. The young man agrees, but it is only for protection. But if the enemies are more numerous and stronger, then he will not be able to fight and protect her at the same time. They need another protector, then he will be able to concentrate on attacking. But there are no adventurers who want to work with Eurisha's team. Celicia covers her ears with her hands. Vols asks her not to worry, there's another plan. If it is impossible to attract adventurers who have joined other kingdoms, they can try to attract those who are free. The man from the guild says that there are a few mid-rank adventurers left. However, Vols interrupts him. He doesn't need half adventurers. He needs someone truly talented. The man wearily explains that of course there are a few high-ranking adventurers left, but they have turned down requests from many great countries, so he assumes it would be pointless. But at least they are very talented. Vols asks if there are any among them who can use magic. The man calmly says that there are many swordsmen there, but he will not be able to find a mage who is free and will be from this city. Then Vols asks to tell where the dragon Argus will appear. There will definitely be some mage there. Celicia looks at him in surprise. The man from the guild is shocked. Celicia has a rare ability to use magic of 4 elements at once she needs to be taught by a good mage. It seems to explain that then he will see everything with his own eyes. The man from the guild agrees, but immediately warns that he will not be responsible for what happens. The dragon roars loudly in rage. The knight shouts that they will retreat as soon as they can neutralize the dragon's attacks. She commands, the next formation is 2 on 4. Attack Argus from both sides. Vols and Celicia arrive at the location indicated by the man from the guild. However, the dragon Argus is not here, and it seems that the place is abandoned. People must have left due to fear of the dragon. So there is only one gathering point left. Vols asks the princess to stop making such a face, because she also wants a strong adventurer to join their team. The girl notes that adventurers do not necessarily have to be strong. Vols continues to rummage through his things, and notes that these do not sound like the words of someone who swore to end the Dragon Age. The princess looks at the young man with displeasure. Only those adventurers from Cassandra accepted the quest to kill the dragon Argus. There is definitely a powerful mage among them. After all, Argus is insanely strong. If they can hire him, it will be beneficial for them in the future. Celicia, arms folded, is indignant that he is a slave, but knows much more about the guild and adventurers than she does. Continuing to do his own thing, the young man asks if she is angry. The girl indignantly screams that she praises him so much. Suddenly, a loud roar is heard. The team turns around and rushes towards the sound. Running outside, they see smoke streaming in the distance. It's on that mountain! Vols calls Celicia to come with him and asks her to be near him. Celicia is indignant that it is Vols who should be near her. They quickly rush on horseback towards the mountain. They only hear the roar of the dragon, but there are no explosions. They stop near the area where the battle is taking place. They see a grinning dragon, surrounded by several armored swordsmen, charging at them with a huge clawed paw. The swordsmen block his blow and then manage to strike the dragon. It's incredible. They attacked Argus head-on. That armor and that stance. Are women really fighting there? Argus's scales are incredibly strong, and his magical attacks are much more effective than his physical ones. However, 6 swordswomen are doing quite well. The boy mentally notes that it is interesting that the woman commanding the swordswomen is different from them. She is strong. Who is she? Celicia asks if Vols wants to help. The boy explains that it is probably a male. The female dragon is much larger and more dangerous, especially if she does not eat well during pregnancy or while raising a newborn. Vols also notes that they are just entering mating season. The dragon lets out a loud roar, then takes off and hovers in the air. Celicia points her finger at it. The dragon notices them, and the young man realizes that it is a female and she is huge. The girl hides behind his back. Now is not the time to admire her. You need to run. But Vols notes that it is useless. After all, she will catch up with them in no time. Celicia screams for Vols to kill this dragon immediately. The seal on the young man's chest begins to burn. The dragon quickly descends and attacks the young man. Celicia calls out to him worriedly. The knights also watch tensely. Vols blocked the dragon's claws with his sword. Incredibly, at Celicia's command, his body immediately becomes ready for battle. So this is the power of blood contact. Celicia asks why he is smiling. Argus attacks again. Vol smiles and asks the girl to just stand and watch. The dragon dives down again. The boy holds his sword at the ready. Argus, claws outstretched and paw extended, rushes towards Vols. The youth quickly swings his sword, and everything falls silent. Didn't he cut her? Did nothing happen? The dragon splits into two parts. Celicia and the knights are shocked and can't believe their eyes. The young man climbs down from the dragon's back and reports that he killed the dragon on the princess's orders. Celicia falls on her butt to the ground. Vols killed such a monster with just one blow? Her mouth drops open in surprise. The boy looks at the girl a little awkwardly, but she praises him for his good work. Vols asks if everything is okay. The princess claims that she is simply praising him. The swordsman commander walks towards them and points his sword at Vols. Vols asks what she wants. The swordsman replies that the attack was amazing and asks the boy to fight him. Vols accepts the challenge. The swordsmen call out to their commander with concern. Celicia asks if he's really going to fight her. Vols takes out his sword and tells her not to worry, he just wants to see how strong she is. After all, the commander saw him slay the dragon and still wants to fight. She must be pretty skilled. The boy asks how they will decide the winner. The swordsman gets into a fighting stance and gives him the choice. Vols agrees and tells her to attack whenever she wants. The swordsman will not hesitate. The next second, she is next to him, hovering over the boy and preparing for the first attack. However, Vols raises his sword above himself, blocking the swordswoman's attack. An explosion is heard. Celicia calls out to him worriedly. Vols praises the swordswoman's good reaction, but the next moment, the girl has a sword across her throat. Looking into the swordswoman's eyes, Vols asks if she is satisfied. The swordswoman raises her sword and replies that she is not. Not yet. She attacks again. She draws a second sword and attacks the boy again, her attack cutting through the trees behind Vols. The girl is a dual swordsman. Vols notes that she is quite good and really strong. She attacks again. The boy successfully blocks her blows. A powerful first strike, followed by high-speed attacks. The previous Vols, Ars, would not have been able to repel her attacks. He would have called for help. But the present one only needs to do one thing. In one movement, Vols disarms the girl and grabs her wrist. He twists her arm behind her back and pins her to the ground. The swordsman's subordinates call out to their commander in concern. Vols swings his sword, but the girl admits her defeat. The swordsmen run up to Nea worriedly, asking if she's injured, and Celicia approaches Vols. Although he defeated her in combat, but her abilities, she's definitely a high-ranking adventurer. The girl reaches for the helmet and says she found it. She takes off her helmet. It's a girl with a bob cut, and she introduces herself as Nia Fromage. She apologizes for suddenly challenging him. Celicia exclaims in surprise at how beautiful she is. Nia asks their names. Vols states his name and says she doesn't need to apologize. He knows how hard it is to control yourself when you have a powerful opponent in front of you. He asks what she meant when she said she finally found him. Nea admits that she had been looking for someone she could follow and serve. That's why she followed these girls. And finally, the day came. They were able to meet him today. They thank the goddess Edenina with all their hearts. The girls take off their helmets and kneel down. Nea asks permission to serve Vols. Powerful female knights are ready to join them. Will Vols agree? Vols replies that it is not up to him to decide, because he is Celicia's slave. The girls are surprised. One of the girls is irritated. How dare he humiliate Nea? How can he use such a ridiculous excuse to refuse? Many countries are fighting for her. Nea asks why he is a slave with such valor, and appeals to Celicia to let him go immediately. He has enough strength to take some important position in this country. Celicia notes that he is currently fulfilling an important duty. She is the first princess of Euretia, Celicia Rondobro. Nea asks again, and she admits that she has never heard of this country. Celicia squeezes Vols's shoulder and orders him to explain everything. That's the story. A slave from birth and with a blood pact, and she's really the princess of Eurasia. Anyway, if Nia wants to follow Vols, she needs Celicia's permission. Sighing, the princess says that she is very happy with them and that they cannot refuse such talented people. But Vols is not very happy about this, since she is a swordsman. Vols reminds him that he is looking for a mage. But Nea interrupts him, saying in a murderous voice that she hates mages. They never fight on the front lines, and never face their enemies face to face. The boy ponders, this is strange. Usually groups are created to compensate for their weaknesses. However, they only became so strong with sword mastery. They are quite good. Celicia calls out to him. Since she accepted them, now Nea is their comrade. That's really cool. The young man looks at the princess. Does she not care that Nea recently said that she hates mages? Vols explains that they are different from other adventurers. Promises are not enough to become royal vassals. They need to return to the guild to officially register new members. Celicia frowns, realizing that they will have to meet with that man again. The boy asks her to be patient. Then they set off for the riverside. Celicia asks the young man to hurry. They return to the riverside and enter the guild building. Everyone is surprised. The girls showed their faces for the first time. One of the men smiles and turns to Nia, asking if they found Argus. Nia calmly replies that she killed the dragon, so everything will be calmer. No one can believe it. The girls are really strong and beautiful. The man continues to praise her, as expected from Nea. She is a real sword princess. He did not expect that she would be able to defeat 2 Argus at once. Nea asks him not to make mistakes. She notes that the female Argus was killed by Vols. The man looks at her incredulously and asks her not to joke. However, Nea says that she is not joking. Moreover, she is here to register. There are 7 of them as vassals of the Princess of Eurasia, Her Royal Majesty Celicia. Everyone looks at Vols and Celicia in shock. The man exclaims again that she is joking. How can a talented swordswoman like her? Before he can finish, the dark-haired swordswoman slams her fist on the table. She irritably informs him that Nea doesn't have much time, so let him start the procedure now. The man quickly runs away to begin preparations. And the dark-haired swordswoman apologizes to Nea. Vols turns to the girl and notes that she probably already noticed that RN is calling to minimize the number of people in the group in order to get more achievements from the crown system. The difference in the abilities of Nea and these women is too great. The girl falls silent, then nods. She understands. But the other girls have already registered. Venetanesh, a dark-haired swordswoman, says on behalf of all the girls that they realize their shortcomings. Then in the name of Princess Eurasia Celicia, they will search for the evil cult separately. Vols agrees to this. The girls wish Nea luck. The girls say goodbye to them, leaving Celicia, Vols, and Nea alone. Nea kneels down and begs forgiveness for being too disrespectful when speaking to Her Majesty. She apologizes from the bottom of her heart. Celicia notes that everything is fine and asks the girl to take care of her. Nea asks to rely on her. She can do everything without the mages. Vols approaches the girls and asks Nea why she hates mages so much. The smile disappears from the girl's face. Nea admits that the cause is the most powerful mage Ars. The young man tensely asks what she means. The girl immediately tells with displeasure that Vols should have heard about the tyranny of His Highness Ars, because of which people suffer. The reason for this is His Highness Ars, who controls everything from behind the scenes. Nea approaches Vols and asks if she can live in a separate room. The young man clarifies that she is not satisfied with this room. The girl awkwardly denies this. Nea looks away sheepishly and admits that she has only slept in a room with women, and sleeping with a man has never been such a difficult situation for her. She immediately apologizes several times. It's not what they thought. Vols calmly notes that he hasn't said anything yet. Celicia shouts with a smile that everything is fine. Vols was her first too, so she has nothing to be afraid of. The young man asks to stop confusing the girl even more. Nea whispers shyly about Celicia's first time. Vols cuts her off firmly. He just stayed in the bedchamber with her to fulfill his duty and not pay for a second room, but Nea shouldn't worry, it won't happen again. Nea asks what he means. Vols summarizes that Nea will now protect Celicia in her room. He will guard and sleep outside. The princess immediately becomes indignant because she told him that he should sleep on the bed. Vols continues that now that people know that she is the princess of Celicia, she needs to be protected better. Other hunters, like those from the Rain Kingdom, may try to attack. Nea guards inside, and Vol's outside. It doesn't hurt to be prepared. Nia and her people have made things a lot easier for Vols. Venetinesh and the others will be looking for evil cults, and Nea will be protecting Celicia while she sleeps. Now he has time to do what he needs to do. Vols still doesn't understand why Ars is still alive, and they said he's controlling his brother Iars. He has no choice but to start his investigation, but he needs to do this first. To fulfill his original goal of researching reincarnation, Vols enters a room full of dead goblins. In the last few days, while gathering information about evil cults, Vols came across a group of goblins that attack people at night and kill adventurers. He collected corpses, natural ones for use. Now his preparation is complete, but everything looks rather strange. But screw it. He starts. Forms a magic spell in his hands, making the magic circle on the floor glow. Vols pours in even more power. Eventually, the goblins begin to breathe, and their wounds heal. Everything is going well. However, his magic power is far from what it was in his past life, so it will take some time. And he needs to improve his magic power. But after a while, the goblins stopped moving. Failure? Was it because Vols had been activating large-scale magic for too long? Or because he had converted the magical elements into the atmosphere, instead of using his own magic? He tries again, focuses on small numbers, transforms the magical elements. He tries again, and again. However, after many attempts, Vols also fails. He tried everything, but the goblins still only move. Not much different from before the reincarnation. The ghost of the past, named Ars, still lives in this era. If there was a mage like him, a mage who revived Ars's body and placed another soul in it, then he could solve the mystery of the Kingdom of Garlitz. But that's impossible. The goblins are already dead, but they are still his victims for experiments. The young man asks for forgiveness. The spell will break at dawn. They can do whatever they want. In the morning, Celicia asks Vols how he slept. He didn't sleep all night, and now he'll be absent-minded because of that? Vols replies that it's okay. Even if he's absent-minded, Nea is here. Celicia reminds him that if something happens to her, he'll be in danger too. Nea notes that Celicia is worried about Vols. The young man thinks that the princess simply does not know how to behave with the guards. The princess asks them to split into two directions. They go to the right part of the forest. They see adventurers running ahead. It's quite noisy here today. Celicia runs ahead to ask what's wrong. So many adventurers are heading to one place. Nea suggests that this might be an emergency quest. Vols turns to her worriedly. Did something happen that the guild had to call all the adventurers? Celicia runs back to them. She found out everything. Abnormal creatures appeared in the forest. So far they are only in this area. It is unknown if they have spread across the continent. They called them zombie goblins. Vols critically notes that this is the first time he has heard of such monsters. Does this mean that they have risen from the dead? Then he freezes in shock. It is not because of him. The man from the guild said that zombie goblins are very dangerous. No matter how many times you hit them, they still regenerate. At present, the adventurers of this city are heading there. Celicia clarifies that this is a new kind of goblin. According to the man, they appeared here. This quest is not related to the crown system, so they may not take it. However, Vols is adamant that it must be taken. The young man is confused and slightly scared. He thinks hard about the fact that this is impossible. The spell to resurrect the goblins did not break. The spell should have broken at dawn. How many goblins are still alive? Fortunately, no one knows that this is all because of Vols. And these goblins are still in the forest. He will deal with them before they spread. He needs to know the reason. Vols explains to Celicia that the zombie goblins are quite interesting, and they may be related to evil cults. Nia also agrees with Vols. This way they can show their strength. Vols agrees. Since they both think so, Celicia agrees too. She turns to Vols and explains that he rarely has any real interest in anything. The young man awkwardly tries to justify himself. Suddenly, adventurers run out of the forest, shouting that the goblins regenerate too quickly, and they are too tough for them. They have already reached this place. Goblins can regenerate no matter how badly they are injured. Vols asks Celicia to calm down and not to believe the rumors. Besides, she has him and Nea. The young man recalls that the goblins showed no signs of intelligence last night, but now the adventurers were saying that they were surrounded by goblins. They could not know how true the rumors were. A huge monster made up of zombie goblins appears in front of them. They merged together. and this cannot be called a living being. Nea asks for permission to attack first. The girl appears next to the monster in a flash, making both Vols and Celicia admire her. She uses her sword to cut the monster into pieces. The monster's parts fly apart. Celicia smiles happily, everything is over, as expected from Nea. However, Vol says that nothing is over yet, and indeed, the monster's parts return to their original place, forming a whole monster. It regenerated, despite Nea cutting it into small pieces. The girl hisses and attacks again, cutting the monster lengthwise. Nea continues to attack, but she still can't kill him. A part of the monster rolls near the boy, and he reaches for it. Celicia asks him not to take it in his hand. He touches it and uses Analyze. Vol's eyes widen. Nea desperately asks what she should do, but Vols asks her to step back. The girl asks if he has learned anything. The boy confirms and asks to just watch. He clenches his fist and quickly moves towards the monster. Vols punches a part of the monster. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool of zombies forms, but gradually it subsides. The monster disintegrates into pieces. Nea is surprised to note that Vols used his fist instead of a sword, but the result should be the same. However, the monster does not regenerate. The goblin zombies were completely destroyed. Nea's attacks couldn't do anything. But how could Vols win with just one blow? They return to the tavern, the adventurers raise their glasses of alcohol to them. Everyone celebrates their victory over the monster, which is a combination of zombie goblins. However, monsters continue to appear. The men surround Nea, noting her strength. The girl reminds them that Vols defeated the monster. Nea asks Vols worriedly if he isn't angry, since he killed the monster. Smiling, the young man replies that he is glad that the girl is the center of attention, and not him. Celicia drinks milk instead of alcohol. Celicia asks Vols how he killed the goblin zombie. Did he have a plan to stop the regeneration or something? The young man mentally replies that he used magic that neutralizes all attributes. Resurrection is a combination of different types of magic. Among them, only one could give such an element as time rewind. In this case, it could only neutralize it. After all, it was Vols who caused this commotion, so there is nothing to worry about. Therefore, with a sigh, the young man simply confirms the princess's words. Suddenly, the door of the tavern swings open. The girl with 2 ponytails remarks that it is very dirty in here, and then turns to the one who defeated the zombie goblin. She asks him to come out. Everyone is confused as to why she is here. Rolling her eyes, the girl turns to the goblin killer again, asking him to hurry up. They are all so useless. Vols quietly asks who it is. The man next to her exclaims in disbelief. How can he not know her? She is the first princess of the kingdom of Garlitz, Vestaris Ditland. The young man looks at the girl in surprise. If she is the first princess, then she is probably the daughter of the king, his brother Iars, and that means she is his niece. Vols turns to look at Nea, then stands up and admits that he was the one who killed the goblin zombie. The first princess winces, calling him a servant who doesn't know his place. His stupidity is the worst crime. It will be his undoing someday. Vols clarifies what is wrong. The princess notes that he doesn't seem to be from this kingdom, she will explain, so she asks him to follow her. Nea asks him to be careful. They go outside, and Vols notices a familiar figure nearby. There stands a mature man with a sword. It is Dallas the Thrifty. The other adventurers cautiously look out from the tavern. They know this man. He is something else. Vols remembers that Dallas is the chief knight of the kingdom, the man who taught him the basics of the sword. He is the strongest swordsman, and Dallas is also one of the people who saw Ars use rebirth. Why is he here with the princess? Looking at the young man with a frown, Dallas asks if it was him who defeated the zombie goblin. With a cheeky smile, Vols confirms his words and asks if they are here to give him the reward he deserves. Nea and Celicia approach Vols with concern. Dallas, looking at Nea, notes that she is the princess of the sword. He heard that she joined the Eurasia Kingdom team. Grabbing her sword, the girl asks what this has to do with him. Vols stops her, reminding her that this is his opponent. He then asks why the knight and the princess are here. Folding his arms, Dallas notes that he should first thank him for destroying the zombie goblin, and then he adds that if he is the reason for its appearance, then everything is different. The boy's eyes widen in shock. Why did he say that? How did they draw a parallel between him and the zombie? Vols smiles awkwardly. He does not understand anything. This is not a funny joke. Dallas sternly notes that he is not joking. They have evidence that someone very similar to him was seen in the forest where the monster appeared. Vols mentally understands that this is very bad with his status. Because of the blood contact, if Celicia orders him to tell the truth, he will not be able to resist. If it becomes known that he can use magic, even the fact that he hid it from Celicia will come to light. He will lose trust, and he will not be able to research resurrection anymore. In short, if Celicia doubts him now, then it is over. The princess indignantly replies that Vols is her personal guard. They should not jump to conclusions. Vols turns to her with a smile, to which the princess immediately asks if everything is all right. Dallas frowns. He also knows that they have accepted the mission to destroy evil cults. If they had given their names and conducted their investigation openly, then Dallas would have had no reason to go after them, but they conducted their investigation in secret. Vols notes that Dallas is as clever as ever. He set a trap and is waiting for the boy to fall into it. Then he too will ask what he wants to know. So Dallas thinks they are heretics? That is pure speculation. If he says so, Ars Ditlan died 17 years ago. Looking at the current state of Garlits, it is quite easy to understand how much the evil cults have grown. Dallas's face fills with rage. Naya, noticing this, immediately grabs her sword. Dallas reaches for his sword. The knight asks where Vols heard these rumors. He will not tolerate slander against the royal family. He orders him to draw his sword. Dallas will teach the boy etiquette. Vols frowns. Such is the bloodlust. His anger was caused by Ars's death. Dallas is not the type to lie in such a situation. The first princess peers over Dallas's shoulder. She declares that her uncle is alive. She saw him this morning. She screams furiously that such humiliation is punishable by death. So Ars is really alive? Celicia and Nea watch the scene with concern. The young man takes out his sword. Whether it's true or not, the head knight can prove it. Smirking, Vols asks him to attack him with all his might. Then he can complain when he loses. Dallas swings his sword. Let him try to survive. The next moment, a sword appears right in front of Vols's eye. Vols backs away. The attacks are too fast. He only has time to dodge and block the blows. Celicia and Nea shout the boy's name in concern. Dallas's specialty is delivering hundreds of blows in a split second. It's been 17 years, but he hasn't gotten any weaker. Vols smirks and notes that, as expected of Garlits' chief knight, his true strength is great despite his age. The knight quietly asks again and attacks again. Dallas doesn't remember him showing him his true strength. He starts throwing thousands of punches at once. Covering her face with her hand, Celicia notes that the attacks are so fast that she can't see anything. Nea has heard of Sir Dallas's specialty, continuing to attack the enemy with incredible speed. He creates a space that simultaneously becomes the strongest attack and defense. Slash shield! Celicia yells at him to back off. He can't block every blow. Even if he tries to attack, he won't be able to get close to Dallas. Nea worries, wondering how Vols is going to handle this. Suddenly, the boy rushes forward. Celicia asks worriedly if he is going to attack head-on. Nea explains that he is going to run between the slits. The boy runs up to the shield and begins an aggressive attack. The girls shield their faces from the dust of battle. Suddenly, Nea is struck by inspiration. She realized that Vols wanted to break through the shield using the method that suited him best. Dallas is the best swordsman on the continent. Even if Vols is stronger than Nea, competing with him in swordsmanship is not a good idea. Vols' strongest weapon is the strength he inherited from his clan. Incredible physical strength. Even if these cuts are random, as long as Vols can see and react to them, then to him they are no different from ordinary cuts. The fact that Vols went straight there shows he's confident in his abilities. It doesn't matter how many punches Dallas can throw, because none of them will reach Vols. A young man appears above Dallas brandishing a sword. The knight is surprised it's impossible. Vols' face is ablaze with determination. He throws a punch, but Dallas blocks it. Volz's sword breaks Dallas's sword, and they stop opposite each other. The young man points his sword at the knight's chest. The audience is confused, asking if it's over. This is the main night. What is it? The girls are watching Vols. The boy puts away his sword. In the past, Dallas would not have made such a mistake. 17 years without a suitable opponent to train with. It seems the knight has become arrogant. Dallas has grown old. Vols approaches the knight and asks a question. Does Eins obey Ars's orders? Dallas asks, dumbfounded, how he knows. Thestalis approaches the knight and grabs him by the collar. How could the nameless abomination play with him like that? How can he now call himself the chief knight of Garlitz? Dallas apologizes, but that young man is truly talented. He cannot defeat him alone. They need to rework their plan, and now retreat. The first princess is outraged that he can suggest a shameful retreat. When they return, Volz will not escape punishment. The people around them, whispering among themselves, watch the knight and the princess with concern. Thestalis TSKS until she closes her eyes to this impudence. Volz sarcastically says that he hopes that in the future her eyes will be closed, otherwise there will be no end to trouble. The first princess is indignant that he should not get cocky. Next time she will bring an army. She turns and leaves, ordering Dallas to follow her. The knight turns to Volz but says nothing and simply walks away. Volz watches them walk away for a while. Nea is delighted that everything went well, as expected from Volz. She certainly believed that he was stronger than Dallas, but she did not expect such a huge difference. Nea promises that she will not be a burden to them. Celicia chimes in that it seems like Nea is only listening to Volz, and she is also her subordinate. Nea apologizes. Celicia closes her eyes and adds that she didn't expect him to be able to defeat the head knight of Garlitz. That's not bad. She smiles and praises Volz. He asks if she understands the situation they are in now. At this rate, Princess Vestaris will come after them again. Celicia naively replies that they will beat her again. Volz sighs, if only it were up to him. But if they do not take this seriously, it will become a conflict between the two kingdoms, Garlitz and Eurasia. Celicia understands what this will lead to in this case. It is useless to think that a small country like Eurasia has even a chance of winning. Nea jumps up from her chair, meaning they must leave this country immediately. Volz notes that, unfortunately, they cannot do this now. They still have not received any information about the evil cults. Besides, he can't ignore the situation with Ars. The three of them stand silently at the table. Nea begins to speak. She asks what he whispered to Dallas. The boy says nothing, just a reminder of the past. Naya sighs. Suddenly, a glow appears in the area of her chest. This is Venetanesh trying to contact her. The princess looks at this magical object with admiration. Even the location of the person is shown here. Volz asks what happened to the Venetanesh group. They found something on the quest evil cults. Raising her hand in a belligerent gesture, Celicia shouts that they must meet them right now. Surely they will leave immediately after hearing them out? Volz nods. Female knights are useful even when they are separated. He would have to thank Venetanesh and the others later. Slamming his hands on the table, Venetanesh fumed. Volz was going to start a war. Why couldn't he be more restrained? Volz looks at the girl in shock, and then carefully asks Nea, is Venetanesh scolding him? Nea says no. She is always like that. It's just that the girl always says what she thinks. But it looks like she can't control herself. Venetanesh indignantly asks if Volz is listening to her. He says yes. The girl was talking about a ball in Alentos, where all the influential people will gather. Celicia excitedly asks about the ball. She realized that he wanted to ask people about the evil cult. The princess says that she needs a new dress. Volz explains that this is a good opportunity to learn about the situation in the countries. Also, achieving their goals depends on who is organizing the ball. For example, if it is Vestaris, then they will not even be able to attend the ball. Venetanesh says that they do not need to worry about this. The organizer of the ball is Harvey Dietland. It looks like it will be another entertainment event. This Harvey and Vestaris do not like each other. For Volz, this is another unfamiliar name. He does not know how they are related, but if they do not like each other, Vestaris will most likely not show up. Venetanesh informs him that they are cousins. Harvey is the son of Ars Dietland. Volz chokes on his drink. In addition to his niece, he has a son he does not know about. The boy clears his throat. When they worry, he says everything is fine. But he can't believe that this is Ars's son. And who is his wife? What the hell happened to Ars? So Volz is going to the ball of his son, whom he has never met. The boy is so lost in his thoughts that he doesn't hear his name being called. Venetanesh is drawing attention to himself again. Only 2 people will go to the ball. To get there, you need to prove that you are of noble blood. So they will have to plan everything well. Also, only couples are allowed to the ball, so Volz should dress decently. The young man thinks he will see the sun he has never seen. Everything is so bad. Vols puts on a tailcoat and pulls his hair back. He steps out of the cortege and straightens his collar. The young man looks up at the building, so Ars's son will be there. But then Vols shakes his head. Now he needs to calm down and not think about it. His goal today is to learn a little more about cults. From the carriage comes a compliment on the young man's appearance. Celicia approaches Vols and asks why he is so gloomy. Did something happen? He reassures her that everything is fine. It's just that the scale of this event is bigger than he expected. The Alentos of his memories was a small town in the middle of nowhere. But in just 17 years, such progress. Celicia thought he was nervous about his first ball. Vols notices that the princess is trying not to be nervous, but it must be her first time attending a ball. The small country of Eurasia hardly had events of such a scale. Vols reassures her, saying that everything will be fine. The dress suits her very well, she looks beautiful. Celicia bashfully thanks him. Tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, Celicia calmly replies that of course she looks beautiful. She asks him not to forget their purpose. They are here to gather information on evil cults. The princess turns and walks towards the stairs, Vols following behind her. They approach the guards and introduce themselves as the Rondebro family from the kingdom of Eurasia. The guards ask each other if they have heard of such a country. But no, only the ID is confirmed by the guild, so they are not lying. The guards ask for forgiveness and let them inside. The young man asks cautiously if they are really so unknown. He calls out to Celicia, but she interrupts him. As expected, the pain of knowing that no one has heard of your country. Only those who are responsible for their country can understand this. Even if Celicia is always cheerful, she cannot accept this. Then the only thing he can do is support her. Vols tells the princess with a smile that she will do great things. Celicia smiles and thanks him. They enter the hall. Vols notes that not all of them are noble here. At best, only half. There seem to be many rich merchants here. They wear clothes that cost a fortune. Is this a battle of riches? Vols already wants to leave here as quickly as possible. Celestia notes that this place is creepy. Vols suggests to start collecting information. He asks Celestia to enjoy the food, and he goes to talk. Celicia asks why. Vols explains that the princess is too beautiful. It will be quite problematic if she follows him and is surrounded by men. So they should follow separately. However, she must hide when the music starts. If she can, she should not dance in the center. It will attract attention. She smiles and says that she understands and will do everything to avoid making him jealous. Vols tries to justify himself. He sighs. It is really hard for him to understand what the princess is thinking. At least it will be easier to act. Time to get to work. With a smile, Vols approaches one man. He is from the royal family of Ruvenia. The man asks how the young man guessed where he was from. The man is different from the other guests. His suit is well tailored, but not too flashy. It is a unique style that the royal family of Ruvenia prefers. The man replies that he has lived here for so long that he has forgotten that he is a royal. He asks what country the young man is from. Vols, bowing, admits that he is from a small country. No need to worry about that. The man is persistent. The young man is very clever to have found him here. He wants to know what country the young man is from. Volta says that he comes from the kingdom of Eurasia. The man's eyes widen. Volt asks if he knows what country that is. The man admits that he has heard of it briefly or not. If he doesn't know about it, then it's just a boring country. But in any case, the young man is very smart since he was able to find out whether he wants to work for him. Vols thinks discontentedly about his words about a boring country. He tries to calm down. Now his goal is to learn about evil cults. The young man replies that the man is too kind, but he is forced to refuse. Recently, evil cults have been increasing their power. He also heard that Festaris from Garlitz found some suspicious people. The man agrees. He also heard something about them. They are from the northern kingdom of Eumelia. Vols understands that it was dangerous. Rumors spread faster than expected. It would be quite problematic if they found out that there were people from Eurasia here. He should not mention this kingdom anymore. The man continues that the merchants also told strange rumors. The city is really dangerous. It's just a stupid rumor. Something about an attack by an evil cult, about encounters with the dead. Vols asks again, surprised. It's impossible. Could someone have finished the resurrection spell before him? Before his reincarnation, there was no one capable of this. Even now, at best, he can create a zombie. But in this reality, ours is still alive. The young man asks for forgiveness. A voice is heard saying that if they are confident in their abilities, they need to go to the center of the room. Not good. Vols needs to find Celicia before she is asked to dance, or they will definitely be found out. Vols and Celicia walk towards each other, pushing their way through the crowd of people. Suddenly, one of the girls pushes the princess. She loses control and flies over the railing. Vols immediately runs to her and catches her in midair. He asks if she is hurt. The girl replies that everything is fine. Voices are heard that the young man simply grabbed his partner and jumped on stage. What a stylish entrance. They must both be confident. They are expecting an incredible show. Vols sighs, this is the worst-case scenario. But there is no way out. Vols asks if she can dance. Celicia is indignant. Who does he think he is talking to? She is the princess of Eurasia. She wanted to ask him about it too. They walk forward. Vols smiles and asks her to keep up with him. Celicia claims that these are her words. It's time to dance. If they leave the stage now, they won't be able to stay here and they might learn nothing about the evil cults. Celicia asks if he's sure everything will be okay. She's never heard of slaves being able to dance. Vols admits that he's been learning to dance. He grabs the girl's hand. The orchestra begins to play. Vols leads Celicia in a dance. She smiles. They whirl around the dance floor. The audience admires the girl's youthful energy and smile. They don't think that other couples can dance better than them. Their movements are so smooth. Celicia swings her leg, causing everyone present to freeze. The last notes of the melody are heard. Celicia arches her back, leaning back, and Vols holds her by the waist. Everyone admires their dance. They ask what country they are from. Celicia waves her hand at them. Celicia smiles and notes that she didn't expect him to move so fast. Vols admits that he knew Celicia would keep up with him. The girl is indignant, of course. Who is she, in his opinion? There is applause. A young man comes out of the door. He notes that no one has danced like this for a long time. He is impressed. The young man asks, do they appear in public so rarely? Clothes, manners, nobility? No, this is not ours. It's Harvey Dietland. The young man says with a smile that it's true. He rarely shows his face in public. He calls them by their names and specifies that they are currently having problems with Fistaris. Vols can tell that by his behavior and manners, Harvey Dietland is definitely not his son. Vols asks if he knows about their conflict with Fistaris. What will he do now? Arrest them. Looking innocently at the guests, Harvey says, nothing of the sort. Do the guests think he will hand them over to Fistaris? He laughs. He has no need to do that. They hate each other. Harvey is none of this. And besides, instead of arresting them, he has a proposition for them. He will be frank. Harvey honestly asks them to leave this country. Celicia is surprised. Vols frowns. Now the main problem of the kingdom of Garlitz is the existence of evil cults. Harvey can't let them investigate any further. They're too involved. Vols wonders if Garlitz is interested in the evil cults too. However, he needs more information to complete the quest. Vols asks what will happen if they refuse. Harvey thinks about it. It will be problematic, but they gave him such a wonderful dance, so now he is as honest as possible. Last night he was betrayed by a very important person, so he is very angry about it. Harvey would like to avoid unnecessary problems. An important person? So there's a cult spy in the government? Harvey points out that it's humiliating for Garlitz. He even had to send elite security, but the bastard still managed to escape. Elite guards. Only the best among knights and magic squads get there. They are the strongest in the army of Garlitz. When they are sent, most countries immediately surrender. But who of them is able to escape? The main knight Dallas? No, he is with Fistaris. Really. Vols is not allowed to finish his thought, because Harvey continues to say that he did not expect such resistance, and now sent more soldiers. Harvey is going to get rid of this woman. Vols freezes. If anyone can escape from the elite guard, it's only her. Harvey is disappointed to hear that her race is supposed to be extremely loyal. Vols is confused. Has she gotten involved with evil cults? No, it's impossible. She would never betray her country. Harvey notes that perhaps he's heard of her before. Ars's son speaks of the head of the magical squad, Garlet's Feel Alstromeria. Vols can't believe it. Vols is sure that Feel couldn't betray him right away and join the evil cult. It's impossible. He clenches his fists. He needs to know the truth. Celicia glances at him cautiously. Harvey asks if they understand that he cannot waste his time on them. So he asks them to refrain from stupidity and leave the country. Vols understands, and they will leave Garlet's. But he asks to give them a little time. Harvey chuckles. He is not the devil. After 10 days, they should not be in the kingdom. He also asks everyone present at the ball not to spread rumors about this conversation. It will be quite problematic if Fistaris finds out about it. Vols asks if Celicia agrees with this. She nods. The closest kingdom to Garlet's is the kingdom of Remosha. Even so, it will take 7 days to get there. In other words, Vols has only 3 days to find Feel. He needs more information. Vols turns to Harvey with a request, because now is the best time to ask this question. What is the most interesting city in their country? Harvey folds his arms. He realizes that since they are here, they want to wander around the area. There is a mining town to the north that produces fine jewelry. The son of Ars believes that Princess Celicia will like it there. Vols asks if it is safe there. They don't want any trouble because of a fugitive, Harvey thinks, saying they don't have to worry about that. The woman went to the northwest border. Vols nods. No problem then. Celicia looks at the boy suspiciously. They go down the stairs when Nia is already waiting for them. How did she know that the Ori would return earlier? Regarding this, Venetinesh asked them to come early in case Vols got into trouble again. The dark-haired swordswoman apologizes for her selfish decision. But Vols notes that the girl was right this time. He himself wanted to meet them quickly. Were they exposed? The young man confirms this. They need to leave the country within 10 days, not right now, but they need to prepare to cross the mountains. They have to get to Remosha in 7 days, Nea exclaims in surprise. Vols asks if she has any problems with that. Nea nods immediately. There is a civil war in Remosha due to the rebellion of some nobles. It is too dangerous for Celicia to go there. But Vols points out that they only have 10 days. The only place they can go is Remosha. Nea points out that if they leave now, they will have time to get to the kingdom of Shastar. However, Celicia enters the conversation. She says that they can't go now. Vols wants to look around the mining town in the north. The swordswomen immediately become indignant, but Vols points out that it was a lie to find out the man's intentions. Celicia seriously replies that she knows it. The princess asks if he had a reason to find out what he wants to do. Vols pauses, remembering Harvey's words about the Northwest. He wants to act separately. Nea is outraged that he is the guardian of the princess. How can he act separately from her? Celicia doesn't take her eyes off him. It was the first time she saw such emotions in Vols. Until that moment, she thought he was floating somewhere in the clouds. He was always calm and always destroyed all enemies. The perfect slave guard for her. But at that moment, she realized that Vols could also feel lost, that he was also human. Celicia approaches the young man and pokes him in the chest with her finger. She touches the place where the blood contact mark is. The princess reminds him that he is her slave, so the young man must return as soon as possible. She turns away. Vols asks, confused, if the princess isn't going to use a blood contract to find out the reason. Celicia reminds him that she hates that thing. She'll wait until he tells her himself. If Vols doesn't want to talk about it, she won't push it. The princess tells him to leave now to make sure he gets there on time. They smile, hiding their smiles from each other. Vols turns, stretching his arms. He will be back in 3 days. The young man quickly runs away. Nea carefully asks if it is possible to let him go like that. Celicia smiles. There is no reason to worry. Vols is her slave, so it is her duty to trust him. Meanwhile, Vols is rushing forward quickly. He mentally asks Feel to survive. Past. Ars calls out to Feel. Tomorrow she will join the magic division. He has a gift for her. He hands her a sword. Feel looks at it in surprise. It is a magic item. The sword is suitable for self-defense. But not only. He hands her a mirror. With its help, he will always be able to find out where she is. And all because Feel is constantly disappearing somewhere, so she should not forget to always carry it with her. Feel smiles happily. She thanks Ars and promises that she will never part with it. Vols travels northwest from Elentos. In such wilderness, the spell can be used. Vols puts his hands together and directs a stream of energy into the sky. Magic detection. As he thought, there is nothing like Feel's magic. The girl is trying to escape. Of course she will hide her magic. All that remains is to search by the method of elimination, the type and size of animals, the magical power of monsters. We must exclude all magic that is not similar to human magic. Then we exclude those who have magic, but do not move, probably adventurers. Feel is very good at hiding her magic. The elite guards are not looking for her. They will not stay in place. Suddenly, he notices something. 7 groups of 5, moving towards a place where there is no magic. A coordinated action to surround the victim. If it is an elite guard, Feel should be there. Vols will get there before them. He has to take the risk. Vols finds himself at the right place. He calls out to Feel, but notices something nearby. These are funerary boats. People believe that if you put a person in a boat that looks like a coffin, the current will lead him straight to the gates of heaven, which will open before him. It is an ancient ritual. A young man looks around the area, noticing a skeleton. Vols tries to calm down and not think too much. Where is she? He's been looking for quite some time. Suddenly, something behind him catches his attention, interrupting his thoughts. This is a new coffin. No one has held a funeral here in recent days. The young man looks at this coffin tensely. He slowly approaches the coffin, memories of Feel, when he was still ours, flashing through his mind. Vols opens the coffin. Inside lies a wounded girl hugging a sword. He looks at her with concern. There are many bruises on her body, and her clothes are torn. Vols clenches his teeth. He quietly says her name. Now Vols understands. The elite guard tracked her because of the magical item. Feel should have known about it, but why didn't she get rid of it? Suddenly the girl whispers something softly, causing Vols to freeze in shock. Tears appear in the girl's eyes. Feel presses the sword to her chest and quietly calls out to Ars. Vols finally snaps out of his stupor. He asks to hold on a little longer and forms a spell on his hand. First level healing magic. He puts his hands on the girl's body. Suddenly, a voice is heard nearby asking what he is doing. They demand to see what is in the coffin and not to resist. They are an elite squad of the Kingdom of Garlits. If the young man tries to resist, but they do not guarantee his life. Vols continues to treat the girl. Mentally, he is indignant. Feel is not a traitor. But if so, why is she being driven out of the country? Why is she injured? Why is she crying? One of the squad members is screaming at him to leave, or he will die. Vols asks why they are looking for Feel. The guards are indignant. How does he know? Vols clenches his teeth. Something strange is happening. No, it doesn't matter now. Behind all this is the imposter, returned to life. Vols wants to ask a question. Filled with rage, the young man asks what they will do with Feel. Boiling with hatred, he promises himself to kill Ars Ditland. Vols asks them to answer a question. However, one of the guards tries to attack him, but the young man blocks the attack with one blow, killing the guard on the spot. The guards are getting ready. While still standing there, Vols reminds that among the mages here, there is definitely someone who was taught by Feel. Are they really that emotionless? Do they even realize what they're doing? The guard replies that this does not concern the young man, and even if it does, it concerns only Feel. Vols asks if any of the guards died from Feel's attack. The guards are silent. The young man smiles. He thought so. One of the guardian mages forms a magic ball in his hands and directs it at the motionless Vols. The young man stops this attack with one hand. The guards can't believe their eyes. How did he block the attack with one hand? Vols looks at them, full of hatred. Now he understands why the leader of the squad received such wounds. Even though Feel is being hunted, she still remains kind. She is so exhausted because she controlled her powers so as not to kill anyone. Feel is an air mage, and the elite guard uses fire magic. These elements are incompatible. They knew what would happen if it came to a fight. Gritting his teeth in rage, Vols notes that they made no attempt to understand her feelings. The guards are curious as to how he knows so much about her, so if he disappears now, there will be no problem. The guards order him to stop resisting. He may have been able to repel the first level magic, but he is no match for their swordsmen. He is no match for them. The guards charge, shouting for him to die along with the traitor. For Harvey! And for Ars. Hearing this name, the young man is filled with anger. Vols is burning with hatred. The guards attack at this time. Vols puts his hands together. With one blow, he knocks back all the guards. Vols used earth magic. The commander shouts for everyone to take off and retreat quickly. However, Vols is determined. It is too late. Using gravity magic, Vols pins them to the ground. The young man intensifies the magic. He screams with hatred for them to disappear. Magic of absolute emptiness. Only a small island remains, on which the young man and Fiel are located. The rest is pressed deep down. Vols looks around. Even the terrain has changed. Suddenly, he hears Fiel calling Ars. He wants to answer, but remembers that his name is now Vols Sai. And the Ars dit land she knows is the freak who tried to kill her. Vols asks for forgiveness. He is no longer Ars. He approaches the girl and says that she got it a little mixed up. His name is Vols Sai. He is from the kingdom of Eurasia. But Fiel stubbornly calls him Ars. The young man tries to correct her again. Fiel cuddles up to his chest and asks why he is lying to her. When Fiel woke up, it seemed to her that Ars was in front of her. Vols gently wipes away her tears and asks why she thinks he is Ars. Clinging to his chest, the girl replies that it is because he called her by her name. She closes her eyes, apparently unfamiliar, but he still called her by her name. Vols admits that it is because he was at Harvey Dietlin's ball, and he heard him talking about an elf. Fiel asks then how he was able to use the absolute void magic, a special spell that only Ars can use. Fiel looks up at him. Why is he lying to her? She presses herself against his chest again and asks him to call her by name. Tears stream down her cheeks. No one would come like this for her, except Ars. Vols doesn't take his eyes off her. His rebirth and his position as a slave, the evil cults and Ars. If he just leaves without explaining anything, Fiel won't get involved in this any further. But then she might think Ars has abandoned her. And he'll make her cry again. Vols gently pushes the girl away from him and reminds her that he is Vols Sai from the kingdom of Eurasia if she can hear and understand this. He calls her by name. The girl's eyes fill with hope. They sit and look at the stars. Fiel seems to be in a dream. When she first came to people, everything was unusual for her, but he did not let her get discouraged. Vols asks Fiel who the Ars who is in the castle is. She is silent for a while and quietly replies that she thinks it is Ars. Vols doesn't understand because he used a reincarnation spell 17 years ago. However, Fiel interrupts him, telling him that his spell failed. That day, Ars died. They began to prepare for the funeral, but the next morning, Ars appeared before them. He said his spell didn't work, but he came back to life. Vols asks again, surprised. Fiel nods, but it is not due to reincarnation magic, but revival magic. But it is impossible. How can revival magic revive a dead person? If you think about it, rewinding time also led to an unexpected result. However, it is impossible to imagine that such magic can resurrect. It would be better if he was an ordinary imposter. But what if he really is Ars? Fiel thinks so. But Vols reminds her that she doubted him. He does not understand her. When Ars returned, it was like he was a different person. He still had his memories and his mind, so Ars and Dallas assumed it was him. But Fiel always believed that he had managed to reincarnate. But that man was also Ars. In other words, he wasn't an imposter, but he wasn't the same as he used to be. And he was in his body. There was only one option. He asks if Fiel has noticed anything strange, like he is being controlled. Fiel nods. Ars became indifferent to everyone else. Sometimes he seemed terribly lonely. He also seemed to hate himself. He stopped looking in the mirror. If it was, as Fiel said, Ars was just nervous, but he was acting of his own free will. It didn't seem like he was being controlled. Vols asks again if Ars used spells. Then he died because his body couldn't handle that much magic. And even if he was resurrected, he wouldn't be safe in that body for 17 years. Fiel says that he refrained from complex spells, but he could use simple ones. He said that his body was created from new cells. The boy nods. Ars is not an imposter, and no one is controlling him. Even if he wants to believe that it is impossible, and it is on the edge of his understanding. And this creature is trying to take away what is dear to him. Vols stands up. Fiel asks worriedly what happened. Vols says he heard that Ars insisted on increasing taxes, which is why ordinary people suffer. Moreover, He tried to corner and kill Phil. Vols will never forgive him for this. He will personally put an end to this. Phil grabs him by the clothes and tells him not to worry about her. Besides, she thinks that Ars is in the palace too. Phil presses herself against his thigh, kneeling, and admits that she would not like to see Ars hurt. Vols hands her the sword. He sealed the magic so they can't track it. He asks, she knew that with its help the guards would track him. Why is she still carrying it with her? Phil smiles and hugs the sword to herself, because it is the most important thing to her. Even if that Ars wants to kill her, she will not leave the sword. Vols notes that she hasn't changed at all. Phil can sacrifice her safety, but not what she holds dear. Vol declares that he will fight for what is dear to him. He has decided so. Phil looks at him with admiration, but it's too late, they will start tomorrow. Phil shyly asks if she can hold his hand. She is afraid that he will disappear again. Vols smiles and takes her hand. There are still many disagreements and secrets in the world, but now they are together, and there is silence. The armored youth sat leaning against a tree. His eyes were half closed. A striped cloth lay in front of him. He looked ahead with an anxious expression. Tall grass grew nearby. The boy noticed the absence of his companion and jumped to his feet. Her things were left on the ground. He looked around and called Phil by name. A female figure appeared in the distance. The boy's face expressed concern. Phil stood naked in the water and adjusted her hair. She looked towards the shore. The guy watched her with surprise. The girl apologized for waking him. The atmosphere remained quiet. The scene was shown from above. The girl was standing in the water near the shore. The guy was in the shade of the trees. They exchanged phrases at a distance. There was a forest and a water surface around. Phil stood in the water and turned towards the voice. The young man asked her what she would do if the boat continued down the river. She looked at him silently. Her face remained serious. The water swayed around her. Phil stood in the water and looked towards the shore. She said that she had already made a decision. The girl noted that even if she had to go around the whole world, she would still act. Her posture remained calm. Her lines sounded confident. The girl raised her hands to push her hair back. She said she was heading to find Arj herself. She hesitated slightly while answering. Her face remained calm. There was a pond around. The warrior, sitting under a tree, watched the events by the water. The girl standing in the water said that now it was her turn. She explained that he had tried to use reincarnation to gain a strong body, and that his wish had been granted. The boy listened attentively, without interrupting. The girl with pointy ears, covering her hands, addressed the interlocutor with a question. She wanted to know why he had not returned to Kalitz. The guy listened to her without showing any emotion. His gaze remained serious and focused. The atmosphere between them remained tense. The girl turned around and headed towards the tree behind which the guy was sitting. Walls explained that he was currently acting as the princess's bodyguard. He listened to her words and concluded that the corona system was in effect again. The situation remained calm. The girl admitted that Walls plays an important role in the kingdom of Eurasia. She approached along the rocky path, stepping carefully with her bare feet. Then she added that she hoped he would return a little earlier. The warrior's expression remained reserved and thoughtful. The boy looked down and admitted that he couldn't go back. He explained that even if he tried, no one would believe his words. Then he added that Ars was still alive. The girl continued to slowly walk on the ground with her bare feet. The silence between them emphasized the seriousness of the conversation. The girl stopped and lowered her hands, clasping her fingers to her chest. Walls admitted that he was now a slave. The girl's face expressed concern. There was a pause between them. The boy confessed with a dejected expression that he had to return to his master. His gaze remained heavy. The girl with long hair, hearing this, widened her eyes in surprise. She internally realized that she had expected this outcome. The situation between them was becoming increasingly tense. The guy called Phil, worried about the silence. Then the girl realized and declared that she would eliminate the princess to Walls, was able to gain freedom. The girl, engulfed in light, turned around abruptly and ran away into the forest. The guy behind her screamed, trying to stop her. He called out her name loudly, begging her not to leave. Phil did not stop and continued moving despite his words. The situation escalated sharply. The girl said with a serious expression that this was the only way to free Walls. Then she firmly declared that she would deal with it herself. The guy indignantly objected that this was not the issue. He reminded her that he had already told her everything yesterday and demanded to understand that she was now Wal's Sai. The boy, sitting by the tree, calmly explained that he was bound to the princess by a blood contract. He added that if Celicia died, he would die with her. His face remained serious and focused. The girl, hearing this, turned around abruptly with a surprised expression. She quietly said that she could not believe it. The girl said with concern that this was too cruel. She added that it was unfair to take away Wal-sama's freedom with such force. The boy remained silent, looking down and leaning against the tree. His expression remained tense. The atmosphere between them became increasingly heavy. The guy calmly asked the girl not to think like that. He emphasized that he was still free. Then he added that he could stand here and now and that he could be next to her. His words sounded confident against the background of the surface, reflecting in the water. The boy explained that he could be there because Celicia had let him leave without saying a word. The girl silently looked up at the sky, considering his words. Then she lowered her head slightly and quietly said, "That's how it was." Her face expressed a mixture of confusion and sadness. The boy began to talk about Celicia with a slight smile. He noted that her magic was still weak, but she was able to control 4 attributes at once. He then added that she hated the difference in status between a princess and a slave. He described her as a strange girl who always treated him as an equal. There was respect and gratitude in his voice. The boy quietly noted that Celicia had potential. His face remained calm and confident. The girl looked at him with tension and said that he was trying too hard to protect Celicia-sama. Her expression betrayed her irritation. The girl, without turning around, noticed that this was unusual for Wal-sama. She assumed that he might have feelings for Celicia. The guy's expression changed abruptly. The boy, sitting by the tree, responded to the girl's words with a slight grin. He nervously said that Celicia was only 16 years old, and that although his body was young, inside he was a 47-year-old man. The situation briefly lost its former seriousness. The boy said that Celicia was young enough to be his daughter. The girl turned around and asked what about her then. She said that if age was so important, then why didn't he take it into account with her? The boy responded with surprise that it didn't matter. The tension between them increased again. The girl screamed with despair in her voice, asking if she couldn't love a human. Her eyes were shining and her hands were clenched into fists. The boy froze in surprise and mentally admitted that he had forgotten about the age difference. He remembered that elves had a much longer lifespan. The girl turned away abruptly and walked away, calling his words just an excuse. The guy tried to stop her and exclaimed that everything was wrong. His face reflected confusion and guilt. She looked over her shoulder with a cold and hard expression. The tension between them reached its peak. The boy, slightly embarrassed, admitted that he didn't know where to look. He stood in front of the girl, trying to remain calm. She watched him attentively, without saying a word. There was no reproach in her gaze. The silence of the forest emphasized the awkwardness of the moment. The guy, looking away, said he was thinking about going further. He added that they should find her some clothes. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, quietly agreed. The situation had eased a little, but there was still a sense of awkwardness between them. The girl looked down and said that age was no longer an excuse. Then she added that it was wrong to treat Celicia like a child. The boy admitted with a slight smile that she was right. He apologized to Phil and promised to be more careful. His tone was calm and sincere. The boy headed deeper into the forest, putting his hand to his forehead as if shielding himself from the sun. The girl followed him without saying a word. Doubt was reflected on her face, and she quietly tried to say something. Then she added that she had meant something completely different. The calm sky stretched above the trees, emphasizing the pause in their dialogue. The city of Kuzan, also called Guardia, was located at the foot of the mountains. Its territory was densely built up with buildings and roads. Pedestrians moved calmly along the streets of Kuzan. In one of the buildings, Wall stood leaning against the wall and waited. He asked Phil, "Is she done with changing clothes?" Girl answered in the affirmative. The girl stood there in her new clothes and apologetically said that she had spent Euregia's money. She added that the item was expensive. The guy confidently told her not to worry about it. and noted that it was still better than the old military uniform. He explained that it was only temporary and that she would pay back the debt later. He then added that Celicia was not the type to get angry about something like that. The guy pulled the hood over the girl and told her to cover herself. He explained that she could be attacked again in Kalitz just because she elf. He then added that he did not want to see her suffer again. The girl looked at him in surprise, without saying a word. Her expression reflected slight confusion. The girl adjusted her hood a little hesitantly and began to speak. She wondered what she would do when they reached the princess. Then she added that she could take up monster hunting if necessary. The boy calmly said that the task would be simple. He explained that he wanted her to teach Celicia magic from the basics to the advanced level. Then he reminded her that she had already taught in the magic division. Seeing her silence, he asked what had happened. The girl looked back, not hiding a slight tension. The girl quietly said that she would have to train her own rival. The boy was surprised and asked again, meaning Celicia. He noted that she was a newbie and could not be her equal. Then he added that he himself should not use magic for now. His tone remained calm. The boy with his eyes closed calmly suggested that if she didn't want to teach, he could say that he had learned everything before. Then he added that in the worst case he would teach Celicia himself. The girl indignantly clenched her fists and declared that she would do it herself. Her gaze became firm. She made her decision without hesitation. The girl agreed with restraint and thanked him for his decision. Then she and the guy walked along the city streets. He noted that they now had everything they needed. He added that Fiel was carrying souvenirs for Celicia. After that, he suggested going to her right away, but specified that they needed to do something first. The boy stopped and said that if Fiel wanted to stay with him, she had to listen to him. He asked her to listen carefully. Then he introduced himself as Walls Sai. The girl tensed up a bit but nodded. There was a brief agreement in her voice. The boy said that something important had happened before the reincarnation into a slave. He explained that another Ars already existed in this world. Therefore, he could no longer be his former self. Then he added that their connection now was simply an encounter with salvation the day before. In the end, he asked if she understood that. The boy said that from that day on, the fact of his past as Ars must be hidden. He demanded to keep it a secret until his death. The girl looked at him silently, without looking away. There was mutual understanding between them. The atmosphere remained serious. The guy, looking into her eyes, asked if everything was still in force. He wanted to know if she was ready to go further with him. The girl looked back with restraint, not rushing to answer. A heavy pause hung over them. The girl, clinging to him, said in a restrained voice that she didn't want it. Her face remained serious, her gaze was directed to the side. The guy looked at her in surprise, not expecting such an answer. His hands continued to support her. There was a tense silence around. The boy, looking at the girl, said her name and tried to say something. He was silent for a moment, then admitted that there was no other way out in the current circumstances. He added that he understood her. They stood in front of each other, surrounded by emptiness. The girl sadly said that she wanted to repeat her words. She admitted that she was sad. The guy, lowering his head, said that he could no longer call him Ars-sama. His voice was quiet and reserved. Both stood in the light, surrounded by the shadow of the building. The girl touched the hood and said that they should build a new relationship from now on. Her voice was calm. The guy lowered his eyes and remained silent. His face remained serious. A silent agreement was established between them. The boy suddenly grabbed his arm as if he felt pain. The girl ran up to him in fear and screamed, asking what had happened. She called him by name, not hiding her excitement. He began to lose his balance, leaning on his sword. His condition was alarming. The girl looked around and asked why they were in such a deserted place. Her gaze expressed suspicion. The guy calmly reminded that he had already spoken about himself. He reaffirmed that now he will sigh. The surroundings remained deserted and tense. The boy calmly said that he wanted him to stop calling him Ars. Fiel lowered his head and replied that he understood Wyron. He added that she had no objections to that. Keeping her hands in front of her, she tried to remain calm. The guy said that was why he wanted to hear his name from her. He specified that it was necessary so that there would be no regrets later. They were standing on a deserted street next to the building. The girl was silent, not reacting right away. The situation remained calm. The guy said he didn't want her to have any unspoken feelings. He suggested she say whatever she wanted. Then he added that he was ready to listen. The girl stood silently, looking straight ahead. Her gaze showed an internal struggle. The girl was silent for a long time, looking straight ahead. Her face reflected suppressed emotions. Suddenly she rushed to him and hugged him tightly. Tears came to her eyes and she loudly called out his name. The guy stopped and accepted her impulse without words. The girl pressed herself against him and repeated his name again, not holding back her tears. She called him several times in a row. The guy quietly answered that he was here. His gaze was calm and a little sad. At that moment, there was complete closeness between them. The girl began to cry and, hugging him tighter, called him by name again. Through her tears, she said that her feelings had not changed, even if he was now Wal-sama. Her voice trembled, but sounded sincere. The guy did not pull away and held her in his arms. The moment remained deep and personal. The guy quietly said that she was important to him too. His gaze remained calm and sincere. The girl closed her eyes and a tear rolled down her cheek. Then she looked up, full of light. Her emotions were deeply reflected in her eyes. The girl's voice echoed through the city, calling his name over and over again. The boy stood alone on the pavement, looking up. Her voice grew louder and more insistent. The sky and mountains stretched above the city. The girl looked at him and said that she had said his name enough. She specified that from now on she would call him differently. There was firmness in her voice, but without offense. The guy listened silently, standing opposite her. The guy, looking at her seriously, admitted that he had one last request. The girl promised in response not to leave him again. She added that this time he was obliged to live a long life until he grew old. The girl, with a slight smile, promised that next time she would be there to take care of him. The guy nodded and calmly replied that he relied on her. Against the morning sky, the carriage sped along the wooden road, raising clouds of dust. The driver held the reins tightly as the pair of horses rushed forward through the dense forest. The boy realized that he needed to think about the information he had received and his future actions before he rejoined Celicia's group. The guy noted that his reincarnation magic didn't work, but he was still able to come back to life. He added that he had never heard of the resurrection of the dead before his rebirth. He recalled the cult and the conflicts that were spreading at an unprecedented rate. The guy realized that all these events happened after his reincarnation. He noted this moment with restraint. While it could all be a coincidence, he was sure that the other R's was somehow connected to what was happening. As he traveled in the carriage, the boy recalled Fiel's words in the city. He thought about what she had said then. He remembered how in Kuzan City she said that she would travel the world to find him. Those words remained in his mind. The guy wondered why she was so sure that there was a second him, since she had no proof. Fiel explained that before breaking up with R-sama, Ines told her something. These words pushed her to take action. The boy remembered how Fiel, looking out the carriage window, spoke about her words spoken earlier in the city. He thought about the meaning of those words. They contained a hint of her determination. The girl firmly stated that she did not recognize this man as the same R-sama she knew. For her, he was no longer the one she once took him for. Hearing the spirit's words, the hero wondered about her loyalty to the former R's. He assumed that the one Ines respected might still exist somewhere. The hero came to the conclusion that Dallas was not mistaken. The spirit that had been with him before did not recognize the other R's and left him. This strengthened the confidence that there really was someone else in front of them. He remembered the rumors that the evil cult had allegedly encountered the dead. Even if a person could be deceived, the spirit would recognize the truth, and this arse was already completely different. The hero decided to focus on fighting the cult, because he felt that there was a connection between them, the dead, and the other R's. If he combined everything he knew, he might find the answer. The hero pondered that he could use the crown system to destroy the evil. If the cult had already infiltrated the kingdom of Kalitz, it could help prevent its fall. His goal remained the same, to protect Celicia and complete the task. The travelers approached a luxurious building, and one of them noted that this was clearly not a cheap hotel, probably the Nea. Another confirmed that they had arrived. Suddenly a silhouette appeared with the words, "Well, Sama, welcome back." A warrior named Venetinash showed up for night patrol despite the late hour. She firmly replied that this was her job, not considering it necessary to rest. At that moment, Walls introduced the girl next to him as Fiel Alstramilia, and Venetinash suspiciously asked who she was. The armored warrior was surprised to learn that the person standing before her was the former head of the Kalitz magic division. Surprise showed on her face when she realized who this girl was. The warrior looked at the new girl with suspicion, not understanding who she was. The guy tried to postpone the explanation, citing the late hour and the fact that everyone was already asleep. However, the sorceress noticed that Celicia was waiting for him, just like the night before. The warrior expressed her readiness to inform Celicia of Walzama's return and asked the others to wait. The guy first suggested going to her right away, but fell silent when he saw the sorceress's reaction. She watched silently, without voicing any objections. The boy was surprised to see that the entire approaching group consisted exclusively of women. He turned to the sorceress, trying to understand her reaction. She noticed that Walzan was popular. The warrior asked in bewilderment if everything really looked as it seemed. The girl looked away and embarrassedly muttered that he should not pay attention, adding that it did not matter. The boy noticed that Celicia's behavior had suddenly changed after their return. He assumed that she simply felt uncomfortable around people she barely knew. To avoid unnecessary attention, he decided to take a different route, thinking about what their relationship was like when he was ours. The boy was surprised to find himself being greeted in a room full of people. A girl in uniform approached him, reminding him that he had promised to investigate the cult. She said that she had been worried and waiting for him, but instead he had returned with a new acquaintance. The girl reminded him with irritation that he had gone to investigate the cult, but had not returned alone. She expressed displeasure that instead of information, he had brought with him an influential person from another country. Her gaze showed resentment, and her words sounded cold and distant. The girl looked at him attentively, demanding an explanation for his actions. Her voice sounded calm, but there was distrust hidden behind her questions. The guy did not know how to answer right away, feeling the growing tension. One of the warriors said that he had learned important information from Venetonash. According to him, the girl in the cloak was the leader of the magical division of the Khalat's kingdom. Upon hearing this, the others present looked at her in surprise. One of the girls expressed doubt that if this was true, then the situation was taking a serious turn. The girl in uniform stated that this was the person Harway Ditland was looking for as a supposed traitor. The atmosphere among those gathered became tense. One of the characters asked a direct question about why he left them to save another. The one being addressed thought about it, realizing that he couldn't leave Phil alone, but at the same time doubting the correctness of his choice. He silently looked at the ground, trying to think about the situation. He knew he couldn't just take her with him, given his current situation. In order to ensure Phil's safety, he needed to secure Celicia's consent. Only then could he be sure she would be safe. The boy recounted that he had heard something strange at the reception in Alentos. He noted that there was a rumor among the merchants about a meeting with a dead man. Everyone in the hall was surprised by this rumor. The girl calmly commented that this was new information for her. The guy, crossing his arms, explained that they were forced to dance then, and he simply forgot to mention it earlier. The boy remembered how, despite the fact that they had destroyed the zombie goblin, they were still considered enemies. Usually it was customary to express gratitude for helping the country, but this time it was different. He came to the conclusion that they were simply given a message not to interfere unnecessarily. The guy thought about what had happened again and decided that the two clues could be connected. He began to suspect that there was a logical connection between them. The girl reminded him that he already had evidence that confirmed his guess. The boy pointed at the girl, calling her by her name, Phil. He explained that despite her high status, she was being pursued by her own elite guards. He suggested that she might know about the internal affairs of her country. The guy admitted that some of the problems were his fault, and added that that was all he could say for now. He realized that to convince Celicia, he would have to prove the importance of Phil, even if he had to resort to trickery. The girl guessed that this was why he was in a hurry, and expressed it out loud. Then she noted that there was no need to hide everything. She added that he could have told everything from the very beginning. The boy admitted that the opponents were elite Khalit's guards. He added that he was not sure if he would be able to return alive, and did not want her to worry. His gaze reflected fatigue and tension. The girl calmly noted that she understood everything, and asked a clarifying question whether his guess was really correct. She asked if the new companion knew anything important about what was happening behind the scenes. The guy briefly confirmed that he had managed to find out something. The guy said that Ars Ditland died 17 years ago, which surprised everyone present. The girl asked doubtfully if he really died. The others were also shocked, trying to understand if the current Ars was a fake. The girl noticed that Ars's personality had changed, but she insisted that he was still a real person. She added that if Feel's words were true, then the real Ars Ditland had indeed been resurrected. Hearing this, the other girl thought about it, noting that it sounded like he had returned from the dead. One of the characters came to the conclusion that an evil cult was involved in this whole situation. He also noted that the resurrection of Ars Ditland has a direct relation to them. The girl admitted that she initially thought that they would have to eliminate only an insignificant sect, and did not expect that everything would turn out to be so serious. The guy explained why they couldn't do nothing. He said that after arriving in Rumosha, they had to continue their mission. The girl added that if they left things as they were, the cult's influence would sooner or later reach Eurasia's. The princess stared at the girl as she awkwardly addressed her by her title. Coming closer, she apologized for the delay and politely introduced herself. She gave her full name and said that she used to be the head of the Khalit's magic division. The girl gratefully reminded that Wal's Sama had saved her life and provided her with clothes at the expense of the kingdom. The guy noted that he could not leave her in worn-out clothes, since he had received money from her. In return for her care, she promised to become a magic mentor for Celicia. The boy said that the former head of the magic division would accompany them on their journey and become their personal magic tutor. He added that it was a rare opportunity. He then turned to Celicia, asking for her opinion. The girl noted that she had objections, but was unable to formulate them fully. Then it was said that this girl was currently wanted throughout the country, so she could not be registered in the guild. The girl said doubtfully that she did not consider her a bad person. Then she added that she had fled from a country taken over by a cult, and expressed confidence that she was not their enemy. The elf girl retorted sharply when she heard that the group could become an enemy of a great nation because of her. She was upset and did not want everything to be reduced to just her past. The boy watched her reaction with concern, realizing how difficult this was for her. The girl passionately reminded that Walls had saved her life and expressed gratitude for Celicia's generosity. She emphasized that elves value kindness more than humans and do not forget debts. Her determination to help the princess become the greatest mage sounded like an oath. She loudly declared that she would do everything in her power to repay the kindness. She promised to mentor Celicia and help her reach the top. Her voice was confident, and she was not going to back down, despite the risk. Feel stood in the center of the room, next to the warrior and the princess, while the others watched from the side. She cast a serious glance towards Celicia, waiting for her decision. Feel's words and nodded calmly, acknowledging her willingness to help. She enthusiastically accepted her trust and assured her that she would do everything properly. The elf hesitantly approached the princess and, looking down, said that she wanted to give her an item. The warrior watched this silently, standing to the side. Feel held out both hands, holding a magical item. She explained that it was an amulet that helped stabilize magic when casting multiple spells at once. The warrior noted to himself that now was a good time to hand over the amulet, since Celicia really needed it. In his opinion, a gift from such a famous magician as Feel would be received by the princess with great trust. Feel smiled reservedly and said that she was ready to hand over the amulet, since Celicia was a very talented sorceress, capable of controlling several elements at once. Feel for the gift with a warm smile. She noted that it was given with care and attention. Feel's persistence, they managed to convince Celicia. However, despite the agreement reached, she pointed out that the use of state funds without permission remains a separate issue and should not go unpunished. Before they left the country the next day, the boy was given charge of the equipment of all the members of the group. The warrior handed him one of the swords, and he silently accepted the punishment. The boy was surprised by the mild punishment, but decided not to object and carried the equipment. The warrior thought that now Feel would not have to worry so much. However, inside she hesitated, unsure of this decision. 9 days later, the group arrived in Sandal, a kingdom of Rumosha. As they surveyed the new location, the companions stood with ambiguous expressions, and one of them wondered if this was really something they should do. Venetanash and Feel entered the clearing, taking up fighting positions facing each other. Both declared that they would not hold back, and their looks reflected their determination to fight in earnest. The girl hesitated before answering that nothing important had happened. The guy, catching her mood, calmly accepted this, although he noticed her doubt. Walls assumed that the reason was her prejudice against mages. The girl's face reflected the internal tension, but she did not answer, only pressed her lips together and looked away. She admitted that she hated mages not only because of ours, but also because of the way they fought. It irritated her that they fought from a distance, not feeling the weight of someone else's life. She admitted that she simply could not understand it. Walls reflected on the tense situation between Celestia and Nea. He noted that Feel had been accepted by his and Celestia's decision, but had no connection to Nea's group yet. Since Feel was a mage and Nea despised mages, her dislike was understandable. In order to establish cooperation in the future, Walls decided to intervene himself. He stopped the rivals and told Feel to show his skills. Walls surprised everyone by stating that Feel had been trained by the head knight of Kalitz. The others were shocked. It was unexpected for them that a mage like her could fight with a sword. Nea reacted with surprise when she heard that Feel had been trained by the Kalitz's chief knight. However, Feel's frail frame made her combat abilities questionable. Waltz said that a more suitable opponent for her would be Venetaninash, not Nea, known as the Sword Princess. Feel calmly agreed to participate in the duel, expressing her readiness. However, Nea reacted with distrust, but still accepted the decision, while telling to closely monitor the upcoming fight. Feel stepped into the clearing, where her opponent was already waiting for her with a sword in her hands. Both rivals exchanged glances in silence, preparing for the duel. The wind fluttered Feel's cloak, emphasizing the tense atmosphere before the fight. One of the observers expressed doubt about the necessity of the duel, but the warrior explained that they needed to assess each other's abilities. He added that for a true acceptance into the team, it was important to see each other's strength, and especially noted that Celicia should also be watching closely. The hooded girl approached Walls asking for a sword. He immediately asked Nea to lend him the weapon because his own sword was too heavy for the girl. Feel happily reached out her hands for the sword, and the knight silently agreed to hand it over. The next moment, the weapon shot up into the air, striking the assembled crowd with an unexpected magical effect. The sword fell suddenly from the sky, causing fear in everyone present. The girl calmly caught it, despite the expectations of the others, and confidently thanked for the opportunity to take the weapon. Everyone watched in amazement, not believing that there really was a magician in front of them. Nea quietly turned to the commander with doubt, and he immediately realized that everyone was asking the same question. The boy carefully asked about Nea's bias towards mages, recalling her earlier words. The girl explained that her opinion changes if a mage uses abilities within close combat, enhancing his strengths and covering up his weaknesses. The warrior acknowledged the justice of what was said and gave the command to begin the duel. The girl opposite, with a determined look, warned that she would not hold back. Venetanash quickly closed the distance and delivered a powerful blow from above. The opponent managed to raise her sword to repel the attack. The girl in the cloak struck quickly, putting all her strength into it, and the fighter's blades clashed with a ringing sound. The warrior responded with restraint, but carefully watched her opponent's actions. The girl with the sword abruptly changed the direction of her attack and created a series of magical waves that rolled across the ground. The warrior tensed, noticing the unusual movements and strength in her opponent's actions. The combatants continued to exchange blows while the others watched their movements. The warrior admitted that it was obvious from the technique the rival is not limited to magic. The guy with a slight smile reminded that he predicted this. During a furious exchange of blows, Feel attempted a strong blow from above, but her opponent parried it without difficulty. She expressed surprise, noticing the instability of the attack. Nea, watching the fight, calmly noted to herself that her opponent's swings were not powerful enough. Nea noted that the girl's main weakness is her endurance. Despite the magical support of speed, without the proper strength she does not pose a threat. The opponent demonstrated a real swordsman's technique, dominating the fight. The observers noticed that the girl's body was not adapted to constant battles, and due to her lack of endurance, she would soon tire. The opponent caught this and decided to end the fight, pointing out the slowing down of the pace. The girl tried to repel the attack, but her strength was running out. During the final attack, both opponents strike simultaneously, but the hooded girl's sudden change in stance disrupts her opponent's attack. Celicia notices that she used the wind to change her stance. The fight ends in a draw. The hooded girl pushes off the ground and lunges forward. At that moment, the second participant rushes towards her, both clutching their swords, preparing for the final blow. The blades intersect in an instantaneous collision. The opponents strike simultaneously, but at the last moment, Walls interrupts them. Both are surprised to realize how serious the fight was. The guy says that they overdid it a bit, and suggests that they stop the fight to avoid real injuries. The boy turns around and sums up the fight, claiming that mages are not useless. He asks the girl a direct question, expecting her to acknowledge what she saw. The warrior looks at him silently, looking down, not giving an immediate answer. The girl in the cloak listens attentively, as those around her evaluate her. She is recognized not only as a skilled mage, but also as a brave swordswoman who was able to compensate for her physical weakness and fight her opponent with dignity. Her determination and ability to exploit her opponent's weaknesses are noted. The warrior bows and asks the girl in the cloak for forgiveness for her previous rudeness. She officially recognizes her as a true swordswoman. The girl smiles in surprise. Fio looks up in surprise at the warrior's words. She admits that she is proud of being a mage, despite respecting the swordswoman's skill. The sorceress gently hands the sword back with a kind smile, suggesting that they respect each other's pride. The warrior listens to her silently, and then, as if for the first time, thinks about the meaning of these words. After the duel was over, the group moved on, discussing where to celebrate. Despite their recent differences, everyone walked together, showing the beginnings of trust and a common path. The heroes arrived in the city of Santal, located in the kingdom of Remosha, which was engulfed in civil war. Celicia expressed a desire to arrange a festive reception for her new companion, but it turned out that in the current situation, only weapon shops and taverns were open. Celicia noted that it was more important to focus on plans for the future, but heard from the girl in the raincoat that everything was fine. The guy added that if she agreed, there were no objections, and that he would still like to sit down and rest for a bit. The characters enter a room where armed men are already sitting at long tables. Celicia freezes, recognizing someone, and her face expresses surprise. The guy next to her also stops, recognizing the situation. The group sits down at a long table, facing each other, waiting to talk. Everyone looks focused. Walls notices that his mistress has turned pale and speaks about it cautiously. Celicia watched the people in the room carefully, and her gaze became worried. She quietly noted that they had a sense of death about them, as if they were surrounded by it. After a pause, she added that perhaps they were slaves. Walls. Judging by the clothes of the visitors, he said that even during the Civil War, pubs continued to operate to help people escape from fear and pain. Looking at what was happening, the warrior sadly noted that although slavery existed in Eurasius, the slaves were not treated so cruelly there. However, her heart could not remain indifferent, and she sincerely expressed her desire to eradicate slavery in her country. The boy thought about Celicia's words and came to the conclusion that she was being so gentle with him precisely because she wanted to change the world. Despite her kindness, he realized that as a future ruler, she would have to face the harsh reality of slaves and soldiers being sent to mines to expand the territory, and it would not be easy to get rid of it. The boy explained that to eradicate slavery, two things were needed. The country must not be isolated or attacked, and it must have a power comparable to the Khalits, and an internal cohesion capable of suppressing any external threats. The words made Celicia think. Celicia confidently stated that she knew why she was participating in the system of choosing rulers. She promised that she would change her country and accomplish a great thing. In his mind, the warrior said that he supported Celicia's ideals and that he had no reason to go against them. But he still couldn't stop wondering why. After that, Walls asked his mistress about the blood contract. Celicia exclaimed that she couldn't do that because only her father knew how to cancel the contract. She admitted that despite the contradictions in her words, she needed Walls to make her dream come true. Celicia wondered if he was willing to risk his life for her, even without the blood contract in effect. The boy replied that it seemed interesting enough to risk. But suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a roar. New customers entered the tavern, one of whom loudly complained about the boring atmosphere. Celicia immediately became wary, noticing someone familiar among them. The guy next to her noticed her reaction and asked what was wrong. A man in military uniform rudely entered the tavern, shouting orders. He demanded meat, steak, and whatever else was available, ordering his subordinates to keep up and not dawdle. The guy asked who had appeared in the tavern. The girl in armor, looking at the man who had approached, explained that in front of them was one of the 1,000 knights named Gaster, belonging to the royal army of Ramosha. The girl with long hair asked the newcomer's name in surprise. Naya added that he was called the Immortal, and that he was famous for his many victories. He also remembered that he had once tried to invite her to join his team in the guild. Walls doubtfully said that the nickname Immortal was a bit exaggerated. He also expressed distrust in Gaster's actual strength, looking at his arrogant behavior. Naya, with a serious expression, advised him to observe him to see if everything would be clear. Naya noted that this man looked a little creepy. The long-haired lady, looking thoughtfully at the man, quietly repeated the words, "More than before?" Then Walls added that if Naya says so, then it must be true. The warrior suggested not to get involved with this man. Then she added that, for now, they should focus on plans for the future. Everyone agreed with restraint. One of the participants suggested checking their current situation first. Then, recalling the events after the party, another explained that they had followed Harway's advice and come here to avoid conflict with Kalitz. They figured out that their main goal was still the destruction of the sinister cult. It turned out that Alice Ditland, who came back to life, is connected to this cult. However, due to the situation with Harway, they are temporarily unable to stay in Kalitz. Celicia suggested looking for additional sources of information. One of the participants specified which ones. She mentioned a rumor that a member of the Ravenian royal family had met with a dead person. Another participant added that such rumors were circulating among merchants, and suggested going to where they usually congregated. Phil confirmed with a smile that they were heading to the Ramosha Merchant Guild. Celicia suggested that the easiest way to gather information was through travelers. She explained that adventurers traveled to different regions to complete quests and could know a lot. Venetanash explained that the Adventurers Guild was under the control of the church. The Night Girl added that there was a rule to leave a country if the war had lasted for more than 2 years. The drawing indicated that the civil war had been going on for 10 years in this country, so there was no guild here. When everyone was discussing the plan of action, someone politely interrupted the conversation. One of the companions asked what was wrong. The blonde Night Girl raised her hand and admitted that she liked Walsama's idea, but she had her doubts. The blonde suggested that they leave the country immediately and head south. She thinks that it is not worth the risk of getting involved in a civil war, and it is better to look for information elsewhere. The guy replies that he has already thought about this option. The guy expressed the opinion that the situation was not yet so critical to urgently leave the country, and there was no guarantee that they would find clues in the next place. He suggested that they try to stay anyway to increase the chances of useful information, to which Celicia agreed. Celicia admitted that she also wanted to leave this country as soon as possible, but added that visiting the guild would not take much time. The guy turned to Naya with concern, noticing her silent reaction. A loud voice caught Walls' attention, and he looked away. At the next table, a man in uniform was drinking loudly and demanding more, ignoring those around him. One of his companions silently left the room, while the officer continued to give loud commands. While the man laughed loudly, the girl with short hair watched him closely. The guy didn't notice anything unusual, but her expression said otherwise. Suddenly, his gaze froze when he caught an unnatural movement, and his eyes widened in alarm. The scarred man drank silently from a wooden mug, oblivious to what was going on around him. His face remained impassive, but his gaze became increasingly empty. It seemed as if there was no emotion or awareness in him. The guy noticed that Gaster's movements were too strange and unnatural. The girl in armor emphasized that this was what made her uneasy. According to her, this man was not under magical control. His companion also did not have much magical power, which made what was happening even more suspicious. Gaster with icy eyes, he continued to drink. Suddenly, one of the observers expressed doubt. His behavior was reminiscent of a cripple. Despite this, he loudly demanded a refill of the mug, laughing and not paying attention to the oddities noticed by those around him. The boy noticed that the man began to move as usual as soon as the swordsman returned. He was alarmed by this coincidence, and began to think about the nickname Immortal Gaster, linking it with the change that had taken place. The hero thought about the facts he had heard. He connected the nicknames Immortal Gaster and Resurrected Ars with the cult, resurrection, and rumors about the dead, which led him to dark reflections on the connection between these phenomena. Celicia visibly frowned, lost in anxious thoughts. The next moment, her attention was suddenly drawn to something in front of her, causing her to raise her head with a surprised expression. The boy watched a scene intently, connecting it with the facts he had recently discussed. He came to the conclusion that these events might be connected, and if so, they might contain the answer he was looking for. Celicia suddenly touched the guy's cheek, causing him to flinch in surprise. He looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she did it. Celicia looked at the boy carefully and tried to stop him, reminding him that his suspicions about that person could be connected to the cult. She asked him to calm down, seeing how he was starting to lose control. She explained the possible consequences of a conflict with Gaster. She reminded them that their goal was to visit the Merchant Guild, and any problems could delay their departure or even disrupt it. The girl reminded him to remain calm. He sat back down slowly and admitted that he had spoken too quickly. He lowered his head slightly and apologized. Walls lifted his mug and took a sip, considering the situation. He admitted that he would have acted differently if he had been alone. Now, in his different role, he realized he had to act with caution. He paused for a moment, considering the situation. The boy watched the girl with surprise, realizing that he hadn't expected to hear any good advice from her. He noted to himself how much she had changed since the beginning of their journey. The idea that she was growing up suddenly became obvious to him. The boy quietly thanked the girl, and she responded with a slight smile, as if it was a given. He looked down and calmly reminded her that, after all, he was her mentor. The travelers approached the majestic building of the Merchants Guild in the kingdom of Rumosha. One of them noted that he was glad that they had arrived without problems, but immediately after that, something alerted them at the entrance. The group stopped at the entrance to the guild building, where one of the members asked in surprise about the meaning of prepayment. Celicia explained that in the conditions of a civil war, the locals would not listen without money, and added that this was a common practice in the guild. The lady could hardly contain her emotions, indignantly clenching her fists because of the rudeness of one of the guild workers, who, smiling, suggested that she simply leave if everything that was happening seemed absurd to her. Walls mentally analyzed the political situation in the country, noting the location of the Merchant Guild Rumosha in the north. He also mentioned the largest faction called Gabriel Firm, with whom he hoped to establish contact. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the country, there were rebellious nobles. Naya reported that before they were kicked out, she managed to find out the location of the firm Gabriel. At the same time, the young guy noticed the girls at the entrance and was about to call out to them, but it soon became clear that even there they would most likely have to pay in advance. A young merchant with a cart approached the stranger standing in the alley. He politely introduced himself as Thomas and immediately assumed from his appearance that he was a group of adventurers. One of the passers-by suddenly approached the boy with a request, introducing himself as a traveling merchant. He sheepishly asked if he could accompany him on the road, if he didn't mind. The merchant admitted that he rarely met adventurers in the guild building and hoped for their help. The night girl apologized, explaining that they did not have time to accompany him, but Walls noted that he probably worked for this merchant guild. The guy explained that he was a member of the trading company Sam's Firm from Luberia and temporarily registered here. The companions remembered that rumors about the meeting with the dead could have come from the merchants of Luberia, the homeland of that same man from the tavern. The boy wondered why the merchant was going on a long journey without protection. He began to suspect that he might have information about resurrection, and decided to try to find out more. The merchant admitted that, upon arrival, half of his guards went to a competing firm. The rest went to the military, as they paid more. While the others remained silent, Thomas expressing his sadness, he said that he would be able to cope with the difficulties if he reached his destination. One of the warriors claimed that Rumosha was the only country continuing the war, while Thomas insisted that Rain was being invaded from several sides at once. The situation left the hero confused and anxious. The merchant insisted that Rain was the one who was resisting while other countries were failing. He emphasized that despite the absence of great powers, their country had begun to defeat the Allied forces. The hero was surprised that Rain's army was losing morale despite their initial success. The merchant explained that the soldiers were demoralized. Although Cassandra had initially led the troops to victory, Thomas said he knew the reason he was asking for an escort, but admitted it sounded crazy. He added that the story might seem unbelievable, but he began to explain anyway. He reported that the general from Rain Kingdom, thought to be dead, reappeared. The news shocked everyone who heard it, including the long-haired girl, the warrior, and the hooded companion. The merchant continued that There were also rumors about knights who had previously been confirmed as dead, but who had also allegedly been seen. The warrior listened attentively, amazed by what he had heard, and began to compare the facts. The protagonist smiled and noted that this could be a chance for direct contact with the purpose of their investigation. He realized that this story coincided with their current case and noted that this was an important lead. The boy confidently declared that they agreed to accompany the merchant. The girl and the rest of the group confirmed his words, realizing that this was their only lead. The merchant was moved to tears and could not contain his emotions. He began to thank fate and the gods, exclaiming that he had found his saviors. The merchant tirelessly repeated his thanks, not hiding his joy and relief. The hero reflected that Celicia's idea had worked. He acknowledged that it was the most reliable way to get to the truth without attracting unnecessary attention. The warrior resolutely suggested that they immediately go to the kingdom of Cassandra. The merchant agreed without hesitation, and the boy promised that this time the cult would not be able to hide from them. The following image shows a wide area engulfed in battle near the border between Cassandra and the Rain State. Soldiers were scattered across the battlefield, amid smoke and destruction. The soldiers discussed rumors of the dead returning to life. One of them was sure that he had seen the general die with his own eyes, but others claimed otherwise, citing strange events. The helmeted knight reacted with disbelief at the possibility of resurrecting fallen warriors, considering it impossible. But he suddenly froze, noticing something he had not expected to see. One of the soldiers couldn't believe his eyes when he recognized the fighter standing in front of him as the one who was to be beheaded. The other soldiers retreated in panic when they saw this. A dark figure with a sword appeared on the battlefield, causing the opponents to fall in terror. One of the fallen fighters lay motionless, while someone's shadow loomed over him. The final scene shows the tense anticipation of the next clash. That night, the group stopped for a rest by the fire. One of the members of the party reported that the journey to Cassandra would take about 20 days. Their interlocutor asked about the other group, and the knight assured them that everything should be fine. The warrior addressed everyone, saying that part of their group would be going to the king in Arisias. He noted that the others quickly understood the situation and gave up their place in the cart, as it only held 4. The group gathered for dinner, and the girl promised to cook. The others agreed to wait, but were concerned about the taste. The warrior noted that this was probably a gesture of gratitude, although everyone felt that something had gone wrong. Despite the merchant's fatigue, the 2 girls insisted on taking over the cooking. He tried to refuse, but was persuaded to rest anyway. One of the girls asked what the warrior would do if Kalitz was involved with the cult. She pointed out that their actions could draw attention to those they were looking for. The warrior only began to answer, thinking about what was happening around the fire. The hero suggested that if the cult had indeed resurrected Ars, they could have used him to infiltrate Kalitz. He began to reason that they would have to destroy the cult and eliminate its leader, otherwise they would not be able to get to the bottom of what was happening. He realized that if his suspicions were true, he would have to confront the entire country of Kalitz. His resolve only grew stronger, despite the possible consequences. Discussing the chances of victory, which seemed insignificant, one of the participants anxiously admitted that he did not want to have enmity with a strong power. The warrior in armor sighed heavily, feeling the tension of the situation. Walls admitted that there is no complete certainty about their connection yet. However, he confidently stated that he will protect Celicia despite the threat from Ars. Soon another member of the squad appeared at the fire, Feel with 2 bowls of hot soup. Out of politeness, they thanked Feel, but looked at each other, expressing disgust at the food. The boy looked thoughtfully at the fire, while in his mind he attributed a sense of duty to one of the girls. He tried to imagine how to explain her behavior, but the other participants in the conversation treated it with bewilderment and sarcasm. The travelers arrived in Cassandra, a seaside kingdom known for its sea cities. The merchant explained that they were between Cassandra and Rain, as the carriage slowly drove towards its destination. It turned out that the place of arrival was a camp located on the border. The hero was surprised, expecting to see a city, but instead realized that they had arrived in the frontline zone. The merchant held a crate of goods and reminded them that it was time to wake the others. The girl in armor stirred, waking up, and the boy noted that they had arrived and needed to find out something from the soldiers. The girl with long hair continued to sleep soundly, despite Walls's words. Eh? He tried to wake her, but she only stretched, pressing her fist to her cheek, while the girl was muttering something in her sleep. The guy wondered if she was dreaming about him waking her up. He exchanged glances with his other companion, who, without opening his eyes, asked to let him sleep a little longer. The warrior walked past the tents, surveying the camp. Phil promised to look after Celicia while he sorted out the situation. The hero noted that, as Thomas had said, Cassandra's soldiers' kingdom are official and well-equipped. Unlike those in Ramosha, there is no slave labor used here. Despite their equipment, he noticed that the morale of these soldiers was extremely low. As he approached, he wondered if the rumors of the dead could be true, when one of the soldiers suddenly called out to him. The angry officer grabbed the hero by the shoulder and demanded to name his unit. The hero noticed the symbol on his armor, realizing that he was an officer. The guy calmly raises his hand, explaining that they are pursuing the goal of destroying the cult. He assures that he is not a spy, but is accompanying Thomas from Sam's firm. The officer, not wanting to listen, demands that he leave and do his job. The officer reacts harshly to the mention of the dead. He pushes the boy away with hostility, stating that their army has nothing to do with the cult, and the boy simply takes a step back, offering no resistance. Officer, trying to physically push the guy away, is surprised to see that he doesn't even stagger. Their gazes meet, creating a tense atmosphere. Walls calmly says he has no intention of causing trouble and asks to be heard. Other soldiers gather around, discussing who is involved in the skirmish, and guessing that one of them is a mid-ranking knight. The officer rudely interrupted the conversation, demanding to know who had made the noise. A warrior standing nearby recognized him and pronounced the name Marusama with surprise, not expecting his appearance in this camp. The officer, seeing the hero, recalled the events of the past. The scene where he was saved during the attack of the squad from Rain appeared before his eyes. He recognized the man who had intervened and helped him survive, and now he noted this out loud with surprise. The warrior continued his conversation with the other soldier and noted that he had good armor, much better than last time. He added that he had one more question. The other interlocutor listened attentively. The atmosphere remained calm, but with a note of caution. The interlocutor said that thanks to the information he brought about the attack on the bounty hunters, he was promoted to a first-class knight. He admitted that he owed them his life that day. The situation with the adventurers played an important role in this promotion. The man looked grateful for the rescue. The warrior recalled that it was that event that had triggered the war. His interlocutor thought for a moment, agreeing that everything had consequences. The tension between the parties was growing. They continued their conversation in a more restrained tone. The soldier admitted that the promotion was nice, but complained that he was constantly sent to the front lines. He seemed tired from the constant assignments. Despite his status, his situation did not become easier. The situation was perceived as burdensome. The interlocutor pointed out that, despite the successful results, everything depended on the decisions of the first-class knight named Mirai. He asked for help, saying that he needed information. Much depended on this choice. He showed obvious concern. The man admitted that he could not do everything. He was ready to solve some issues, but not everything was under his control. He hinted at the limitations of his powers. The situation required caution. The warrior reported that he had heard about the problems with the undead. He specified that he was on a mission to destroy a sinister cult. His goal coincided with their fears. The mention of allied forces increased the seriousness of the situation. Mira, hearing his words, reacted sharply. Walls assumed that he knew more than he was saying. His behavior betrayed his wariness. There was a brief silence filled with tension. The warrior and the merchant said that after parting with the soldier, they went to the river in Kaltiz. There appeared a zombie goblin, which they managed to defeat. The hero said that thanks to this, he could be useful in the current situation. The soldier listened to his words with surprise. In response, he expressed confidence in his importance. The soldier reluctantly allowed the hero to pass, emphasizing that he was doing so only out of respect. The warrior nodded in understanding and headed toward the tents. One of the people in the crowd recognized him as the one who had saved him from the rain fighters. A girl named Celicia stepped forward, preparing to intervene. Everyone began to watch the proceedings closely. The man, who recognized the hero, began to justify himself and recall the past. He tried to convince others that he had already paid for the incident. The girl noted that he had become respected thanks to Walls's efforts. The merchant tried to divert attention from what was happening. The situation began to cause tension among those present. The group approached a large, guarded tent that stood out from the rest. One of the guards reminded them that it had been a long time since they had been asked to wait. This suggested that the information inside was important. The soldier gave the order to enter. Everyone entered, surprised by the sight before them. In front of them stood the senior knight, Alekis, Brasando, from Cassandra Kingdom. He greeted the guests, introducing himself as the commander of the Order of the Holy See. The girl thanked him for his help and noted that she had heard about him from Mirage. The hero was amazed to see a familiar face. Everyone waited for an explanation from the commander. The officer confirmed that Mirage had been punished for false merits. He admitted that he had not defeated those women and that the information about the heroes was true. Thanks to this, they managed to convince the command of their reliability. The newcomers were accepted with trust. This became a turning point in their interaction with the army. Alekis admitted that he did not expect Mirage to do such a thing. He noted that he had appropriated someone else's achievements, misleading everyone. According to the commander, many nobles of their country suffered at the hands of these women. That is why he became a seeker to understand the situation. The hero asked not to punish Mirage too harshly. There were shouts from inside the tent, drawing attention to the tied man. He was complaining of back pain and begging to be released. The warrior came closer and asked why he was tied up. The guards were silent, and those present watched with bewilderment. The commander watched the situation with a serious expression. The commander reported that he recognized the prisoner. He turned out to be an enemy who had died about a year ago, and he was acquainted with a soldier named Mark. Everyone present was surprised by this fact. The girl with long hair watched the events warily. The prisoner raised his head with difficulty and said with fear that he was a real living dead. Masaru looked at him in surprise, trying to comprehend what he had heard. The others also tensed up, not understanding what was happening. This became a new link in the chain of riddles about the resurrected. The cloaked knight asked everyone to pay attention and said that they needed to see something first. The female knight wanted to explain something, but he interrupted her. Everyone present tensed up, watching the knight's actions. He took hold of the hilt of his sword and slowly walked towards the prisoner. Without warning, the blonde soldier struck the prisoner with his sword. He screamed in pain. The others watched in shock and alarm. The female knight cried out, demanding an explanation for what was happening. The commander with the sword pointed to the lack of blood and the wound that was immediately healing. He explained that if you cut off a prisoner's limb, it would instantly return to its place. Although he had no pulse or blood, he was still conscious. This was proof that he was truly dead. The warrior clarified that the man had not been resurrected in the full sense. He recalled the zombie goblin they had encountered earlier. Back then, the creature had been a monster, but it had retained signs of life. In this case, they were faced with a different type of creature, one without blood, but with a will. The hero thought that if this man was really dead, then it must be something different from a normal resurrection. He believed that he had received something different. One of the soldiers noted that something was wrong with this dead man. The hero added that there was something else strange. The tied man called out to Mark in a panic, begging him to help. He reminded him that they had been friends before. Mark recognized him and silently headed for the exit. Someone shouted after him, asking where he was going. When Mark left, the prisoner's behavior changed dramatically. He began to stare lifelessly into space and stopped responding. One of the soldiers noted this, saying that everything was connected to Mark's presence. The girl suggested that without Mark, he again became like a dead person. The prisoner said that immortal Gaster was the same. One of the observers concluded that Gaster was also dead. The mention of this name caused surprise among all present. The hero concluded that if Gaster's nickname was related to the traits of the dead, then its origins were related to Ramosha and Rain. The merchant also said that General Rain, who was thought to be dead, had reappeared. He added that the cult had taken root in the hearts of these countries. The hero approached the tied man and said that he had seen someone like him in Ramosha. The long-haired knight noted that the cult's influence was much stronger than they had expected. Masaru considered his next steps. The atmosphere remained tense. Everyone was waiting for the next step. The senior commander asked Walls with a concerned expression if he had a plan to eliminate the threat. He assured that he would look into the matter and asked for some time to investigate. The commander agreed and offered to help if needed. Walls abruptly declared that they could handle the task without help. The commander, hearing this, remained silent but expressed concern. Someone from the guard exclaimed in surprise, but Walls stood firm in his decision. He handed over the initiative to himself. One of the officers said that the Tideman was valuable in this war. He asked for a guarantee that he would not disappear without their knowledge. The other warrior watched the reaction carefully. Masaru considered how to respond. The situation remained tense. Walls assured that their goal was only to gather information. The girls next to him expressed surprise. The officer with the armband gave the command to retreat. All participants in the scene began to leave the room. The conversation was over. Celicia asked animatedly what exactly they were going to do. The guy, slightly embarrassed, confirmed her readiness. She stood in a fighting pose, clenching her fist. The girl waited for instructions. He only briefly answered that they were starting. Celicia resolutely listed what she was going to do. Break arms, cut off legs, pull out nails. Walls responded calmly and without fear. He said he felt no pain. The girl was surprised by such a reaction. The tension gave way to bewilderment. The warrior explained that the brain and entrails needed to be removed. Then he added that all this should be finely chopped and cooked into a stew. The girl in armor threw the body on the ground in front of her with force. The man who was watching what was happening remained silent, not interfering in the actions. The warrior noted that they needed to post guards outside and keep an eye on the knight commander. Before that, he added that there was another task. Celicia expressed her willingness to carry out the task. She shouted that she would do it and take over the guard. Nea Squad wanted that Phil went with him and Naxes, but Walls insisted that she stay by his side. He explained that he needed someone who understood magic. Phil admitted that he was going to do something that no one should see. He specified that the only one left would be Phil. The straight-haired girl standing apart agreed and quietly gave a short answer. Another member with dark hair reminded him that he simply did not want Celicia to see the horrific sight. He then noted that Walls was a kind person. The enemy in white clothes sat tied with ropes and leaned against a pillar. A warrior with black hair stood in front of him and said that the effect had to be dispelled first. He explained that this was necessary to check whether the prisoner's condition was caused by some spell. On the ground nearby was a second observer who silently watched what was happening. The warrior asked Phil if she could use attribute suppression magic. She replied that she could do it if it was wind magic. The girl then confidently confirmed that she could do it. Walls looked worried and noticed her state. The hooded girl also noticed his reaction. The man with wavy hair recalled that she had been unable to use this type of magic in her previous life. He noted that he had told her to continue training. A diagram was then shown, explaining that attribute suppression magic was one of the most difficult first-class spells. The warrior admitted that he had not expected her to be able to do it, despite the question. The hooded guy admitted that he was going to do something that no one should see. He specified that the only one left would be Phil. The straight-haired girl standing separately agreed, and quietly said a short answer. Another dark-haired member reminded him that he simply didn't want Celicia to see the horrific sight. He then noted that Walls was a kind person. A guy in white clothes sat tied with ropes and leaned against a pillar. A warrior with black hair stood in front of him and said that the effect had to be dispelled first. He explained that this was necessary to check whether the prisoner's condition was caused by some spell. The warrior wondered why the enemy was connected to a certain mark, since they were supposed to be enemies. He noted that Mark and the swordsman next to Gaster could revive the dead. He then guessed that it was related to the magic that made the dead look like the living. All guesses led to the fact that Mark himself was the key. The warrior came to the conclusion that the reanimated beings had known those who reanimated them in life. He wondered how this related to the specific type of magic. The tied man remained in the same position and continued to remain silent. The realization of an important fact was reflected on the warrior's face. Suddenly, the severed finger began to move, as if it wanted to return to the body. Walls thought that if he used all the suppression magic, he could dispel the effect. He realized that in that case, there was an 80% chance of success. However, he also added that he could not try all types of suppression magic. This would make it impossible for him to figure out the exact attribute of the spell. The boy noted that if no one knew he was using magic, then everything would be fine. He added that it would be worthwhile to let the mages from Cassandra conduct an inspection. The girl with long hair thought worriedly, realizing that her identity would be at risk if she continued. In Wallace's thoughts realized that only Ars is capable of doing something like this. Wallace concluded that this was a compound magic. He explained that if even one element was disrupted, the entire system would collapse. He then guessed that the most commonly used attribute in Cassandra was water. After that, the warrior, with a cold expression, cast the spell Water Attribute Invalidation Magic. A fragment in the form of a metallic mass flew out of the palm of one of the magicians. The reaction was instantaneous. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise. He could not believe what was happening and whispered that it was impossible. After that, he quietly said that in front of him was liquid metal. The warrior admitted that he did not know what kind of magic it was. He noted that alchemy only affected inorganic substances. He also added that it was impossible to transform organic matter, such as the human body. Even with a full set of memories from his past life, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. The boy did not understand what was happening and asked questions about the nature of magic. The girl in the hood calmly stated that it was alchemical magic. The warrior continued to look at what was happening with confusion. His eyes expressed a mixture of fear and surprise. The heroes said the word alchemy, realizing what they were up against. One of them asked incredulously if it was really magic. The last panel summed it up. This was an unknown type of magic that could revive the dead. The story was temporarily interrupted on a tense note. The armored warrior asked Phil in surprise what exactly she had demonstrated. The girl stared ahead silently, not answering. Then she showed a huge sacred grove, where, according to her, elves live in their home country. She explained that some were trying to develop the already existing alchemy. Phil went on to say that the method involved turning a body part into a core. She clarified that the technique was aimed at restoring lost body parts. The man in armor added that what they were seeing combined alchemy with magic. However, the girl noted that other attempts were much less complicated. The warrior asked if she had noticed anything else. He also emphasized that even if the elves were not directly involved, the information was still important. The girl quietly replied that she understood. Everyone was in the hall, continuing their discussion while standing by the prisoner's body. Phil said that the realization came a little late. The other asked what exactly was bothering her. He pointed to the man and the thousands of knights of Rumosha, expressing doubt, and asked if beings like him really had consciousness. The man with black hair asked her again what she meant. Phil wondered if these creatures really retained their intelligence like normal humans. She then noted that their stillness seemed extremely unnatural. Looking at the prisoner, she suggested that there was something strange about his behavior. Phil expressed the opinion that the bound man resembled a vessel rather than a dead person. The girl explained that elves were closer to spirits than to people. She also added that Phil, due to his nature, felt the subtle manifestations of the mind more acutely. The man clarified what vessel meant, not fully understanding the term. The warrior wondered why the magic only worked if there was someone who knew the reanimated one in life. He questioned whether they had an ego. He further suggested that if it was not their own will that was the cause, then perhaps another factor was at play. He wondered what exactly was driving their thoughts and actions. The warrior suddenly realized that everything could be connected to the memories of those around him. He assumed that if magic could read and reproduce these memories, then that would explain what was happening. He exclaimed that it was about memory. The second half of his thought connected Phil's theory about vessels with this observation. He added that the spell copied the behavior they had in life. The warrior explained that if there are no people nearby who knew the reanimated one, the magic will not activate. He gave Mark as an example. He noted that when Mark left, the memories also disappeared, and the creature became an empty vessel. He then explained that when he met Mark again, the memory was read, and the reanimated one again began to behave as if he were alive. The warrior admitted that the hypothesis corresponded to the already known facts. He added that he did not know of any spells that preserved memory. He also emphasized that the circumstances and conditions of Ars were different. He changed differently than the others. The warrior asked Phil if she had noticed Ars bleeding after he came back to life. The girl said yes. She remembered that his arm had been injured about 3 years ago. Her gaze remained calm despite the disturbing topic. The warrior came to the conclusion that ours was not a Walking Dead person, despite the possible connection. He explained that the purpose of their investigation was not ours, but the mystery of the living beings. He asked Phil to stop, as he could not do this right now. He made his current priority clear and distinct. The warrior, with a determined expression on his face, ordered to call everyone. A glow began in the circle with a magical pattern. All the members of the group gathered in one place. One of the observers was surprised that the spell was being cast by 2 magicians at the same time. The girl explained that it was a technique called circle reading, used for complex spells. Walls noted that the man in front of them was not dead. The warrior explained that there could be many types of magic in the prisoner's body. He called it just a magic doll. He added that if even one element was neutralized, the entire structure of the spell would collapse. He suggested using suppressive water magic, believing that it should work. Several mages simultaneously directed a stream of spells at the target. One of the observers said with surprise that in front of them was water attribute suppression magic. The girls watched what was happening with tension. After the magic was activated, the prisoner's body began to deform. The creature exploded with a spray of liquid, causing shock to those around. All the group members were shocked by what they saw. Several people covered themselves with their hands from the splash. The faces of those present reflected bewilderment and alarm. The group moved closer to examine the aftermath. Walls noticed that the liquid was not water, but metal. He picked up the metal plate and showed it to the others. He then said that this was the true essence of the animated. The warrior was surprised to see that he was holding a bone in his hand. The commander immediately reacted with fear. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a magic formula was engraved on the surface. Half of the symbols were unfamiliar to him, and the other half corresponded to the formula for reincarnation. The man explained that the bone they found was the core of magic. He noted that even without using attribute neutralization magic, such creatures could be destroyed if the core was destroyed. The elder mage added that there were many such corpses in the world. One of the warriors listened to this with tension. The commander asked if it was possible to effectively deal with the dead. His interlocutor replied that using high-level magic in combat was impossible. At the same time, breaking such a bone required considerable effort. At that moment, a soldier ran into the room with an emergency report to the commander. The soldier reported that the Rain Kingdom had launched an attack. He said that the enemy had an army of 12,000 men. He also mentioned that the battlefield would be the Kaineri Plain. One of the mages noted that the enemy army commander was confirmed dead. The soldiers reported that there were also supposed immortals among the enemy. One of the officers exclaimed, turning to the commander of Broen. Another mage added that even if the truth was established, with low morale, it would be difficult to win. The commander cursed quietly in irritation. One of the mages approached Walls, mentioning that he had heard about him from Mirage. He also recalled the incident with the zombie goblin hunters from Rain. He then asked him to provide his fighting force for the upcoming battle. Walls thought about it, and the other man clarified that if a deal was planned, then he was just a slave. The girl in uniform stated that it was necessary to discuss the terms with his master. In response to the proposal to intervene in someone else's war, she said that they would require certain merits in exchange. The man asked what was meant by merit and who commanded Cassandra's army. The girl named the ruler His Majesty Mahmud Kargiris. The girl demanded that Mahmud Kargiris entered into a temporary military alliance with the Kingdom of Eurasia. In exchange, she promised that Walls would deliver the head of an enemy commander. The man said Celicia's name and she became wary. She was reminded that if they intervened in the war, they had to act according to the situation in Cassandra. Celicia thought about it, recognizing that Walls' involvement in the war was not enough. She realized that an alliance with Cassandra was necessary, as aid could go unpaid given the size of their country. Walls urged that it be used in negotiations if Eurasia was to become a strong and free state. Celicia nodded gravely, confirming her understanding. The commander promised to convey the message to the king, and the girl looked at him attentively. Then she called out loudly to Walls, ordering him to get ready. Celicia, as the princess of the Eurasia kingdom, gave Walls the order to fight Broane, the commander of the Rain Army Kingdom, and defeat him with your own hands. Walls confidently confirmed his readiness to carry out the order. His face expressed determination, and he was ready for battle. At the beginning of the new chapter, Walls was going to take part in the battle. He asked Mirage to find Cassandra's form to prepare for the mission. Celicia sighed wearily after the negotiations and asked if she had overplayed her hand. Her companions praised her, and she noted how hard it was to frown all the time. Walls praised Princess Celicia for her performance, and she smiled with relief at the approval. Walls explained that he donned Cassandra's uniform to boost the morale of his army, noting that the soldiers would not be able to maintain their resolve if they thought he was just a temporary ally. He thanked Mirage for the uniform and confirmed that he would fight as a soldier of Cassandra. Celicia added that the enemy would also be less motivated if they knew he would not appear again. Trying on the uniform, Walls noted its comfort and ease of movement. He instructed others to look after their belongings and take care of Celicia, responding that the uniform was indeed protective. The commander warned that not all Cassandra soldiers were allies and gave the order to kill suspicious ones without hesitation. One of the soldiers became afraid, seeing the serious attitude of everyone present. Broane reported that he had received permission from the king to negotiate. He conveyed that the king wished to discuss the terms with Princess Celicia, whereupon Walls declared that he entrusted it to her. Rain's army moving forward in huge numbers down a slope, rushing into battle. Rain's soldiers' kingdom launch a rapid offensive, loudly ordering the destruction of Cassandra. Kingdom. One of the commanders on horseback leads the troops into an attack. Cassandra's warriors are wounded, some of them fall, screaming in pain. Cassandra's soldiers ends up on the ground, and Rain's soldier taunts him for losing his fighting spirit. He continues to mercilessly maim the soldiers, choosing which body part to damage next. Cassandra's fighters responds to the enemy in rage, declaring that he will not tolerate those who play with the lives of others. He shouts that Cassandra Kingdom won't lose to Rain Kingdom. Rain, the soldier, hearing the enemy's response, decides that the next target will be the mouth of the impudent warrior. He raises his weapon to strike, intending to silence his opponent. A warrior from Cassandra decapitates an attacking enemy soldier with a single blow. He helps a wounded ally, urging him to stand up, grab his sword, and fight, for the battle will soon be over. Walls looks at the battlefield with determination. He says he is going to finish it all and rushes forward, determined to deliver the final blow. Rain soldiers were discussing who found the target first and decided to have a competition to see who could kill it first. One of them claimed to have already disarmed the enemy. While the soldiers were arguing, the boy suddenly attacked them with a powerful blow. He easily knocked the opponents off their feet and calmly declared that victory was his. Rain's warriors tried to surround the guy and gave the command to kill him. However, one of them was instantly knocked down by a strong blow to the stomach, without having time to react. The guy continued the attack, striking with such speed and force that the enemies did not even have time to understand what was happening. Panic began to grip the remaining fighters. One of the enemies watched in horror as their comrades were thrown back by a powerful wave. Seeing the enemy's strength, the others began to doubt the possibility of victory and expressed fear. Wizards of Rain Kingdom appeared at the top of the slope. One of them gave the order to concentrate the attack on the monster, declaring that it would all end here. One of the Rain Mage's kingdom gives the order to begin the attack. Walls notices the ground begin to rise, realizing that the enemy is using earth magic. The soldiers notice Walls is losing his balance and start firing fireballs. One of them shouts to burn everything, despite the fact that the allies are still on the battlefield. Walls be destroyed at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. He scornfully says that only fools fail to leave in time, while Walls himself silently watches the attack, not moving from his place. One of the Rain Mage's kingdom declared that the attack with fire and stones would completely crush the enemy, mockingly calling Cassandra's hope short-lived. He then ordered a retreat and said that they needed to report to Broane. He also demonstratively declared that this was the real strength of their kingdom. Walls' sudden appearance shocked the mage standing nearby. He accused the mage of not even trying to save his allies with such power, and wondered how he had managed to sneak up so unnoticed. Walls crushed Rain's mage squad kingdom in an instant. He declared that a power that could not protect its comrades could not be called a true power, and told the mage he had defeated to remember this. Cassandra's troops were surprised to find that the Mage Corps had been completely destroyed. One of the commanders raised their morale by declaring that they could now win and should attack Rain's army. Kingdom. Cassandra's soldiers exclaimed in delight, realizing that victory was near. One of them confirmed that only General Brown remained, and called the current situation an absolute victory. Walls' actions. Cassandra's army has seized the initiative on the battlefield. The next chapter has begun, where they will face the immortal general. One of Rain's soldiers noted with alarm that Cassandra's army had suddenly gained fighting spirit despite the losses and hardships, fighting one after another. A fighter from the Rain army blamed what was happening on the hero standing in front of him, and began to recognize with magic, realizing that not all of the opponents were dolls. Some of the soldiers were ordinary people. Despite the use of magic, it was impossible to distinguish the dolls from people. One observer recalled how Gaster ate ordinary food and concluded that the doll's energy source was identical to that of a human. Based on these observations, it was concluded that magic of this level could not be performed with simple food. The lack of bodies among the mages confirmed that none of them were living people. The protagonist attacked again, knocking down the soldiers. As he thought about it, he began to understand that this had an important implication. He concluded that Ars, who possessed magic and could bleed when injured, could not be a doll. The hero was convinced that he must not be distracted by extraneous thoughts, and focus on eliminating the general of the Rain Kingdom in order to get closer to the truth. He decides that his main goal remains Brone. Cassandra army order all soldiers to advance, confident that victory is near. They are determined to destroy the Rain Kingdom. Cassandra's fighters begin to fall en masse on the battlefield. The hero and the soldiers watch in amazement, as the offensive is suddenly disrupted by an unknown attack. A figure in black armor appears, and one of the warriors anxiously recognizes him as a knight of mid-rank. His appearance causes confusion and shock to everyone on the field. The hero notices a man approaching on a horse and realizes that the general of the Rain Kingdom stands before him. He recognizes him as Brown and prepares for a confrontation. Brown acknowledges that it was the hero who changed the course of the battle, and notes his strength. In response, the hero is surprised by the general's youth and also makes a remark about his appearance. Brown suddenly charged forward with confidence, declaring that his reputation was well-deserved, and then delivering a powerful blow. Brown's strike was met, and a powerful wave of energy erupted between him and his opponent. The forceful impact shocked those around him, causing the soldiers to recoil in confusion. Some fighters began to retreat, realizing the danger of the enemy. One of the commanders noted that everything was going exactly as expected. The warrior approached Brown with a sudden lunge and attacked him point blank, mockingly asking him about the number of his deaths. He did not miss the moment for the decisive blow. After the blow, Brown showed no pain and stood up as if nothing had happened. His calm expression surprised even those watching from afar. The enemy has realized that Brown keeps coming back to life again and again. His skill has been compared to that of Sword Princess Nea, and many soldiers have already fallen trying to stop him. The hero thought about a way to defeat the dead and came to the conclusion that it was necessary to raise the morale of Cassandra's army. He gathered the soldiers and called on them to be attentive. He explained that Brown was not actually dead, but a doll created with magic. Looking confidently at his comrades, the hero promised to prove it to everyone. Suddenly, the hero activated an attack called Spear Rain, rushing into battle. The enemy was caught off guard and asked a question in a surprised voice. Brown counterattacked furiously, claiming that the hero could barely defend himself from his blows. He tried to finish the fight with a powerful lunge. After the blow, Brown looked around and did not find his opponent. In rage, he screamed, demanding that he show himself. At that moment, the hero appeared behind him and delivered a swift kick, catching Brown off guard. The sudden impact shattered the ground, knocking the fighters out of formation and causing an explosion of energy. One of the soldiers was sucked into a magical vortex, while fiery drops began to fall across the field. The soldiers from Cassandra were looking at the devastated area where the explosion had occurred, when Walls suddenly appeared with one hand raised in a show of victory. Cassandra greets the news with jubilation. Brown has been defeated. Walls watches the army's reaction to his victory with restraint. One of the scouts ran to the command camp and reported that Walls had just defeated General Brown. The rumor of the victory caused joy among the allies. Battle between Cassandra's army and Rain's kingdom on the Kaineri Plain. was decided by one soldier. Despite the numerical superiority of the Rain Army Kingdom, the Allies stood firm. The victory was finally sealed by the efforts of Walls, who turned the tide of battle. Kingdom of Cassandra has won the final victory. Walls' strength, noting that he won even without a weapon. Walls himself admitted that he was impressed, but felt a lack of skill. In the crowd, soldiers marveled at the outcome of the battle, discussing the victory overblown and calling for a hero to be found. Meanwhile, behind the curtain, the girl pondered her goal. After the fight, the guards were confused, and Walls noted that his actions were aimed at raising morale. The girl explained that his transformation into the hero Cassandra could cause difficulties. The girl expressed dissatisfaction with the scale of the battle, saying that they could not leave the camp now. Walls apologized, but she still praised him for what he had done. Walls explained that everything worked out, thanks to a good mentor, and confirmed that a military alliance with Cassandra had been concluded. He received a promise of support once in the future. The girl said that she spread the news of the alliance with Cassandra to make the name Eurasia more famous. Celicia explains that although Eurasia is a small and weak state, an alliance with the powerful kingdom of Cassandra could change things. Even Khalid's kingdom would rather not become Cassandra's enemy if they learned of such an alliance. After the successful diplomatic mission, Walls praises Celicia, who confidently confirms that everything went according to plan. The heroes then notice that Thomas is missing, and wonder where he might be. While Celicia is wondering where the merchant has disappeared to, Mirage appears and tells her that he has already left. His sudden appearance frightens the girl, and he apologizes for it. Celicia is surprised that Thomas left without warning, and Mirage explains that he simply asked to convey his thanks. They discuss his behavior as typical of a merchant who avoids military conflict. Mirage asks if the heroes have decided where to go next. One of them says they haven't yet, but Mirage hands over documents that may help. They talk about rumors of the church's weakening influence in Cassandra. The heroes receive information that may be relevant to their investigation into the cult. Mirage hopes that these materials will prove useful, as rumors of the decline of the church's power are spreading in some regions of Cassandra. Walls thanked Mirage for his support, apologizing for the commotion. Mirage assured him that it was not his fault, but now they had to wait until the soldiers calmed down. He explained that he informed Thomas of the victory, after which he took advantage of the situation by loudly declaring that it was he who brought these heroes to sell all his goods. Walls and his companions guessed that Thomas had left as soon as he had finished his business. They appreciated his insight and asked Mirage not to accompany him anymore in the future. Walls suggested going to a new point connected with the cult. The girl agreed, adding that in addition to the preachers, it was necessary to study the magic dolls. The band said goodbye to Mirage and thanked him before leaving. As they said goodbye, Mirage extended his hand to Walls, called his name, and expressed his gratitude. Walls looked at Mirage and shook his hand firmly. Both men exchanged short words of gratitude. The group arrives in the city of Shrester in the kingdom of Cassandra and decides to stay for a while. They have a 10-day journey ahead of them to the designated place where Mirage sent them. The girl with long hair says that she will ask Phil to teach her magic. The friend happily agrees, calling the moment perfect for it. The short-haired girl notices that Walls is always busy fighting and guarding. He confirms that he will do research, and Celicia suggests that everyone take some time for themselves. Walls asks the three not to stay late, promising to return before sunset. The others confirm that they understand and agree to meet at the hotel. Walls analyzes that dolls like ours are created by alchemical magic. He connects the cultists, the dead, and the dolls to this magic, and walks down the street, pondering the connection. Naya hides around the corner and watches Walls. When she comes out, she finds that he has disappeared and begins to search for him among the passers-by. Walls suddenly snuck up from behind Naya and called out to her. When he asked why she was following him, the girl hesitantly explained that she had taken the opportunity to watch him on her day off. The warrior clarified that she could now do whatever she wanted, to which Walls allowed her to do as she saw fit. She suddenly admitted that she wanted to watch Walls today, which surprised him. Naya remembered how she had trained regularly in fencing but still could not come close to the level of Walls, who, according to her observations, did not train at all. She decided to follow him and copy his actions, hoping that by helping with the investigation, she could get the opportunity to train with him. Walls first doubted her motives, but then realized that she was simply being frank. The girl repeated that this was her hidden goal. He explained that his physical strength was not based on training, but on the magical circulation in his body. He had previously been a mage, and now he was worried whether Nea, who did not like mages, would be able to accept his methods. Walls admitted that he could have easily refused Nea, but he realized that her desire to become stronger was similar to his own desire to complete his resurrection. He eventually agreed and promised to help her with her training. One of the heroes hands the weapon to the guard, noting that he will leave it at the entrance. The library staff asks to wait until the identity check is completed. It is specified that not everyone is allowed to use this storage. Walls notes the high level of security. The guard says that Euresia was allowed in thanks to Cilicia. They were previously banned from entering the territory. The building is considered the heart of the kingdom of Cassandra. Almost half of all the books in the world are stored inside. Walls believes that information about the evil cult will be found here. Workers recognize heroes by their names Nea Fromage-sama and Walls Sai-sama. One of the men is surprised by their appearance. The girl and the warrior confirm their identity. They ask to be taken to the right section. The library staff offer assistance and ask to clarify the purpose of the visit. Nea wondered if the location of all the books was known. Her interlocutor explained that in such an important place for the kingdom, accurate documentation was required. He added that this was necessary not only to analyze possible harm to the country, but also to prevent theft. The librarian apologized for the delay and brought a large stack of books, surprising the girl. Walls noted that there were indeed many of them, and admitted that it would be difficult to cope alone. Fortunately, Nea was with him, ready to help. The hero wondered how they could divide the work, and the girl with white hair mentally regretted that Cilicia had not come with them. The girl adjusted her hair, which embarrassed Walls. He asked what was the matter, but he replied that it was nothing special. He then suggested that he look for information about the dolls, and he would look for information about Ramosha. The guy asked if it was possible not to call them dolls. Nea explained that she does not feel disgust, but does not like to equate these creatures with ordinary cute toys. Feel that she had mentioned alchemical magic, a combination of magic and alchemy. He suggested calling the creatures alchemical dolls. The girl enthusiastically agreed with the term, and immediately began studying it. The boy leafed through the book in search of the necessary information, and decided to first check the chronology of events. He discovered that the earliest incident related to the cult occurred 16 years ago. At that time, a civil war broke out in Ramosha due to a rebellion of the nobility. Walls leafed through the book, searching for chronological clues to trace the first events associated with the cult. He discovered that the civil war in Ramosha had begun 16 years earlier after a noble rebellion. 2 years after the war began, a man named Gaster was given the nickname Immortal and became known as one of the 1,000 Knights. By that time, 12 years ago, he had already turned into an alchemical doll. One character claimed to have died 17 years ago, when the first rebellion occurred in Ramosha. He noted that Ars had begun creating alchemical dolls at that time, and suggested that Ars may have participated in the rebellion. Walls came to the conclusion that Ars alone would not have been able to develop resurrection magic in 5 years. He began to suspect that Ars had a partner, since even with equal powers, Walls spent much more time on such magic. The hero formulated 3 possible hypotheses about the connection between Ars and the cult, from full involvement in the creation of the dolls to no connection at all. He came to the conclusion that the most likely is that Ars is at the center of the cult, and this will lead to an inevitable war with the Cholits. Nea asked Walls if he had found anything important. He said that an old book described a case where a person would lose mobility under certain conditions, and it resembled the symptoms of being transformed into an alchemical doll. When he asked how many years ago this incident had happened, it turned out that the symptoms had appeared 20 years ago. This shocked the heroes, since these events had happened much earlier than they had assumed. It was found that the alchemical doll had already existed 20 years ago. However, the person with these symptoms suddenly disappeared, and during this same period, Ars was still alive, which aroused Walls' suspicions. Walls concluded that the alchemical doll had already existed 20 years ago, that is, before his own death. He came to the conclusion that the one who appeared as Ars 17 years later was not the true leader of the sinister cult. Walls has concluded that Ars is not the leader of the cult, but is connected to it and collaborating in the creation of alchemical dolls. He suggests that the formula the cult members used is too similar to his own reincarnation magic for it to be a coincidence. Their goal now is to find those collaborating with Ars in creating the dolls. He wondered where to begin his investigation if he had no leads, as it would require contact with the cult. He remembered how Fiel. She said that in the Divine Tree Forest where he came from, someone was trying to perfect alchemy. Walls suggested that the next step would be to meet the creators of alchemical magic. He noted that Fiel had said that these creators were elves. The girl knight remembered hearing about the difficult nature of the elves and doubted their willingness to cooperate. Walls agreed that they were difficult, but added that if the elves accepted someone, they became the most reliable allies. The female knight praised Walls for his knowledge, and he clarified that Fiel had told him all of this. The group decided to first head to the location indicated by Muraj, and then cross the sea to enter the elven forest, and learn more about the origins of alchemy and the weakening of the church. An earthquake hit the library, causing panic among visitors. Nea and Walls became wary, noticing that the earthquake was not natural. The warriors ran outside, noticing smoke in the distance. As soon as they saw the smoke, they immediately headed towards it. Walls didn't understand what could happen in this wilderness, but at one point he looked with alarm at the smoking forest and realized that this was the place where Celicia learned magic from Fiel. Nea fearfully assumed that Celicia might be under attack. Hearing the scream, Walls rushed towards the explosion site with determination. Walls noticed that the blood contract with Celicia had not activated, meaning that her life was not in danger. He and his companion reached the site of the explosion and surveyed the devastated landscape, trying to understand what had happened. Walls rushed forward, calling Celicia and looking around for any trace of her. He soon heard her voice coming from the rubble and froze in place, recognizing it. Celicia calmly asked what was going on, not understanding Walls's anxiety. He asked her about what had happened with concern, but she was surprised to learn that the explosion had caused panic, and she did not consider it a serious incident. Celicia calmly stated that she had caused the explosion and added that there were no enemies. Walls reacted with disbelief, considering her words a joke, but the girl insisted on the truth. His companion reminded him in surprise that Celicia was with Fiel, and Walls called out to the sorceress with concern. Fiel apologized with a slight smile, calling the explosion an accident and promised to restore everything. She used earth and wind elemental fusion magic to repair the damage. The others watched in amazement, realizing that Celicia was able to cause an explosion of such power. Celicia stood with her arms outstretched and demanded Walls to praise her. She proudly stated that the explosion was only a small part of her abilities. The others expressed confusion, and the warrior suggested that it might be second-tier magic, and wondered how she managed to achieve such a result. Nea suggested leaving the scene, fearing the guards would appear. The guy agreed with her arguments, and they decided to leave to avoid unnecessary problems. Late at night, the magician was watching the outside while the girl was sleeping. He decided to use his magical sense to keep watch and be on guard. The mage asked Fiel what was going on. He admitted that the explosion caused by Celicia was beyond her previous abilities, as she had previously barely managed the 3rd level of magic. Fiel explained that it was Celicia's magic. She had cast a sleep spell on the others beforehand and had set up a barrier in the room. Walls asked how the others were feeling, reminding them of his temporary role. The girl confirmed the urgency of the situation. The mage allowed her in to discuss Celicia's sudden increase in power, also noting that he had his own question on the subject. Walls expressed doubt, as Celicia originally had little magical energy, despite being a master of the 4 elements. He noted that the level of magic that was used in the explosion earlier should not have been available to her. Fiel was about to explain something. Fiel explains that Celicia is a prodigy who can use magic of all 4 attributes, albeit with little control over it. Walls demands an explanation, not believing what he hears. Fiel says that the best magician in the world was an Ars teacher named Lilium, Helianthus. Walls recognizes the name and reacts with alarm, calling it the one he didn't want to hear. He recalls that Lilium was his mentor and the leader of the magical division in the state of Khalitz. Despite her enormous magical power, her body was weak, and this led to her death. Fiel says he had 2 mentors, an elf named Keith and a human named Ars. He He explains that learning magic requires the transfer of knowledge from master to apprentice. Walls is surprised to learn that Celicia had no teacher. Fiel confirms that there were no other mages in Eurasia, and so she trained on her own. Walls is amazed that Celicia was able to master all 4 attributes of magic on her own and learn to use them simultaneously. He admits that it is incredible. Walls realizes that in this world, only a few people can use magic, and even mastering 2 attributes is considered rare. He is amazed that Celicia can control all 4 attributes and still shows no fatigue even after casting a large-scale spell. Despite the explanation of her talent, he wonders what happened during the day. Fiel admits that she taught Celicia a technique called magic conversion that allows her to absorb external magic. Thanks to this, Celicia was able to use a Tier 2 spell, surpassing her original capabilities. Walls is amazed that she was actually able to use such powerful magic. Fiel explains that the transformation of magic is accompanied by a huge strain on the body, and Celicia lacks both magical energy and stamina. Constantly using this technique can seriously damage her body. Fiel regrets that she was too carried away by the training because Celicia herself was very upset by her weak magical power. Fiel acknowledges that Celicia will not trust a person who does not possess magic, so she asked Walls to convince her. Despite the temporary safety, Celicia's body is not able to withstand the constant transformation of magic, and sooner or later it will lead to serious consequences. Fiel worries about how to explain the danger to her, especially considering how inspired she was. Walls recalls how he himself faced the consequences of a magical transformation in the past, and found himself on the brink of life and death. He emphasizes that only someone who has experienced something like this can truly explain the danger. Although he cannot use magic, he still has to train with Nea. Walls suddenly realizes how he can convince Celicia to give up dangerous magic and solve 2 problems at the same time. He confidently declares that he knows what to do and expresses his willingness to act. Walls suggested starting the training with Fiel, and the whole group headed into the forest to prepare. Celicia enthusiastically agreed, ready to begin. Celicia warned that she was going to use magic and angrily demanded that the others move away, reminding them of the consequences of the previous outbreak in the forest. Despite the warning, Walls decided to stay nearby, offering to watch Celicia's magic up close. The warrior added that the sparring wouldn't take up much space, and no one insisted on moving. Walls suddenly announced that he was also going to learn magic from Fiel, and suggested that Nea join in. This surprised everyone, especially Celicia. Walls explained that he wanted to learn magic so that Celicia would accept his advice on transforming magic. He believes that even a basic awareness of the flow of magic will bring progress, especially for Nea. He decided that if he demonstrated magical abilities, he could convince Celicia. Although Fiel was hesitant, Walls expressed confidence in her as the former leader of the magic division, expecting great things from her. The warrior asked in confusion what Walls meant, since he had promised to help her with training. He explained that learning magic was related to her physical training. Even though she was not aware of it, magical energy still circulated in the swordsman's body unconsciously. The warrior confessed that she also strengthened her abilities by controlling the circulation of magic in her body. She explained that strength could increase significantly if this flow was controlled. Nea was surprised to realize that even Walls used magic circulation and began to understand its significance. Celicia flared up when she heard the talk about magic and stated that learning the art was much more difficult than it seemed. She emphasized that magic cannot be simply learned. Walls, observing her reaction, easily understood that her indignation was caused by personal feelings. Walls confidently stated that he would be able to learn magic no matter what and proved that he was capable of anything. He responded with determination to Celicia when she asked if he had anything to say, and made it clear that he was serious about demonstrating his abilities. The group gathered in a forest clearing to begin training. Fiel explained that they first needed to determine their affinity for the attributes of magic by trying them all. Before testing, she suggested learning the basics of the attributes of magic, and reminded them that she had already taught Nea the technique of circulating magic. Fiel said that in this world there are 7 types of magic: fire, water, earth, wind, light, darkness, and attributeless. Usually, people develop only one type, and the ability to master 2 is already considered a sign of talent. She noted that the light, dark, and attributeless magic types were especially rarely used and were called highly valuable. The girl in uniform said that she owned 4 types, and the guy was interested in how to determine his own. Then the girl in the hood began the demonstration. The warrior activated several magic balls at once: water, light, and attributeless. The girls were surprised by what they saw, and he mentally noted that he owned all types of magic, like ours. His capabilities made a strong impression. Walls decided that he shouldn't reveal all his abilities at once, so as not to arouse suspicion. He decided to limit himself to 3 elements, so as to appear convincing. This would help him later complement the weaknesses of others and keep some of his power secret. The girl praised him admiringly for his rare abilities, especially for his attributeless magic. The guy thought that if he showed how he wielded rare elements, he could convince Celicia. At the same time, he continued to feign surprise in order to play the role of a newbie. Fiel also tried to feign shock, but admitted that she was acting poorly. Fiel's poor acting. He decided to show how to portray surprise himself. The next second, he theatrically admired, portraying genuine amazement, which turned out very badly. Wolz also realized that his facial expression also looked unnatural. The girl with long hair stared at what was happening with a shocked face, not believing that the guy suddenly showed 3 attributes at once. Celicia fell to the ground with envy, saying that he can use even attributeless magic and even light, which, according to rumors, is only accessible to people with a pure heart. But Walls and Fiel, I was only concerned about their poor acting skills. The lady took the initiative back, reminding everyone that this was her training session. She asked everyone to keep a close eye on her abilities, and promised that this time, no one would be able to look away. She activated the spell, causing magical images of beasts and bursts of energy to appear. The others watched from a distance while she concentrated. Celicia demonstrated a magic that made birds circle around her. The lady said with disdain that, despite its rarity, such magic did not always mean power, but admitted that he did have talent. Walls was genuinely surprised by her mistress's strength. To encourage her, he said he would do his best to be as strong as she was. Celicia noted that it is more difficult than it looks, teasing Walza. Walls Fiel asked decisively teach him level 3 magic too. Fiel asked if he was sure, and in response he said yes. She understood and decided to start training. To begin with, she showed an example C 3rd level piercing spell. She aimed and fired at the nearest tree. The spell pierced several trees. Celicia expressed admiration, saying that this is not surprising for a magician like Fiel. The lady noted that she was also able to do this, but with less force. Fiel asked the warrior to try too. Walls, realizing that Celicia could do it on the first day, said that it should be easy. But Celicia, smiling, said that he would not be able to do it on the first day. Even Mr. I can learn everything. Walls won't be able to do it the first time, asked the lady. At that very second, the warrior raised his hand and cast a spell, which surprised Celicia. Several trees lay fallen. Walls noted that his spell did not look better than Fiel's spell, but it was much stronger. He added that if Celicia is satisfied with her current self, he will overtake her very soon. With a sneer, he said that he can learn everything. Not believing the strength of her slave, the mistress is angry, not understanding why a man who did not know about magic only yesterday already surpasses her in strength. He explained that he uses the technique of magic circulation in the body and that he knows a little about magic. Walls said that he can do anything if he understands how it works. With a sneer, he adds that if Celicia, and if she keeps playing like that, he will overtake her. He says that if she doesn't like it, she needs to become stronger and work harder by learning from Fiel. The madam angrily says that she does not need her advice. She angrily adds that she will become much stronger with the help of Fiel and tells him to remember these words. The warrior believes her and mentally notes that now it will be easier to teach her and that she will be more obedient. Then he moves on to training Nea. Seeing her exhausted, he is surprised. Fiel begs her to stop, and the warrior notes that she has overexerted herself. Nea apologizes for making everyone worry. She asks for a little more time to practice, as she believes that it will not be long before she learns how to do it. Fiel calms her down and asks her to look at the example again. Make a ring with your hands and imagine the blood flowing through them, and you must direct this flow, says Fiel. She adds that if you do it right, you will feel the flow and warmth. The warrior says decisively that she understands, but in reality, Nothing works. Naya said that she was once told that she had no magic, which is why she stopped trying magic. However, when Walls told her that magic is needed to become stronger, she firmly decided that she would learn magic. Everyone supported Naya. Walls said that this is the right attitude and added that to learn how to circulate magic, you don't need to be a magician. You just need to listen to advice and you will definitely become stronger, he encouraged. Phil approved of what he heard, and he explained that in this world there are no people who are completely devoid of magic, and if mana is power, then magical power is the technique of its application. The warrior gratefully acknowledged that even with a small amount of magical power, one could achieve outstanding results if one knew the correct technique. She then sincerely thanked everyone present. Walls noticed that the warrior was having difficulty understanding the essence of magical techniques, because she avoided magicians out of hostility. He suggested a method that could help, but warned that it would affect her body. The warrior listened to his proposal with interest. The warrior confidently agreed to the proposal, despite the word forced, if it would help her become stronger. The others reacted with caution, trying to clarify what exactly Walls had in mind. He calmly confirmed his intentions and asked her to stretch out her hands. Walls placed his hands on Naya's palms, explaining that he would channel his magic into her body. He wanted her to feel how magical energy circulated properly as it passed through her body without failing. Walls considered how magical energy might be perceived as foreign by Naya's body, causing discomfort or pain. Despite this, he believed that she could handle it. Shortly after the flow of magic began, the girl felt tense and began breathing heavily, barely able to bear it. When the people around saw Walls transferring his mana to Naya, they reacted with surprise and alarm to what was happening. The guy quickly explained that he was simply directing the flow of energy so that she could feel the circulation of magic. The girl could hardly stand the sensation. Naya struggled to cope with the sensations of someone else's magic, but assured her that everything was fine. She was surprised by a new feeling, a slight tingling sensation that she had never experienced before. Walls explained that this was because the energy was not her own. The other two could not stand to watch this, and left. 10 days passed, and the group arrived in the mountainous region in the northeast of the Kingdom of Cassandra. They approached the city that Mirage had mentioned earlier, and confirmed that they had reached the right place. As they toured the town, one of the group noted that the atmosphere seemed very calm. Walls explained that the church's influence was waning as more people turned away from Clarina's teachings. It was important not to antagonize the locals. The characters began to question the veracity of the information they received from Mirage, debating whether it was a hoax. One of them notes that the city looks normal, but has a strong feeling that something is wrong. Naya says she doesn't notice anything out of the ordinary in the city, but then Phil suddenly freezes, noticing something odd. She points her hand to the side, catching Wall's attention, who immediately asks what happened. She notices that the bell itself is missing from the top of the bell tower. The other characters also notice this and realize that this is what seems strange. The heroes come to a half-ruined church without a bell. The columns are lying on the ground. It was amazing how the building still stands. Walls concludes that if only the church was destroyed, then it was the target of the attack. Meanwhile, an unknown dark figure watches them from afar. The group approaches a ruined church and deduces that only this building was attacked. They assume that the city is most likely under the control of a sinister cult, and decide to inspect the church from the inside. An elderly woman answers the group, angrily asking what they are doing there and who they are. The guy explains that they are not dangerous and just came to talk, but emphasizes that the city is clearly rejecting the Clarina religion. An elderly woman aggressively claims that the group is affiliated with a church, demands that they leave, and threatens them with a knife. Her son tries to stop her, but the woman insists that the strangers are threatening their happiness. The man apologizes for his mother's behavior and explains that she often does not listen to him. The others are convinced that they are indeed mother and son. The girl shares her observations. Despite the normal appearance of the city, she feels strange from the moment of her arrival. She notes that there are too many young men in the city, although the country is at war. The girl suggests that these men may not have been drafted into the army. Other residents confirm that the war with Rain Kingdom is on its way, but there are really quite a few men in the city, and most of them don't walk alone. Granny evasively replies that she knows nothing about the topic. The girl adds that she has heard rumors about some immortals, and that there is magic that can make the dead look like the living if you use part of their bones. Walls decides to go straight to the point and asks the woman if her son is really human. The woman asks again in shock, and the man accompanying her clarifies, hinting at the child's unnatural origin. The woman exclaims that her son is a man, and it is obvious. She begins to cry with rage and accuses her interlocutors of belonging to the church, calling them suspicious and hostile. The woman blows her whistle sharply, attracting attention. The group becomes alert, and the heroes are surprised by this signal. Following this, many armed men enter the room, including those who previously seemed peaceful. The woman claims that the whistle was a warning to anyone who dares to oppose Guru-sama. One of the men accuses the heroes of spying for the church and threatens that they will not be able to leave this place safely. Walls, surprised, repeats the unfamiliar name. Celicia tried to explain herself to the locals, claiming that they knew the truth about the alchemical dolls created from the dead. He added that he did not intend to cause harm and wanted to talk to a certain guru. However, the crowd did not heed the words. Panic began, and someone gave the order to seize the heroes. The crowd began to advance. Feel uses magic to temporarily restrict the movement of the inhabitants. Stone spikes burst from the ground and bind the feet of those around them, causing them to go into shock and panic. Several villagers are immobilized by magic, and the hero demands to know the truth about a man named Guru. The woman, in a panic, blames the state for the deaths of her son and other young people, claiming that Clarina has never saved anyone. The woman loudly claims that only Guru-sama gave them hope. She refuses to talk to the newcomers, and another character hints that he has a way to destroy the alchemical dolls, despite their immortality. The hero asks to tell the truth, promising that no one will spread the history of this city. The residents hesitate, but begin to show sympathy and ask not to disturb their peace. The woman explains that she does not know the real name or face of the savior, but that he resurrected her dead husband and son. She cannot answer further questions and is sure that she does not have to know more. The blindly believing villager calls Guru-sama a god, claiming that he has restored their lost happiness. She believes that resurrection of the dead is impossible for anyone except him, and this makes him a deity. The villagers, who truly believe in Guru-sama, pray with devotion on their faces. One of the characters notices that they are indeed telling the truth. At this time, another character analyzes the situation and comes to the conclusion that the enemy is not acting alone, despite the fact that in 3 countries the tracks led to one person. Walls wondered if there were multiple people acting at the same time. However, he dismissed the idea, believing that there were too few people in the world who could master complex magic like alchemy. Walls wondered how the man known as Guru could move between 3 countries if he was acting alone. He supposed that it could be done by using flight magic, but noted that this kind of magic required a large amount of energy and physical strength. He admitted that he himself might have been able to do it once, but in his current situation he would not be able to leave the royal palace for long. The sky suddenly began to darken, causing alarm among all present. One of the companions looked up, noticing the change in the atmosphere, and the others began to look up as well. Walls turned around in confusion, not immediately understanding what was happening. A huge winged creature appears in the sky, and one of the group members is horrified to recognize it as more than just a dragon. The others also notice the approaching threat and realize that they are facing something far more dangerous, an embodiment of disaster. The protagonist realizes with horror that in front of them is not just a monster, but one of the 4 great dragons, thought to be dead. His name is Gluttony Dragon Hell. Ardeo and memories from a past life make one wonder if he is directly related to him. Ms. Celicia recalled that Ars Ditland destroyed this dragon 17 years ago, but now it has appeared again. Walls confirmed her guess and said that the dragon is a doll. The warrior discovered that the dragon was an alchemical doll. The presence of many inhabitants who showed no hostility confirmed his guess that it was the work of one person controlling them. Walls wondered in surprise if Guru was on the dragon. The old woman, with her eyes closed, confidently declared that she felt his presence above. One of the companions pointed to Hell's Back Ardeo, where a human silhouette was actually noticed. The characters begin to realize that the mysterious Guru is right on the dragon. A cloaked figure appears, and Walls realizes that this person is responsible for everything that is happening. Feel claims that the church is unreliable because, after the death of Hell, Artio, his head was sealed in a secret place. The conclusion is that only someone from the highest ranks of the church could turn the dragon into a doll. Feel suggests that only a person at the top of the church hierarchy could have created the alchemical doll from Hell Artio. At this time, the dragon does not attack, but turns around and flies away, which causes surprise among those watching. The warrior asked Walls what they were going to do with the villagers. He replied that, as stated earlier, they had no right to take away their happiness, especially if they had no information about Guru. After Hell Artio is flying away, Group suggests leaving the city. Feel notices that he is headed south, where there are only port cities. This worries her, and others don't understand what's going on. Walls pronounces the name Sacred with Trepidation Tree Forest, and one of the companions confirms that she found a mention of this place in the library. Another character specifies that this is the homeland of Feel, and the place where elves live. Walls speculates on why attackers targeted Sacred Tree Forest. He suggests that after destroying the alchemical dolls from Rain Kingdom, their enemies sensed the threat and began to act. He deduces that their goal is to wipe out the forest that is the birthplace of alchemical magic. Walls reports that they are heading to Sacred immediately. Tree Forest, however, Celicia is surprised to hear that they will have to cross the sea. She clarifies that they do not have a ship and seems worried about the upcoming journey. One of the characters says that alchemical magic was created in Sacred Tree Forest and suggests that the enemy may be planning to destroy everything before any evidence can be found. He believes that Hell Artio may be directed precisely to burn everything down. The girl, with tears in her eyes, begged to be allowed to go to the Sacred Tree Forest. Although she left her native land, she could not calmly watch it die. The girl expressed understanding and urged the others to hurry. They had to save their hometown. Fiolo Senji. The boy and the others responded, and she thanked them. The girl tried to find out why they couldn't rent a ship. They were told that because of the war, a large monster had appeared in the open sea, and without an order from the army, even fishing boats couldn't be used. After being disappointed with not being able to rent a ship, the girl suggested using magic to fly across the sea. She and Feel could use wind magic to get there. The boy was wondering how they could cross the sea, and the girl was lamenting that she couldn't help, despite her efforts and study of magic. Suddenly it dawned on her, and she exclaimed that they had a way to solve the problem. Celicia confidently suggested using flight magic to cross the sea. She added that together with Feel, they could use wind magic to get to the desired location. The others looked at the idea with doubt. Celicia attempted to fly with magic, claiming that she could handle the flight. Walls noticed that her magical energy was insufficient for long-term flight and asked her to stop. She insisted that she was willing to risk herself for Feel, despite the danger of using magical conversion. She explains that she is willing to risk her life for Feel, despite the fact that the magic conversion technique consumes too much mana and can be deadly. She considers flying to be the only option without a ship. Feel reminds that overuse of this technique has already destroyed R's body Ditlent. Celicia replies that her magic reserve is small, so she does not worry about the consequences and is ready to take risks for the sake of the goal. Magician. She notes that she has less magical power than R's, and if she continues to use this technique, she may suffer the same fate. She also points out that Wall's life is tied to Celicia's through a blood contract, and urges her to abandon the use of magic conversion. Walls says that his job is to protect the lady and not let her overexert herself. He asks her to value her life more. Celicia agrees with regret. The warrior noted that they were lucky to have convinced the lady about the transformation of magic. However, the question of transportation across the sea did not disappear. Suddenly, Nea had an idea of how to cross the sea. The group suddenly notices the appearance of fighters led by Veneto and Ash, which surprises one of the heroes. It turns out that they were the ones who arrived, despite the fact that they were supposed to split up earlier. Veneto and Ash confirms that they have come to help and offers to follow her, explaining that the ship is ready. This raises questions about why their group is back together. The characters enter a deep cave, surprised that a ship could be in such a place. One of the characters admits that they were in contact with the Veneto-Nash group, but did not know that they were already here. The crew comes to a hidden ship in a cave. When asked if they met the king, Veneto-Nash replies that they had permission from His Majesty to come here. Celicia is surprised by the size of the ship, and another demands silence. When a woman appears on deck, one of the pirates is instantly knocked out by a blow. The woman greets Nea and Veneto Nash, stating that they are borrowing the pirate's ship. However, the pirates look frightened, and the girl admits that this is not entirely of their own free will. The heroine asks in surprise if the group really attacked and robbed the pirates to get the ship. They confirm this, explaining that the pirates were outlaws, so there will be no problem with this. One of the heroes also asks how they knew about their need for a ship, since the decision to look for it was made only recently. Venet on Ash explains that when she learned of the group's intention to head to a port city, she guessed that they would need a ship, but due to circumstances, they would be denied one. So she concluded that the only option was to hijack a vessel. The characters are surprised by how naturally Veneto Nash suggested stealing a ship. One of them remarks that he hadn't even thought of it, but Nea explains that she understands how pirates think. Nea suddenly reveals that Veneto and Ash was a pirate in the past. The others are surprised by this fact, and the heroine herself is embarrassed, while her companion jokingly asks her not to be shy. Veneto and Ash indignantly stated that her skin color has nothing to do with piracy and that she was born with it. Nea mentioned that the former pirate was often teased because of her appearance. The rest of the conversation discussed how pirates often had dark skin due to exposure to the sun. Walls expressed gratitude to Venet on Ash for her help, and noted that he was impressed by how she used her experience as a former pirate. He also added that he would not judge her appearance based on her past. The girl responded by saying that she does everything for Nea-sama and not out of a desire to help others. The pirates, tied up and disgruntled, asked questions about their fate. They wanted to know if they were going to be handed over to the government or forced to transport someone across the sea. The protagonist offered the pirates a deal, to transport them to the southern continent in exchange for freedom. Celicia silently supported him, nodding. The pirates reacted furiously, declaring that they were not afraid of death and refused to help. The warrior indicated that he would not be alone on the ship, offering to examine his companions. The female crew stood nearby while the pirates discussed the situation. One of them offered to agree, noting that there would be a free helmsman and safe passengers. Walls ordered to move to the sea, since now they could sail. The ship had already set out to the open sea, heading for Sacred Tree Forest. The hero recalled how Celicia was the most excited about the journey, but spent 10 of the 20 days lying in bed. She looked tired and was still recovering from her illness. Celicia was having a hard time with the seasickness and complained about the state of the pirate ship. The others tried to cheer her up, reminding her that she had fun at first and that the pirates had asked her not to criticize their ship. Phil remarked that 20 days without training was a serious problem and asked Celicia to focus on training. She promised to improve. Walls noted that magic is a natural skill for elves, but true strength comes through cultivation. Celicia was inspired and promised to amaze the elves with her magic. At that moment, a sudden noise interrupted the conversation and attracted the attention of the team. The crew noticed the creature approaching from the starboard side. One of the fighters informed Walls that it was his time to act. Everyone saw a huge creature rising from the water. The crew was surprised by its size and assumed it was a sea serpent. Celicia and the others were shocked. A sea monster, several times larger than the ship, emerged from the water. Celicia screamed at Walls to do something, reminding him that he had promised to handle it. However, Walls hesitated, and the situation became critical. The sea monster breathes a powerful attack towards the ship, and the pirates panic and try to take cover. The explosion from hitting the water causes a strong wave near the ship. The sea dragon's attack passes by, and everyone on board is relieved to be saved. One of the characters confirms that this is no ordinary monster, and Walls notes its powerful magical aura. The girl explains that before them is a demon beast summoned by the elves, a sea dragon whose power is comparable to that of the great dragons. The others are surprised by the scale of the threat, and the fact that they did not know about its existence until now. Against the backdrop of the sea dragon silhouette, the hero concludes that the elves have begun to actively reject humans, something that has never happened before. He assesses the situation as an extremely hostile encounter. Walls steps forward with 2 magic spheres in his hands and says that he wants to test a new power. He states that he will use the sea dragon as his test target. The hero formulates a plan. Their goal is to protect the ship and destroy the sea dragon. He entrusts the rest of the crew with the care of the vessel, intending to fight the monster himself. Walls is determined to handle the sea dragon himself. He steps forward and stands alone facing the enormous beast, preparing for the fight ahead. The sea dragon rushes to attack the ship, approaching at an alarming speed. Walls activates third-level water magic and instantly releases the spell Water Bullet to repel the attack. The cast spell Water Bullet hits the sea dragon, but it remains conscious and continues moving. Walls switches to using third-tier non-attribute magic, creating a powerful stream of projectiles that rush towards the target. Walls casts the spell Heavy Wall, summoning a massive magical barrier that crashes down with force. He then charges forward, jumps onto the created wall, and climbs up it, preparing for his next attack. Walls activates the spell Twin Heavy Walls, creating two massive walls to attack the sea dragon. He strains his arms, concentrating his magical energy, but the moment he activates it, a massive explosion occurs, causing him to be thrown back. Celicia screams his name in panic. Walls notes that even third-tier magic is unable to damage the sea dragon, whose skin is as hard as stone. The creature dives into the water, causing surprise among the onlookers. Walls mentally notes that he cannot use his full power while fighting under the name Walls and in the presence of Celicia. Walls shouted loudly for everyone to grab the ship immediately, noticing the approaching attack. A huge mass of water and the body of the sea dragon crashed down next to the ship, creating a powerful impact and raising a wave. After the impact, everyone on board tried to figure out what had happened as the sea dragon sank back into the water. Walls noted that only defensive magic had prevented the ship from being destroyed, but he was limited in using strong spells due to Celicia's presence. Walls suddenly realized what he could do next and ordered Phil to cast an air barrier on him. He decided to go after the sea dragon himself, who was hiding under the water, no matter what. Walls jumped into the water using the air barrier created by Phil's magic. Thanks to the protective layer, he could move freely and see underwater without fear of being spotted by Celicia. Walls, underwater, finally decides to use his full power. He activates a magical technique, creating a powerful energy wave that spreads across the seabed and is aimed at the approaching sea dragon. Walls combines wind, earth, and non-attribute magic to create the spell Absolute Gate Obstacle. He activates it in front of the sea dragon and announces that it is now his turn to act. Walls declared with determination that it would end here, while simultaneously using first-level water magic. He summoned a huge torrent, while additionally using neutral magic to lower the temperature of the water. The hero activated the spell Dark Hole Water Spear, forming a powerful water spear. A whirlpool began to swirl on the surface, causing surprise among those watching. The sea dragon charged forward with fury, creating a wave and heading towards the ship. Its aggression shocked the entire crew watching. The spear rushed straight to the target, piercing the body of the monster. Following this, a powerful explosion occurred, from which huge columns of water rose. Walls emerged back on deck, confirming the end of the fight. The crew was delighted, admiring his strength and how he dealt with such a monster. After the victory, Walls confirmed that the threat had been eliminated. The team rejoiced, and it was decided to head to Sacred Tree Forest, since the path is now clear. After the battle with the sea dragon, Walls' group headed to the southern continent. They arrived at a shore surrounded by dense forest to go to the elf village. The group had been on the southern continent for several days now, traveling during the day and camping at night. The girl with the long hair was asking impatiently when they would arrive, and her companion assured her with a smile that they were almost there. Celicia asked if the Vinetonash group could be left to guard the ship. She was told that these people would not be able to earn the elves' trust because of their abilities, and someone had to watch the ship. She admitted that she knew nothing about elves except Feel, and wondered what they might be like. Naya noted that the idea that elves are superior to humans sounds unfriendly. In response, another participant explained that while she herself does not think so, there are indeed many elves who hold similar views. One of the girls explained that for elves, using magic is natural, unlike humans, among whom such abilities are almost non-existent. She compared it to an innate talent and added that the two continents were once called Huvrin and Elvrine, depending on the dominant race. Nowadays, they try not to use such names to avoid discrimination, but some elves continue to use them. Walls said that the elves are proud of their race and suggested that there are still many such people. The lady understood how strong the elven race is, but also added that they are unlikely to tell them about alchemical magic. Mistress Celicia noted that they were probably safe with Feel. In response, the other admitted that she had left the village for Arsama and was now unsure of her reception. Walls watched the conversation silently. Celicia assumed that the elves would hardly reject their own girl. Walls noted that after Ars stole Feel, they have a strained relationship, and it is quite reasonable that they might accept Feel for the enemy. Celicia defended Feel and accused Walls, that he doesn't understand the hearts of women at all. At Feel, eyes lit up with support from the lady and confirmed that she was right. Walls didn't want to look at it and called Nea to go further. However, she looked like she wanted to join them. She firmly said that she would do everything possible, even if they had been separated for a very long time. She was sure that the elves would understand her. Everyone looked at her with a smile, but something suddenly alerted the warrior. The heroes asked what was the matter. Walls was frightened, pointed to the strange smell of fire in the air. His words were confirmed by the warrior. When the realization came, the warrior ran, shouting to the others to move faster. Walls suddenly sped up, leaving the others behind, and one of his companions called after him. He thought about the strange silence. Despite the proximity to the village, no one noticed them. The hero suspected that there might be an elven village inside. The others also began to sense something was wrong. A group of heroes arrived at the elven village. From the top of the cliff they saw its buildings, partially hidden underground. Feel looked at the panorama in shock. The others were also shocked. The warrior suggested going down to check the situation. On site, it turned out that the village had been burnt to the ground, although the sacred tree in the surrounding forest remained untouched. Celicia, she said sadly that they had arrived too late. A thoughtful Wall suggested that the attack might have been due to the alchemical mastery of the elves. Everyone was devastated by what had happened and commemorated the dead. The hero tried to cheer up Feel by suggesting that the residents might have managed to evacuate, since not a single elf had been found on the spot yet. Suddenly, gusts of wind blew in from different directions, forcing the heroes to tense up. Experienced warrior Walls immediately recognized the attack as Sealed Windslash, a first-level, wide-range spell. Walls reacted quickly and used level 2 non-attribute magic to create a gravity shield and ordered everyone to freeze. He confirmed that the magic left no doubt about its origin. The characters felt threatened and tried to make contact with the elves, stating that they did not want to fight. The warrior offered to come out for negotiations. An attack was suddenly launched from the forest. Walls noticed the source of the magic. He blocked the attack and saw his ally Feel running in the same direction. Feel quickly explained herself, shouting that they were not enemies. She introduced herself, but was met with accusations of using dangerous magic, which surprised her attackers. Walls recognized this elf. The elf was outraged that Feel had returned to the village with strangers. He reminded her that she had left them for Ars, and was now bringing people with her. An unknown elf greeted Feel and said that he hadn't seen her for a long time. Feel, shocked, called the stranger her brother. The blonde girl sees a young man in front of her. She asks if he is her friend's brother. The girl with bangs behind her notes that they do look alike. He hugs his sister with a happy smile. The young man is glad that his sister Feel has returned safe and sound. The girls awkwardly look at the scene, discussing how the boy does not give the impression of being the kind of person he appears to be now. The elves are surprisingly emotional. The girl remembers this guy, Ligil Alstro Emeria. Among the inhabitants of the Forest of Divine Trees, he was the first to realize the power of Ars and convinced the other elves. He, like Feel, is friendly towards humans. Feel tries to distance himself from his brother, too embarrassed by the presence of others. Lego whispers that he is really very happy. He was worried at the thought that something bad had happened to the girl. Feel's eyes widen in surprise. She asks worriedly if something had happened, and both villagers. Legal begins to tell his story, but a voice interrupts him. The brother and sister turn to look at him. It's an adult elf standing on the roof. He reminds Feel that there are people with him, so the young man shouldn't talk too much. The girls ask who he is, and Feel recognizes him as Keith. The dark-haired youth mentally remembers that this is the teacher Feel, about whom she once told him. In that life, the youth never met him. Teacher Feel is a high elf who despises humans more than all the elves. Keith has no idea how they managed to escape from the sea dragon, but they are the same people as the people of that vile country. They will get what they deserve for scaring their village with a monster that looks like one of the 4 great dragons. He clenches his fists and forms a magic ball, sending it towards the people. Phil stands in front of the dark-haired man and asks his teacher to wait. She tells him that this is the princess of the kingdom of Eurasia. These people are different from those who harmed them. And Vols, the dark-haired youth, defeated the sea dragon. A surprised voice is heard, noting that he is not even able to defeat this magical beast. And he did it alone. Keith frowns. Indeed, he was the one who stopped Legel's attack. He admits that the boy is not like other people, but they still have many problems. Since these people are not involved in the destruction of the village, then Teacher Phil asks them to leave this place before he finishes them off. The dark-haired youth looks at Keith with determination and says that they cannot leave the village because they came here to talk to the elves. A dark, murderous aura thickens around Keith. Forming a tornado around himself, Teacher Phil declares that they are not going to deal with humans. Throwing a murderous look at the boys, he threatens to stop the pathetic humans from getting cocky. They make him sick. He continues that if people understood his prejudice, then they should leave Elvlina immediately, and Phil will remain here. Phil screams loudly that she is against it, she is protecting Celicia, and cannot stay. Keith grits his teeth. He angrily asks when she managed to fall so low. She left the village following that man, and now she has returned and tells him such a thing. Apparently, he threw the girl out. Phil shouts that the teacher should not dare to say nasty things about Arcee. The girl will not let him get away with it. Legel asks them to stop, because now is the worst time for quarrels. The young man asks Kit to look at the situation of the tire, despite his hatred of people. Keith frowns with displeasure. Legel asks Phil the same thing. He will now explain the situation they are in. The young man places his hand on Phil's shoulder. He asks her to listen to him calmly. Elvlina is currently under attack from the kingdom of Volmus. Legel closes his eyes in pain. Their leader has captured their father. The girl can't believe it. Legel continues that they wanted to immediately go to rescue him, but that dragon attacked the village and their military forces suffered. They want to rescue their father, but their forces can't do anything. But with Phil's help, it might work. Together, they'll save their father. Phil turns to the girl she was accompanying and grits her teeth in despair. Phil is at a loss as to what to choose. Keith ruthlessly clarifies that she will remain on the side of humans, putting her own father in danger. He calls her a disgrace to the elven race. Vol steps forward and says that the teacher is insulting Phil in vain. The young man looks at him resolutely. Now the girl faces a difficult choice. Her father's life, MLM job responsibilities. She swore allegiance to Celicia and seeks to repay her with kindness. Vols notes that, in his opinion, Phil, like any elf, values the rules of decency, so there is nothing shameful in this. Phil looks at the boy in surprise. Keith frowns even more. Vols continues that they are not going to retreat just having come here. The young man asks to tell about chemical magic. Keith asks in surprise why they need it. Vols honestly tells that they have discovered that some people own it and use it to bring the dead back to life. If there are rumors about them in Volmus, then they can get the necessary information about them there. True, the young man admits that he has never heard of such a kingdom, but if it appeared quite recently, then they could see the spiritual father there. The blonde girl asks in surprise if the young man doesn't know about Volmus. The young man answers honestly that he's heard the name for the first time, and that the country was probably founded not so long ago. The girl interrupts him. She tells him that it is a great power that controls the coastline in the north. Even children know this. The young man remembers that there are 3 states in the north: the Duchy of Remert, the Empire of Sephiros, and the Republic of Banuel. The girl notes that she has never heard of such states. The young man's eyes widen. The dark-haired girl says that the northern shores have belonged to Volmus since ancient times. She continues that it is a large and powerful country inhabited by hot-tempered people. Vols is shocked. He does not understand what happened there. In Ars's memory, the place where Volmus now stands was once the site of 3 border states. Vols frowns. If you think about it, it's strange in general. Eurasia is a small country, so neither he nor his entourage knew about it. But he didn't know that the countries that existed had disappeared, and in their place a great power had emerged, which was attacking the southern part of the continent. Suddenly, a thought pops into the young man's head. What if his reincarnation changed the course of history? The boy stares at him in shock until Legel asks them to follow him so he can tell them in detail about Volmus and Philo's father. He will lead them to the divine tree. They reach the foot of the divine tree. As they climb the steps, Valze continues to ponder the situation. His rebirth has changed the course of history. If so, what changed and why did it happen in the first place? So many questions, so few answers. The blonde girl points out that if the elves needed shelter, they could have built small houses, and elves do not take the easy way out. Fiel turns to Valz. They say this place was the first refuge for the elves, so it cannot be touched. In other words, it is sacred ground. Fiel folds his hands in a pleading gesture, silently asking Volz to look after Celicia. Vol turns to the fair-haired girl and asks her not to say whatever comes into her head. She heard that this time they made an exception for humans. Celicia simply brushes off his remark. The young man sighs. Now he needs to ask the elves about alchemical magic. He will focus on that. They enter a huge hall. A large hall appears before them, behind which two elves are sitting. It is an old man and a young girl. They turn in their direction. The old man turns to Kit, noting that he did not understand where he had gone. He asks with displeasure who these people are that he brought here. And then he sees Fiel behind the dark-haired youth. He runs up to her and takes her hands, smiling and happy that she has finally returned. With an awkward smile, Fiel greets Uncle Holbert. The old man lifts the girl, noting that she is still as small as ever. He asks about the people. He thinks they walked her home. Suddenly, a girl who was also sitting at this table asks Holbert to stop, as he is making a laughingstock of himself in front of people. He needs to control himself, as befits an elf. The dark-haired youth notes to himself that he was right. These two, the old man and the girl, are especially powerful and influential among the elder elves, Holbert Karkin and Mariel Elgren. They were even acquainted with Ars, but in the youth's memories there must be another one. The girls note that the elves communicate closely with each other. Suddenly another elf appears behind them, hanging upside down. He tells them that this is normal. Is it any different with humans? The girls exclaim in surprise and fear. The elf jumps down to the floor and apologizes for frightening them. It is a young man. It's just that people haven't come to them for a long time. He says with a smile that it just happened somehow. Valz notes that here is the third one. You wouldn't know it by his appearance, but he is the most authoritative and powerful of the elves, Vio Elster. Vio addresses those who have come. If they didn't come here to see Fiel off, then what are they here for? Vio turns to Keith, but Fiel apologizes and runs up to the elf, who sits down on the couch. She'll explain everything now. Vio concludes that Ars had already died once, but was resurrected and was now hunting for her life. And this mystery involved a heretical cult and alchemical dolls. Helartia, who had attacked their village, was also an alchemical doll. That's why they followed him. And now they came here to ask the elves about alchemical magic. Vio notes that Celicia is really cool, since she can use 4 types of magic at once. He says that the girl has a natural talent. With a smile, Celicia agrees with his words. Then Vio turns to Volz. He can't believe that he was able to defeat the sea dragon. Vio has never heard of humans being able to do such a thing. No, not even among the elves there are such. The young man is truly amazing. So strong, just like ours. Afterwards, Vio laughs, noticing Vol's tense face, saying that it's a joke. Holbert reminds them that humans are still their enemies. Vio should not rejoice so early. The young elf asks the old man not to be angry, because humans are different, and he has a keen eye, and he is confident in this young man. Mariel also notes that Vio is too naive. She doesn't even believe everything that Fiel says. They even actually have this power. So first they need to figure out if these people are their friends or enemies. Celicia wants to protest, but she is silenced. Vio asks them to show them proof of their power. Celicia is confused. Vio notes that mastering 4 types of magic and killing a sea dragon by himself are pretty cool accomplishments, and asks if Keith has any ideas. Keith notes that if they really have that kind of power, then it won't be difficult for them to save Fiel's father and his brother Radael. The girls are taken aback by these words. Vio notes that then everything is decided, so they will at least demonstrate that they have no hostile intentions towards the elves. And they will talk about alchemical magic later. Celicia is indignant that they have been begging them for quite some time now. Let the elves stop taking the conversation in another direction. Even they, the elves, cannot challenge the kingdom of Volmus. How can the three of them save it? Fiel tries to stop the girl, but then Mariel stands up and asks if they understand the situation they are in. Mariel turns to the blonde. She doesn't understand what the girl is a princess of, but she is currently in the land of the elves, Elvlinu. If the girl can't convince them of her strength, then let her immediately leave Fiel and leave the kingdom. Holbert adds that the humans attacked them out of the blue and took away what was dear to them. Therefore, they are not ready to cooperate with them so easily. Celicia continues to persist. Because the elves want them to fight Volmus, their army is many times stronger than that of Rain. Suddenly, as instructed, the door of the hall swings open behind the girl. Vio sends them on their way with a smile. He tells them not to worry, because after all, the boys are the chosen ones. Vals turns to Celicia. No matter what they do now, they will be no different from the inhabitants of Volmus for the elves. To convince them, it will be faster to show their strength and prove that they are not enemies to the elves. Celicia does not understand how the three of them will cope. Vals asks her to trust him. They can save the elves, but he has a condition. Vals asks the elves to hide Celicia and Nea in a safe place. Vals takes a step towards Vio. The elf asks again with a smile. Vals asks to be allowed to go alone to rescue Fiel's father. Vio chuckles and notes that it sounds interesting. A blonde girl sits in a wooden room. She remembers Vols's words about going to save Fiel's father alone. Vio smiled and noted that it sounded interesting. He is surprised that the boy wants to go alone, even though they don't even know how to get out of the situation. He really does act like ours. Vio gives him advice. There are several masters of attributeless magic in Volmus. Vol specifies that this is why the elves had such difficulties. He specifies whether this Radiel is alive. They are almost certain that in these 2 days, Radiel was forced to surrender. Celicia tries to stop Vols. How can he go alone against a militarized country? Vol stops her. He says that he leaves the girl to Nea. Even if they don't interfere, they still look down on those who don't have magic. The boy asks her not to worry about him. He won't disappear. Vols leaves for a mission. Celestia sits in this large room. She hopes that the boy is okay. Suddenly, the door of the room opens. It turns out to be Vio, smilingly asking how the princess is doing. Celicia tries to remember his name and asks him discontentedly what he needs. The young man asks to call him Vio, and he will call her Celicia. Celicia asks tiredly why he came to her. Vio smiles sweetly. He asks if the girl wants to eat. They return to the hall where they were brought the first time. This time, there are many different dishes on the table. Nea is already sitting at the table. Nea immediately stands up and asks Celicia to sit down first. Vio smiles and tells them to eat as much as they want, since it's an informal dinner. Celicia tries the food and finds it delicious. Vio smiles and notes that he was sure she would be worried about Vols going to that country alone, but she seems calm. Celicia takes some more food and calmly explains that, of course, she is worried, but Vols always keeps his word, and she always watches him from the sidelines. So Celicia believes that he can handle this matter. With a smile, Vio says that then there really is nothing to worry about. The elf youth clarifies that it seems Vols did not go directly to the soldiers of Volmus, but through the seacoast. Celicia asks in surprise how he understood this. Vio laughs. With the power of the divine tree, Vio can perform a magical scan of the entire continent. The blonde girl exclaims in surprise. Vio waves it off, saying that it's nothing special. He's more interested in their friend Vols. Vio heard that he can use 3 types of magic, but he's not sure if that's true or not. Vio notes that his keen eye can accurately determine the magician's reserve of power. Vols's mana is not that large, but his magical power is off the charts. Celicia admits that she herself did not expect Vols to be able to control 3 attributes, and he certainly has plenty of strength, but Fiel was with him all the time. It would be strange if she never noticed his abilities. Fiel looks down sadly. Vio notes that she is the only one who is not worried about him. Does she know something? Fiel quietly admits that she simply believes in him. Celicia and Nea look at her in surprise. Vio comments that the boy is just about to engage in a serious fight. Celicia awkwardly looks away. Vio asks if they are interested. He gets up from the table and asks if the girls want to take a look. Now all 4 are at the top of the divine tree. The girls carefully ask if they can climb it. Vio nods that as long as they do not harm the tree, they can. He points ahead. There is smoke from the seacoast in the distance. The warships of Volmus. Celicia asks in surprise. Vols just needs to save Field's father, so why did he break these ships into pieces? If he managed to rescue him, then he could have assumed that Volmus would want to take revenge, and decided to cut off the escape routes. Vio smiles. It seems Vols is serious about leaving no trace of the Volmus army behind. Is he really that keen on winning their trust? So he really can do that. Vols is an interesting character. Nea asks cautiously about the fate of the Volmus warships. Vio begins to think. Kalitz to the east, and Seolanig to the west. Both countries are trying to take over a piece of Volmus. Vio senses a sharp surge in magical energy. Coming. Suddenly, a huge ball of dark energy forms on the coast. Celicia exclaims in fear. Suddenly, because of this magic, Vols will suffer. Fiel silently watches the coast. Vio laughs loudly. Vio explains that this is attributeless magic, and it was apparently activated by Vols himself. The blonde girl exclaims in surprise that she didn't know the boy had first-tier magic. Fiel quietly explains that Vols has always been able to use it, it's just that now it's revealed to everyone. Celicia remembers Vols saying that he had already tried using the transformation of magic particles. She doesn't understand why she didn't notice it. Vols was smart, strong, and learned magic in no time. The girl realizes that he was hiding his true power all this time. Fiel glances at Celicia and then looks away sadly. She unconsciously calls out Vols' name quietly. 20 minutes before the appearance of attributeless magic, the soldiers stand in front of the young man. They shout that he suddenly attacked them, destroyed the ships, and now stands in their way. They do not even want to know who he is, so they tell him to prepare for a magical attack. Now, according to them, the young man will understand how terrible Volmus is. The soldiers use magic and run towards the boy. Vols grins and moves towards them. The soldiers use first-tier earth magic stone fists against the boy. Vols easily gets out of the stone fists, breaking them into pieces. The soldiers are surprised. The youth forms multiple water balls in his hand. He uses the first-tier water magic fan form, piercing water bullets. The soldiers form shields in front of them. This is water attribute cancellation magic. Vol's eyes widen in surprise, and the soldiers rush towards him, shouting that they found his weak spot. Vols jumps and hits two soldiers who are attacking him on the head. He smirks, remembering that they were planning to fight the elves, but he is not so naive as to defeat them so easily. The other soldiers shout not to retreat. They want to teach the boy a lesson with the, quote, choral singing. Vols frowns. He can't deal with the soldiers of an entire country alone. He must find the place where they are holding Fielradiel's father. The soldiers place their hands on the ground and use first-tier earth magic. Redstone Giant. A huge creature emerges from the ground. They created a colossus from the rocks and debris around them. The young man smirks that they are quite skilled in magic. The giant strikes exactly where Vols had stood. The soldiers take aim at him. The young man dodges the attack, noting that the giant has a huge range, and the timing of his attacks is clever. Nothing less could be expected from a military power. Vols needs to deal with this giant first. It is made of shipwrecks and rocks around. But the enemy camp remains intact. The young man understands that it is there. The giant's fist rushes towards him again. A huge hole is formed in the ground from the impact. The soldiers smirk. Now the young man understands what Volmus's power is. But after the dust settles, they see the dark-haired man who formed a shield, which was hit by the giant's blow. Vols explains that gravity magic can hold back any attacks. Depending on how it is used, it allows the damage received to be manipulated. The youth gathers momentum in his hand and sends back the so-called Volmus force. The giant receives a recoil from his blow. Reverse gravity. Spear of purification from filth. The young man grins. The soldiers only dreamed of dying of pride for their country. The giant is destroyed. Vols goes to the soldiers' camp. Suddenly a voice is heard from the tent, asking who it is. Vols explains that he is not an enemy and came to sleep with him at Vio's request. The voice becomes surprised. The young man enters the tent and sees a wounded elf tied to a pole. He asks if this is really Fielradiel's father. The elf raises his head in surprise, hearing his daughter's name. Vols explains that he and his daughter came to the mainland together. He activates the magic of canceling all elements and freezes against the elf for a second. With the help of magic, the young man breaks the shackles. Radael asks if Feel is okay. Vols says they will meet soon. Now they need to leave this place. When Vols and Radael leave the tent, they are met by an army of stone giants. Radael notes that there is no end to these giants. They will not be able to escape them. Vols calmly says that they do not need to run. Vols wants to deal with them and bring Radael home. In that case, the elves will hardly have anything to say. The young man grins. This will be enough to show his strength. The stone giants are advancing. Radael understands that there is no escape from such numbers, and the shackles have deprived him of his magical powers. Vols repeats that they do not need to run away, and fearlessly walks towards the giants. He will destroy them all. Radael screams that this is madness because there are about 30 of these giants, and these are only the ones they can see. He screams that the mages who control these giants wear robes that do not allow them to be revealed. How can they fight without knowing the enemy's location? The young man agrees with him. If they are going to fight, then they need to take a more advantageous position. They will do so. Vols takes Radael on his back. Radael asks with an indifferent face why the young man is carrying him. Vols explains that he has decided not to engage in battle for now, because it is difficult to fight when you are protecting someone. The young man warns that if the elf is afraid of falling, then he should hold on tighter. Radael is indignant that he didn't mean that, but the fist of a stone giant appears above them. Vols dodges with the elf on his back. He uses earth element neutralization magic, Sand Blast. The giant gradually falls apart into pieces of stone. The elf is surprised, because the young man was able to use a complex attribute of first-tier magic, and with just one counterattack defeated the giant. The young man understands that the giants' bodies are quite fragile. The young man breaks through 2 giants. The stone bodies break easily. Vols notes that not only do they regenerate quickly, but they also hit hard. Radael speaks up. The bodies of the stone giants are made of ship fragments and stone. They can move thanks to magic, and there are plenty of magicians and stones here. The young man does not understand what the elf is leading to. The elf answers honestly that nothing will work. No matter how strong the young man is, there is no end to the giants. Volmus cannot be destroyed. He asks to leave him, because alone the young man has a chance to escape. However, Vols does not listen to him. He continues to fight with the giants. He destroys one after another until the moment he needs comes. Radael shouts again for the young man to stop. There is no point in fighting blindly. Vols smirks, reminding them that he intends to destroy them all. Volmus had already lost, only it took longer for a large-scale publishing house. But now everything is ready. The young man places his hand on the ground. He activates the magic, and huge impulses pass through the earth, not touching the stone giants, but continuing on. Within seconds, this impulse reaches the mages who control the giants. The mage does not understand where the magic of the sealed wind sword comes from. The young man smirked. If the mage couldn't be detected, then there was a magical thread between the controller and the giant that connected them. So Vols linked himself to them, followed that thread, and found them. The most important thing in using a large-scale skill is to kill everyone with one blow. But knowing the enemy's location and cutting off his escape routes, all that remains is to destroy this area. The young man activates first-tier attributeless magic, Prison of Exhaustion. A huge dark sphere glowing with energy forms around the entire area. Radael watches the young man in shock, and Vols calmly turns the huge ball of energy into a small ball and squeezes it in his hand. If the earth is the material for their bodies, then we just need to remove it. If the mages are the source of power, then we just need to destroy them. Now Radael is free, and they can return to Fiel. They stand near a crater several kilometers in diameter. Mission accomplished. Radael points out that the boy may be strong since Vio sent him alone on this mission, but to defeat the army of Volmus alone, someone who can do that must be as good as Ars Ditland. Vols chuckles, saying that the elf is exaggerating. Besides, how could an elf call a human a symbol of power? Radael laughs, and indeed, he called the human powerful, but he still finds it strange to hear it from a human. And yet Radael will respect anyone whose strength he can recognize. Such are the elves. Radiel Alstroemeria extends her hand to introduce herself. Vol states his name, they shake hands, and Radiel thanks him for saving him. Holding the elf, Vols walks along the path. They are met by a crowd of elves. The elves have been hiding all this time. Ligel and the warriors exclaim when they see Radiel. Vols says he needs help, and the elf is immediately taken away. Celicia approaches Vols. The young man falls to one knee and reports that he has saved Radiel Alstroemeria and that the mission is accomplished. Celicia notes with a smile that he did a good job. Along with these tasks, he defeated the army of Volnus. Celicia knew that he would succeed. The elves exclaim joyfully. The elves shout that they will throw a party and prepare a warm welcome for Lord Radiel and their savior. Nia approaches the young man. She praises him and says that he is amazing, and then asks if he is hurt. The young man says that everything is fine, but then notices the strange state of the blonde girl. He asks her if something happened. The girl clenches her fists. Celicia asks why he hid his true power all this time. The boy's eyes widen and Nea and Phil awkwardly look away. Celicia explains that they saw him fight using first-tier magic. Vols is surprised. Phil explains that Vio allowed them to climb the sacred tree. Vols mentions that his magic is developing quite quickly. Celicia purses her lips in anger, then screams that such a huge power will destroy his body, but he still continues to use the powers. Vols lowers his head and asks for forgiveness. The blonde girl sighs. She turns away and asks if his body is okay. The young man looks up in surprise. The girl notes that Vols is no stranger to hiding things, and she has no desire to interrogate him. She simply asks the young man not to do anything reckless. Celicia notes that she will probably get into even more trouble if Vols is not around. The boy continues to look at the girl, and then he says with a smile that he understands. He apologizes to Nia for making her worry. The girl says that everything is fine. Nea frowns. She can't forgive herself for not being able to understand Vols's true magic. She didn't believe in him and was worried for nothing. Nea kneels and mutters that a person like her can't judge his true power. She's really sorry. Vols is confused and asks her not to kneel and to calm down. Celicia smiles and tells Fiel that Nea is quite straightforward. Suddenly, Fiel is called out. It's her father. He says that it's been 25 years since she left the village, never returning. Fiel awkwardly looks away, but her father simply hugs her. He smiles and says that he is very glad that his daughter is okay. Fiel hugs him back, and she is also happy to see her father again. After a while, Fiel asks to let her go, but her father continues to smile and hug her because she has finally returned, and he is going to hug her to his heart's content for all 25 years. Nea smiles and notes that Radiel truly loves Fiel and is now just happy that she is alive. Celicia skeptically comments that this is still too much. Celicia asks to pay attention that Fiel is about to die. They are interrupted by Vio, who says that he is glad that Radiel is safe. It is time to begin the feast. Vio raises his glass of alcohol to Radiel, who has returned alive, and to their saviors. The elves raise their mugs after him and drink. As the elves are having fun, eating and drinking, Vol stands away from everyone, and Fiel runs to him. The boy asks if they have finished hugging. Fiel awkwardly admits that she ran away from her father, but in the end, she is glad to see him alive. Fiel bows and thanks Vols for saving her father. Even though the deal was with Vio, she is still very grateful. Vol smiles as an elf, who had been looking for the boy, appears from behind a tree. The young man asks what he needs. Vio notes that it is cold here, and someone like Vols needs to eat warm mushrooms. He hands the young man a mushroom. Vio has already bitten it, but what if Vols wants one? The young man firmly refuses. Vio notices Fiel here too. He mentions that he has business with Vols and would rather not discuss it in front of everyone. The young man says that it is okay, thus allowing Fiel to stay here. Vio becomes serious. Vols kept his promise, and so will he. Vio is ready to tell him about magical alchemy. Vio tells the boy about alchemical magic. Vols concentrates. If he correctly assimilates the information he has received, the current Rs should not be the root of evil. The moment of the first discovery of the alchemical dolls is not difficult to guess, since Vols was Rs at that time. If the magical alchemy of the man who called himself a guru is based on the magical alchemy of the elves, then if he questions Vio properly, he will be able to get closer to the source of the cult. However, Vio says that the one who studied alchemical magic is dead. Vols, dumbfounded, asks if the man died because they wanted to silence him. Vio shakes his head. That man died in a duel with Volmus. They are very sorry to lose him. But Vio also practices alchemical magic, so he can answer the boy's questions. Vols begins by asking Vio if he has ever taught alchemical magic to people. The young man clarifies that he wants to know if the information has leaked to the outside world. Vio thinks about it and says that no, he didn't tell anyone, and neither did Eva, and no one could have stolen the information. He guarantees that. Vols clarifies what alchemical dolls are. Vio smiles and notes that, as Phil said, it is a magic that has evolved like the elven magic. However, with Vio's magical alchemy, the pieces of meat cannot return to their original state, and Vio has never heard of magic that can grant memories before. The only one who can do this is Ars. Vio taught him magical alchemy. He thinks that in 10 to 20 years it will be impossible to know it perfectly, because it is a complex magic. That is why he asks for forgiveness, because this is where Vio's knowledge of it ends. Vols nods. Vio looks at him with a smile and admits that he is most interested in the young man himself. He explains that it is not him, but them. Vio reminds him that he can see other people's magical power through their aura. The boy's aura is different from Ars, but the amount of magical power is the same. Vols tenses up. Vio continues. Ars is a genius magician. The probability of 3 people of such level existing in one era is extremely small. The young man asks again in surprise. Vio starts listing. The first is Ars, the second is Vols, and the third is a man named Gerasio. The young man asks again in surprise. Vio explains that he saw his aura during the raid on the village. Vols grits his teeth, realizing that it was not Ars. Vio confirms his words. No one in the world has the same aura as Ars. Even though Vols's magic power is close to his, their auras are different. The boy frowns. The aura of his magic power is different from Ars's. If it is the same body, then why is the aura different? Or is it due to something the boy does not know yet? But if Vio's words are to be believed, then Guru and Ars are different people. Then the young man is curious about Ars's true identity. Vols wants to ask Vio something he hasn't talked about with Phil. The girl is interested in the conversation. Vols explains that Ars is the result of using reincarnation. He said that he was defeated and reincarnated. But could that be? Vio laughs. It seems Ars did something interesting, living such a short life to start all over again. Vio continues to laugh. The boy thought that magical alchemy was the work of Ars. Vio admits that it sounds convincing. It is Vio who says decisively that it is impossible. In fact, they do not know whether Ars succeeded in using reincarnation. The body, once deprived of the soul, will not return to its previous state. Contrary to their expectations, the soul has a weak connection with the world. It is obvious that it is impossible to put someone else's soul into a body. Vio believes that the magic of reincarnation does not consist in transplanting the soul into a new body. Vio points out firmly that the dead cannot be brought back to life. Vols freezes in shock. Phil calls out to him. She tells that Inessa once said about Ars that she did not recognize him. The young man is surprised. Vio and Inessa think alike. This Ars is not real. In that case, it is possible that someone is pretending to be him. Then the magical alchemy that Vols studied has nothing to do with elves. Using it, someone got into the royal palace disguised as a living Ars. But 17 years have passed. It is simply impossible to deceive people all this time. In that case, he has another assumption. If the body and the inner world do not correspond to each other, and the aura has changed, and Inessa felt the difference between the aura that Vio spoke of and the one that Ars had, then the current Ars, like the reincarnation of Vols, may have different memories. If so, Vio's doubts will be dispelled. There are currently 3 people who have magical power equal to Vols's. This is very unusual. If, due to the difference in aura, Vio was mistaken about Guru's identity. It is possible that the fake Ars, whose aura differs from the boy's, is the Guru who leads the heretical cult. But the more questions there are, the less answers there are. Why does he have his memories? If no one knows about magical alchemy, why attack an innocent elven village? And most importantly, why send an army to attack? Why is he so attached to Feel? Who is posing as ours? Suddenly, Vols is pulled out of his thoughts by a fight. The elves are trying to figure out who is stronger. Feel looks at this with disappointment. It's a holiday now. Where did he come from? Suddenly, the elf shouts that the human race can only mindlessly wag its tongue. Vols tenses up. Nea shouts back at the elf that she can repeat as many times as she wants, that there is no elf who could defeat her in a duel, even if they strengthen themselves with magic. Vols notices that it was Nea who challenged the elf. Vols runs there. They need to avoid conflict. He tells Vio that he will stop Nea, but Vio is no longer there. Vio approaches the elf and Naya and asks them not to fight in such a place with a smile. Feel has a bad feeling. Vio puts his hand on Naya's shoulder. The elf invites them to test their skills in a real competition. Vio announces a swordsmanship competition between Guard Obek and Nea Fromage. Feel asks Vols worriedly if they will stop this. After all, Guard is really strong. His sword skills are higher than the girls. Vols closes his eyes. He thought so at first, but then he noticed something. Nea smiled the whole time. She might have lost if the battle had happened earlier, but now she knew the circulation of magic. But Guard's strength seems to have not changed at all, so everything will be fine. An alarmed Celicia runs up to them and asks what Nea got herself into. Vio uses magic to form an arena. He invites opponents to come to the center of the arena. Guard glares at the girl and mutters that if he wins, Nea will get the hell off this continent, and if he loses, he will do whatever she says. Nea calmly points out that, in that case, she can't lose. Vio recites 3 rules: no killing, no leaving the court, and only use strengthening magic. Guard folds his hands with a smirk. He forms new armor around himself and takes out his sword. You can maintain your powers as long as you like. Guard smirks. He asks Nea if she regrets not doing this, since he can use the attributes of wind and earth at the same time. Nea calmly asks him how much longer he will have to prepare, since the battle is in full swing. Looking at her opponent indifferently, the girl notes that the one who hesitates will lose. As soon as Vio announces that the battle has begun, Guard quickly rushes towards Nea with brightness in his eyes. He crosses swords with her. Everyone exclaims in surprise, did he really finish off Nea with one blow? Celicia screams that it is unfair. Nea smirks. Could it be that a fatal blow from 2 attributes that didn't even hit her is the entire power of Guard? She knocks his sword away, noting that he is weaker than she thought. It's such a pity. The girl strikes back. Guard dodges and asks with a smirk if Nea wants to retreat, since surrender is what humans do. They cross blades again. Celicia comments that Guard uses dual elemental magic on his sword. She doesn't understand how Nea can withstand his blows at all. Feel comments that Nea is holding up very well. Feel tells the story of the elf's past. When Guard was wandering the northern continent, he fought 500 human warriors. Everyone around him said that he was a monster, and that no living creature could match him in wielding a magic sword. In addition, his armor was not just earth magic. At this moment, Nea strikes again. However, her sword, although it reached the armor, but it smoothly split right around the girl's sword and grabbed it. Nea's eyes widen in surprise. Celicia is worried about how she will fight now. Nea remains calm. She takes out her second sword. Guard smirks at the girl wielding 2 swords, since she has no more. He raises his sword and shouts for her to surrender. Everyone freezes in anticipation. Unexpectedly for everyone, and especially Guard, Nea dodges his attack. The girl summons a sword and grabs it. She strikes Guard while he still looks at her, stunned. He doesn't understand how this happened. Nea calmly reminds him that she already said that there is only one reason for his loss, and it is that he is too slow. Nea casts an indifferent glance at Guard. Strange marks appear on her face. Guard clenches his teeth in anger, and Vio congratulates the girl on her victory. Vio smiles and reminds him that a deal is a deal. She can ask Guard to do anything. Naya freezes, then holds out her hand to Guard. She tells him that he has shown his superior skill, and that they are similar in that Nea has dedicated herself to training in order to become stronger, so she asks him to promise that he will not judge people by their magical power in the future. And with that, they part ways. Guard looks at her in surprise, and then, lowering his head, makes her a promise. The elf is sorry that he lost, but he accepts her help and gets up. Celicia, out of joy, hugs Feel, who is also happy about the girl's victory. Nia smiles. Phil turns to Vols and notes that she is surprised, since she noticed that movement from her. Vols nods, since Nia was able to master the circulation of magic. Vols smiles and notes that since then, Nia has been training every day. She wouldn't have lost a guard, who hasn't changed a bit in all that time. Phil glances at him. Phil quietly admits that she knows his past. Vols is surprised that she suddenly started talking about it. Phil looks away. She felt out of place because of this, because Vols even knew the true strength of Guard Obek. Vols agrees, because remembering how good he is, he had no doubt that Nia would win. Phil says that she has a question. She looks at him cautiously and reminds him that Vols has never met Obek. Vols denies this. He says that he met him in the village when he was ours. But Phil interrupts him, because Obek also confirmed that he never met Ars Ditland. The young man looks at her in surprise. Phil cautiously asks if his memories really belong to Ars. The young man asks again, confused. His memories are not Ars's? He thinks about it. It is quite possible. Of course, the memories and stories he knew are different from the current ones. Sooner or later, Vols had to accept this, and maybe now is the time. If Phil, who knows his secret, has noticed this, Vols carefully answers that he has thought about this too. After reincarnation, he will simply not know many historical events. Vols notes that he knew neither about the kingdom of Volmus, whose power is comparable to the two great kingdoms, nor about the internal conflict in Remortia. He did not even suspect the existence of Eurasia. In addition, after trying to resurrect from the dead, he realized that the effect of regression magic took an unexpected turn. Phil adds that even if he did think about it, the fact that he knows Obek does not fit into the current reality, the boy thinks. But not all memories are different. On the contrary, many of them correspond to the memories of others. However, if there are those that differ, like Guard Obek and the Kingdom of Volmus. If Vol's memories correspond to a past life, then perhaps the truth behind this secret, this world, compared to his past, is similar and different at the same time. Vols cautiously asks if this means that this place is a parallel world, if such a thing is possible. But then he immediately brushes it off, because it is stupid and like a plot of a children's fairy tale. Phil, on the other hand, notes that it is entirely possible. If the laws of his past world do not apply in the parallel one, it is strange that only the effect of regression magic has changed. It is as if there was a law of gravity that does not apply only to apples. The young man looks down. Hypothesis and reality do not correspond. Is this all because of the use of reincarnation magic? His attempt to avoid death goes against the laws of nature. Does this mean that reincarnation has only brought harm? The young man clenches his fists, but suddenly his clenched fists are covered by women's hands. Phil squeezes his fist and looks at him cautiously. She reminds him that he saved her life. Even after listening to his guesses, she cannot answer whether the young man ended up in a parallel world or not. But she does know one thing for sure. Phil continues to squeeze his hand and promises that she will always be by his side, whether he is Ars or Vols, in a parallel world or not. So she asks him not to handle everything alone. She, with tears in her eyes, assures Vols that she will help him with all her might. Vols smiles tenderly and thanks her. Phil wipes away her tears and says she has a proposition. She wants to compare their memories and see if they match. She remembers that the first time they met, she was attacked by a fire dragon. The boy confirms this memory. Vio shouts that they had a lot of fun yesterday, so it's time to clean up today. The elves begin cleaning vigorously. Celicia uses fire magic to burn away all the trash. The elf notes that her fire element has become stronger. She thanks him for the praise. They ask the lady to help with this again. Celicia is indignant that she is not a young lady, but an adult, elegant lady. Vols tries to calm her down, reminding her that Phil is 50 years older than them, so from the elf side, they are really babies. Celicia is still indignant, because they call her as if she were a small child. Vols asks her to understand the feelings of the elves, because there are few among them who can use fire magic, so they rely on her. It's not just about fire. They consider Celicia a genius mage, with 4 elements, and an elegant lady who does not flaunt it. The elf addresses her as a young lady again and asks for help. Celicia asks to rely on her. She will do everything. Vio comes down next to Valse and says he's glad the girl is helping AI with this. Valse asks why he suddenly appeared. Spinning the wood with wind magic, Vio wants to ask what they're going to do now. With a smile, Vio reminds that the strangest thing about their conversation yesterday was the fake R's. The young man agrees. Valse admits that he has been thinking about this for a long time. They will return back, but first, they will help the elves to recover. In addition, the young man wants Vio to think about something. Could this village in Eurasia establish diplomatic relations? Vio asks again, surprised. Valse explains that the connection with the elves on this continent greatly increases the status of Eurasia as a kingdom. He is sure that Celicia wants this too. Vio will try to convince the others. But will it be a good idea? After all, if they establish diplomatic relations and Ars finds out about it, he might think they are connected to Feel and attack them. The young man nods. Vio is right. If they make a treaty now, there is a high probability that the fake Rs will attack Eurasia using Jurassio. Valse scratches his head and apologizes for the rash request. Vio smiles and says that the collaboration sounds great, they don't have to reveal it yet. Vio notes that he looked at Celicia and thought, she has talent, but she has only recently started to seriously study magic. Apparently, magic is poorly developed in the Kingdom of Eurasia, so why not send elves there as teachers? The young man asks if this is possible. Vio winks and points out that of course they will do it that way, and the enemy will not know, and Eurasia will become a magically advanced kingdom. Besides, Vio himself wants to teach Celicia. He is interested in how far she can advance. The young man understands what his true intention is. As long as the fake Rs doesn't find out, they can cooperate. It's perfect for Celicia's training. Suddenly, Marielle flies up to Vio. He asks what happened, and Marielle says there is urgent news. One of the 4 great dragons has been defeated. The girls are surprised. The dragon that defeated him is Avaritia, the very image of greed. The dragon toys with its prey before eating it. Like Jurassio, it is a natural enemy of man. Celicia smiles and exclaims that it is simply wonderful that such a dangerous dragon was defeated, and that humanity now has one less enemy. Marielle asks what they are happy about. Valse points out that the problem is not that the dragon lost. Marielle explains that the one who defeated Avaritia was not an elf or even a human. This is another one who recently attacked their village, one of the 4 great dragons, Jurassio. Along with Vio, Valse, Celicia, and Feel, arrive at the place the elves first built when they came here. Celicia notes that it's no wonder it's so old. Feel awkwardly tries to stop her. For the elves, it's an important historical building where only serious matters are decided. Vio smiles, noting that everyone is here. They enter a huge hall with a large table, in the center of which is a dark dome. It is time to begin discussing Gerassio's victory over Avaricious. Keith asks with displeasure why there are people here. He doesn't recognize them. Vio reminds them that they saved Radael, so he accepted them. Keith reminds them that only this guy saved him, so let him be the only one here. Keith doesn't remember acknowledging the girl. Celicia is immediately outraged by his attitude towards her, because she is here because Vio called her. Vio confirms her words. Vio also mentions that he has decided to train Celicia, so she is now his apprentice. Celicia furiously confirms his words. She is his apprentice and therefore will stay here, but the next moment she understands the meaning of these words. She turns to Valse, pointing confusedly first at herself, then at Vio. Valse smiles and notes that he didn't tell her, but that's how it is. Celicia is indignant that she was not asked. Valse suggests that they talk about it when they restore the village. After all, if he becomes her teacher, he will only be able to teach her water element magic, but Vio will be able to teach her much more. Besides, Vio is going to send magic teachers to Eurasia, so they kill 2 birds with 1 stone, train Celicia, and develop the kingdom. He apologizes for saying this so suddenly. Celicia agrees, because he really doesn't teach very well. He's always on his own mind and hides a lot. Therefore, studying with Vio will be more effective. The girl shyly thanks Valse. Now it's time to get back to the topic. The Dragon of Greed, Avaritia, was defeated by another of the 4 great dragons, the Dragon of Gluttony, Jurassio. This is quite risky. The old man agrees that Jirachiyo, who defeated another dragon, is indeed dangerous, but doesn't that mean that there is one less threat in the world? Mariel agrees with Holbert. If he can defeat the sloth dragon Ignius and the wrath dragon Eru, then she will be grateful to Jirachiyo. Vio smirks. He doesn't think that the controller of Jirachiyo killed Avaritia for good reasons. He attacked the village after all, so there must be another reason for attacking the dragon. Vio turns to Volz, who agrees with his words. He believes that Vio is right. Keith asks them to explain what they mean and whether this means that Vio's words are not just guesses. Volz confirms this. He studied the alchemical dolls closely and realized something. The source of such a doll's power was drawn from food. And if Jirachiyo was created in a similar way, it can be assumed that the source of his power is the same. However, for such a huge body, ordinary food is not enough. Then one whose strength is comparable to the 4 great dragons is needed. Valse continues that Jirachiyo didn't defeat Avaritia, he attacked him to gain his immense magical power and then ate him. Everyone at the table is shocked. Jirachiyo, who fought Avaritia, received his power and is now much stronger. If he absorbs the remaining 2, in that case, the dragon will become invincible. Vio notes with a grin that even ours will not be able to subdue him. Celicia exclaims that in that case, attributeless magic will still work. It will still be an alchemical doll. Vols notes that it might work now. Rumors about zombie goblins and their movements in Cassandra should have already spread, and the enemies will soon take action. Celicia falls silent, frightened. Vio continues that if magic like memory reading is developed, they will have no problem creating a doll that is completely independent. Obviously, reading the memory every time to make the doll work is inefficient. It would be much better to gather a certain amount of memory and let the doll work on its own. Vio laughs and adds that it's just a suggestion. Keith points out that it's not funny. If someone made a doll like that, the world would be in chaos. Vols reminds them that they don't know the purpose of the dolls, and he doesn't think they can improve it that easily. If something like that happens, they will have nothing to respond with. Besides, if they allow a being whose power surpasses the 4 great dragons to be created, they will be unable to do anything. And they will dominate humanity. Vols braces his hands on the table, so now is their only chance. They will defeat the 4 great dragons before the Falsars does. Everyone looks at the young man in shock. Keith looks at him with disdain, and Vio starts laughing. Vio can't believe Vols said something like that. Is he really going to beat them? Vio notes that he is indeed an interesting person. Muriel yells at them to stop joking. After all, Vols knows absolutely nothing. The 4 great dragons are comparable to natural disasters. The young man underestimates them. But she is interrupted by Radael. After all, if everything is left as it is, the dragon will continue to become stronger. Holbert is also not happy to agree with the humans' opinion, but they must do something about the dragons. Vio shouts with a smile that it is fun, and he is with them. So now, to stop Ars's plans, they will defeat one of the dragons before he does. That is their first goal. If they anger him, he will stop at nothing as the embodiment of fury. They will start with the Dragon of Rage era. Vio smirked at Volza's suggestion. He decided to start with a dragon that would destroy the surrounding areas if necessary. The young man was truly a remarkable person. Radael, Vio, and Holbert agree with Vols, so they will assume that the others have come to the same conclusion. Keith suddenly objects. Radia reminds that Vols defeated the army of Volmus. Keith should have trusted him. Keith begins. They do owe Vols a debt, but saving Radael was just an excuse to stay here. There's no reason to mess with humans anymore. Vio should think about the elves too. They're outnumbered and exhausted. Giving them consent now would be like joining forces with them. Radael tries to convince him that he is simply overreacting. Suddenly Vols speaks up. The elves are not going to help them. This is the opinion that Vols hears from Keith. He did not expect to receive the support of the elves from the very beginning. Keith frowns. Vols confidently says that he will conquer Era. Fio looks at him in surprise. The young man nods confidently, but here he opposes Celicia. She says that in the past, she had no idea how terrible the 4 great dragons were. Even Vols would be dangerous to go alone. However, Fio volunteers to go with Vols. Radael tries to stop her, but the girl asks if her father really wants to put everything on Vols. She asks not to hold the young man back. Phil reminds him that she is not a child. Besides, if you feel you're not ready, just get stronger. She's definitely going with him. Radiel is speechless. And Keith snorts. He turns to the young man with a grin. Even though he talks about defeating Era, even Phil doesn't trust him. Humans decided to challenge the 4 great dragons. It's so reckless. However, Vio intervenes. He says that as an example of how something like this is entirely possible, this is ours. And Vols can't go alone. Keith asks in surprise if he's going to go with him. Vio laughs. He's not interested in defeating Era. What he's interested in is Celicia. And Phil, too. It also captures their development, because he trains the girls. They can fight together with Vols. Vio clarifies about this option. Radiel sighs. Keith remains silent. Vols agrees. He leaves the training of Celicia and Phil to Vio, and he will train Nea. That's it. Since Jurasio gets energy from food like other alchemy dolls, it will take time for him to absorb Avaricia. Vio asks with a smile if the dragon sleeps after dinner like humans. Vols nods. They have a month before he wakes up. Vols is filled with determination. He will definitely interfere with our plans. They will defeat Era, Kingdom of Seolin. After the report, the man asks Borg to look up. He clarifies about the rumors about the fall of Avaricia. He asks His Majesty, King Victor Vryberg of Seolin, what they will do. The king ponders. Borg also adds that Sir Rivendell is recruiting adventurers to defeat Era. The king says with a smile that he will go too. Eastern Garlets, Western Seolin, and others were feared only during the reign of Victor's father. People do not recognize that Victor Vryberg took this position 6 years ago, when he was 13 years old. There are fewer and fewer contenders for positions in the government. They are becoming weaker every year. They can hardly be called a great power. But this is their chance. The perfect time to raise Seolin from its knees. Unfortunately, Sir Rivendell, an ambitious noble who seeks the throne, has beaten them to it, but they will unite to defeat Era. Borg worriedly reminds the king that his job is to rule the country. He wants to go on an adventure under the crown system, which means leaving the country. Victor reminds that he has not done anything yet as king. What kind of ruler can he be who only follows his father's policies? If everything remains as it is, sooner or later the country will fall into decline, like the kingdom of Garlitz. Borg continues to persist. Because conquering a dragon is not a game, even with the strength of their army, it is impossible to stand against the 4 great dragons. The king rises from the throne with a sigh. He initially knew that they could not defeat him. He says with a smile that the kingdom of Seolin will welcome people who defeat Eru. Borg is skeptical. Because it is impossible, no one can defeat the 4 great dragons. However, if such a person appears, it is unlikely that he will join their country. In order to accomplish the feat that His Majesty speaks of, at least one group will have to cope with the dragon, and it must not belong to another country. The king asks him not to worry, and to believe in the god Adina. At the very moment when Seolin needs to be raised from its knees, Avaricia was defeated, and the adventurers are going to defeat Eru. Victor is sure that this is the work of a god. He heard that the kingdom of Volmus in the north was in disarray, the fallen kingdom of Garditz too, and now theirs too. Victor felt the world beginning to crumble. That's why whoever defeats Eru will be on top of the world. After defeating Avaricia, the world began to move. Some perform feats, some take the desired position, and some want to stop the enemy's plans. And even if their intentions are different, the goal is the same. And this goal is to defeat Era. The days of preparation for the battle with Era begin. Naya and Vols cross swords. The recoil of the blow sends them flying backwards. Nia attacks Vols, but he manages to cover his side with his sword. Their force turns the ground into rubble. The youth praises Nia's attempt, but the next moment turns around, and he kicks the girl. After the attack, her defense is weakened, giving the enemy a chance to counterattack. The area is already covered in traces of their training, so he suggests that they call it a day. However, Nia objects, saying that she can still fight. Suddenly, Vio is hanging from a tree behind the girl. Another sudden appearance from Vio. Vols asks how Celicia and Phil's training is going. Vio notes that they are already finished, have worked through all the planned second-tier magic. As Vio expected, they are capable. He will even teach them something special. The young man hopes that he told them about the basics of defensive magic. Vio nods. He has trained them well. Not only does Celicia have good potential, she is also enthusiastic, which certainly pleases Vio. Vols asks why the elf is here. Vio reports that Mariel brought news that adventurers are gathering in the kingdom of Seolen to defeat the Dragon Era. The young man asks skeptically why now, since he knows Era's character. Vio points out that they need to be careful with the dragon. If they take a risk, they will have to win. And if they anger him, the surrounding islands and the sea will be in danger. However, a large number of people does not guarantee victory. It is necessary to overcome him before he destroys everything around. It is time to finish training and hurry. Naya says worriedly that she is not ready, but Vols reminds her that there is no time. Besides, the training pace was already high. The girl looks down in disappointment. She is not good enough yet. Vols reassures her he couldn't even imagine that in such a short period of time she would succeed so much. Soon she will see for herself how much she has grown. They are gathering together. They are heading to the dragon's lair, the Belposo volcano, right now. Their goal is still to defeat Era. Celicia asks about sending mages to Eurasia. Vols says that they decided on that before training began. Guard and Legel, accustomed to people, acted as messengers. Together with the Bennett Nash team, who were waiting on the shore, they went to Eurasia. Naya quickly decided on this. Celicia notes that this is great. And Naya simply says that she obeys Vols and follows his orders. If you say so, then they are all Celicia's subordinates. The blonde girl clarifies how they will go to sea. They sailed on a pirate ship, but they no longer have one. Vio smiles. Their ship is here. He moves the canvas depicting the sea aside, and those present see the ship. Naya asks how it will sail without sails. Elven ships move with the help of magic. They already have a helmsman. They are left with the position of subordinates. This is all they can do. The rest is on Vols. The young man says to rely on him. They will defeat Eru. Magic power restored, they set out on their journey. The ship rushes forward. The elves wave them on their way. They are sailing on a ship. The fog is thickening. The characteristic of the Dragon of Wrath is, as its name suggests, rage. No one has been able to defeat it in the last 200 years. It has tough skin and high physical strength. Most likely, it still specializes in close combat. The young man nods that he remembers everything. Fiel notes that this is another shared memory to add to the collection. Celicia notes that they will arrive soon. It will be fun. Now Vols will see how his power has changed. Vols hopes that the girl won't vomit. She says that she has become stronger, so that won't happen. Celicia notes with a satisfied smile that she can do second-tier magic with her eyes closed. Vols notes that Celicia is very motivated. He specifies that they don't have to kill Era. Celicia specifies why. Vols points out that if word gets out about defeating the dragon, Eurasia will be on everyone's lips. Including the incident in the kingdom of Cassandra, the fake Rs will know that they foiled his plan twice. So it will be good if the dragon is defeated by other adventurers, and the fake Rs will not know about them, but the main thing is that it will hinder his plan. Celicia is disappointed to realize that even if they defeat Eru, no one will know about it. So she worked so hard, but she won't be able to show Vols the result. The blonde falls to her knees, and Fiel runs to her. The young man watches the sea. Anyway, because of the fog, you can't see anything. Even if they're already there, it's weird. And the air is so heavy. Because of the fog, detecting magic is also barely helpful. Vols uses magic element transformation. A dark aura spreads around him. He opens his eyes. What is this magical element? The stagnant air mixed with something heavy. Most likely, it is Era. Vols asks Fiel to disperse the fog with the wind. She obeys him and uses magic, dispersing all the fog. There is land next to them. The whole time the island was right in front of them. They were so close, but they felt nothing. The magical elements in the fog feel the same as on top of the volcano, one of the 4 great dragons that no one has been able to defeat in 200 years. There is a high probability that he has abilities that are not written in the books. They are landing. They land on the island. Celicia asks why they can't just leave the ship here. Vols explains that it's to avoid attracting attention. If an elven ship appeared among the human ones, it would raise questions. Celicia agrees. Nia notes that it's quite noisy here. They see many different adventurers. Some are preparing a sword for battle, some are training magic. Fiel notes that their aura is different from the adventurers she has met. and Celicia is delighted that she has never seen such magical artifacts and weapons before. A blonde boy calls out to Nea. He remarks that he never thought he would see her real face for the first time here. This man's name is Froid, and they haven't seen each other for 3 years. Winking, the boy remarks that he never thought there was such a beautiful face hidden under the mask. Phil notes that he seems to know Nea. Celicia notes that his face doesn't match his build. Nea asks if he's here to conquer Era too. Froid confirms. They've been fighting small monsters a lot lately. Even the dragon Samui of Algi's are now classified as A rank. The quality of high-ranking adventurers has dropped dramatically. Frost suggests that they join him and kill the 4 great dragons together. He hasn't fought well in a long time, and this is a good opportunity to practice his skills. Someone from the team shouts that he heard that Nea is now serving a small country. Froy once again invites Nea to join them, but she calmly refuses. Froy is irritated. He stops Nea with a smile. He apologizes for killing all the monsters faster than her in the past, but that happened because he is stronger than her. He grabs the girl by the shoulder. The girl with the murderous aura tells him to take his hand away and let her go. Froid lets her go, dumbfounded. Nea returns to her team, and Celicia asks who the man is. The girl explains that he was a famous adventurer in the past, but now he seems to neglect his training. He has not grown at all. Nea apologizes to Vals, as they shouldn't have attracted attention. The girl points out that there are too many adventurers here. Will they be able to defeat Eru? Vals understands the girl's concerns, but she judges them from her own perspective. Although most of the people here are high-ranking adventurers, only a few groups are truly talented. If someone can take command of them, they might be able to do something. Nea asks if they can defeat Eru. The boy replies that that is another story. Suddenly, a girl crashes into Vals. It's a girl with dark hair. Her hair covers most of her face. Celicia asks what's wrong with her, and Nea assumes that she got separated from the group. The girl looks like a mage. The girl leans around Vals, looking at him. He asks what she wants. The girl asks him with a smile if he is a slave. She smells a strong connection. She licks her fingers and admits that her master has plenty of slaves too. Vals asks who she is. She is a mage who serves Ryuk. Vals asks who Ryuk is, and the girl starts laughing. She sneers at his ignorance and says that he serves a very stupid and ignorant mistress. Suddenly she falls to her knees. A young man appears, sitting on a chair pulled by men on their spokes. This man has called on everyone to defeat the dragon. This is Sir Rivendel's son, Ryuk Ravendor. He covers his nose and asks what the smell is. It is the slave who smells like that. He understands that his nose is not deceiving him. Vals skeptically clarifies that it was he who called everyone to victory. Ryuk clenches his fists and asks how he dared to address him as you, and he doesn't treat slaves that nicely. Vals infuriates him. He calls for the girl. Ryuk rips her clothes. He asks if these people understand what it means to obey everything he says. Never go against him. That's what it means to be a slave. Celicia is indignant and asks him to stop. Who does he think he is? Slaves are people too. They have their own will. And he treats people like things. This is unforgivable. Ryuk smirks at the words of someone who can only buy one slave. He asks if she came here to raise her name. That means she is lower than him. She has no money, so he will treat her like a slave. If she obeys, Ryuk will share some of the glory with her. That's what she wants, and fools should remain fools and wag their tails. Suddenly, Voice stands in front of him. Ryuk asks with a smirk if he doesn't like him yet. Vol smiles and notes that he was wondering who had called the men to fight the dragon, but it was just the foolish son. It seems that Sir Rivendell has nothing but trouble from him. The young man offers to tell him why he thinks Ryuk is an idiot. He was born into an aristocratic family, and he talks such nonsense. There is no need to weigh the stupid values of Sir Rivendell's son on his mistress. He is not an aristocrat, but a stupid pig. Celicia looks at Vals with wide eyes, and Ryuk clenches his teeth. So that a slave could teach him a lesson? He orders Vals killed. Ryuk will show him what it means to cross him. Nea asks if she can kill him. Vals says he won't mind. The man shouts to destroy all who oppose him. Vals and Nea take up arms, and Feel is ready to use magic. Celicia asks them to stop, but other adventurers are already running towards them. Suddenly a voice is heard asking the conflicting parties to stop. They try to understand what this voice is. Smoke appears around, and then a pillar of flame appears. From the flames comes a voice that before the battle with the 4 great dragons they need to unite and not be enemies. They are surprised to see that the flame speaks. Who would have thought that the son of Sir Rivendell would act so foolishly? A figure in a dark cloak appears in front of them from the flames, and on his face he has a white mask with one hole in the center. Celicia says that she read about such magic. The one who controls the fire can appear from it anywhere. This is first-rank magic. This is an unusual person. Sir Rivendell's son cries out that this man has decided to go against him too. This is the 2nd time that day, and who does he take him for? He orders this cloaked figure to be killed as well. He hopes that no one else will decide to surprise him. Suddenly a high wall of flame rises before them, and a thorn shoots out from it towards Sir Rivendell's son. A voice comes from the thorns, noting that killing his slaves is easy for him. But Vols, Celicia, Fiel, and Nea are much stronger than him. When you can't measure the strength of your opponent, instead of blaming everyone around you, you should consider whether the problem is not them. The figure looks menacingly at the fat youth. He quickly turns and runs away, but promises to remind him of this next time. The figure remains standing. Celicia cautiously asks if he is an enemy. However, a voice is heard. The figure turns towards the voice and says, "There is no problem." The 3 masked men begin to talk, ignoring the others. They apologize for their unexpected appearance, but they are not their enemies. They should avoid pointless conflicts now. They need to work together to defeat the dragon. Celicia smiles and says that these are definitely good people and they could unite. Vols looks at the masked men with suspicion. The young man turns out to be and apologizes for causing them trouble. He says that this is not enough for cooperation. Vols addresses the young man in the center. He confidently says that he is from a royal family. The masked men are stunned. Celicia is surprised too. Vols explains that this warrior is a good fighter and also uses first-tier magic, and it is not easy to meet a warrior mage. In addition, the girl also has a significant command of magic. Apparently, she is not inferior in strength to the high elves. But even such a guy does not feel any cuteness. In other words, these 2 are accompanying a person who has no combat experience, probably according to the crown system. However, it is hard to imagine that an ordinary aristocrat would go against that idiot. He easily says whatever is on his mind, which means he is higher in status than them. Valtz asks if he is right. The figure in the center starts laughing. He calls the boy interesting. The girl awkwardly tries to stop him. One of the figures reminds them that they cannot tell. But the young man says that it would be impolite to continue hiding, and that they must greet their companions. They remove their masks. The blonde girl with short hair is Lynn Pinewax. The warrior next to her is Borg Magtholis. And this man is Victor Vrigiberg, the same one who still hasn't been able to take off his mask, personally explains how to remove the mask. The young man removes the mask and reminds that his name is Victor Vryberg, and he is the current king of Seolin. Celicia asks why they are here, and Borg explains that, as they have already guessed, they are here under the Corona system. But I was lucky to meet a strong, wise, interesting, and most importantly prepared person here. Borg wants to be honest. He wants them to defeat the dragon together. The 4 look at them in surprise. Vols explains that Borg is proposing to unite, but he apologizes, because he does not know if they are who they say they are. Nea says that they are indeed from there, and that they are the warlord of Seolin, Borg Magthalis. Nea remembers that he recruited her 2 years ago. Borg is surprised and asks if she is the same sword Princess Nea Fromage. She has changed a lot since then, so he did not recognize her at first. The girl notes that it is all thanks to Vols. Under his influence, she has become stronger. Borg notes that the young man seems reliable and asks for help. Vols agrees that they are from the royal family, after all, but he still refuses. They don't have to team up with them. There are plenty of good adventurers around. Vols adds silently that he hopes that the false Rs doesn't find them here. The more people know about their plans, the higher the risk. However, Celicia agrees to join them. Vols tries to protest, but Celicia confidently reminds him that whoever is in charge decides. Borg smiles and notes that it looks like their leader agrees, so it's a deal. But Celicia sets a condition that this is not just help, it is a deal between countries. Between her, Celicia Rondarbro, Princess of Eurasia, and Victor Vryberg, King of Seolin. The princess wants to know what benefit they will get by joining forces with them. Celicia smiles and notes that these will be international negotiations and asks what Eurasia will gain from uniting with Seolin. Victor thinks and tries to remember where Eurasia is. It's definitely somewhere near Garlitz, a small area but rich in natural resources. Its capital seems to be falling apart. Vols asks if this is the first time someone knows about Eurasia. The girl happily opens her eyes and smiles. She sheepishly admits that she hadn't thought about it. Borg reminds them that they want to unite with them to fight the era. It doesn't matter what country they belong to, only people matter to them. Borg says that if they want to negotiate, they must be given terms. Vols refuses. He still does not know their goals. Do they want to get their hands on the adventurers who defeat the dragon? To receive all the honors of victory? For what reason do Victor and his companions want to cooperate with them? Lin awkwardly stops Vols and says that they are offering this without ulterior motives. Victor laughs. Laughing loudly, Victor admits that Vols was right, because he did want to bring the victors to his country. However, he also planned to fight alongside them. Borg and Lin are excellent fighters, but the two of them will not be enough to defeat the dragon. Since Victor doesn't have much power, he can't eliminate those who are aiming for the throne. If he sits idly by, Seolin will simply be torn apart. Celicia notes that Seolin seems to be in disarray. Victor admits this. After his father's death, he was not ready to take responsibility. They will gradually lose their status as a great power. But God has not abandoned them, so defeating the dragon is quite possible. Victor explains that they don't necessarily have to become vassals. He just wants Vols and his team to help them defeat the dragon. Celicia understands that Victor is going through a difficult time, but the princess notes that they will benefit from a joint victory, but she is interested in what they will get. Victor glances towards Vols and offers Seolin's goods as a reward. Celicia replies that it is a good offer, but she does not want money. She offers two conditions. First, to establish diplomatic relations between the countries with the aim of equal status in the future. Borg notes that this is a natural conversation to have, and there shouldn't be any problems. Victor nods. The second condition Celicia puts forward is that if anything happens in the future, Seolin will provide his support. Victor puts his finger to his temple. He closes his eyes and admits that this condition is very difficult to accept. After all, Victor doesn't even understand what might happen. If we talk about war, it will be a considerable burden. He also doesn't like that there are two conditions. The balance is obviously in their favor. Even though we will split the glory of victory in half, there is also help in unforeseen circumstances and diplomatic relations. Victor will get into an unpleasant situation. Celicia asks too much. The princess reminds that she said about equal status. She put forward two conditions, but she can also make concessions. Celicia mentions that Seolin will receive all the glory of defeating the dragon. The king and his companions cannot believe their ears. Celicia explains that there are certain circumstances, and she will give them credit if they do not mention the connection between them and Eurasia. Borg incredulously clarifies that they do not need achievements in the crown system, and Lin finds it all suspicious. She asks to reconsider the terms. With tears in his eyes, Victor asks what kind of people they are. Continuing to cry, the king laments that God sent them to him. Celicia skeptically replies that no one sent them. Vols grins. Of course, such a condition would only play into their hands. The fake Rs would not know about their involvement. They would not stand out in any way. However, for Seolin's side, who is unaware of this situation, it would look as if they were in a more advantageous position. Vols notes that Celicia is growing. After the princess says that this is the only condition, Victor falls to the ground. Celicia looks at him in surprise. He smiles with relief, because he had no choice if she offered him to give up half the country for the honor of victory, so the conditions are like a weight off his shoulders. These are conditions that Victor could not even imagine. He agrees. They conclude the negotiations with a handshake. Vols quietly asks, even though everything ended well, why did she decide to trust them? Celicia calmly explains that, isn't this a good chance to tie herself to a great power? It's all for Eurasia. Besides, she just knows that the well-being of the country rests on her shoulders. Vols nods. Borg approaches Vols to see who will take command of the combined force. Their first priority is to protect the princess and his majesty. Vols thinks that they can act independently, but if necessary, they will fight together. Borg agrees. So it was decided. The trio put their hands on Vals's outstretched palm. They are counting on him. The summit of Belposo volcano. So Era lives in this crater. The adventurers are not sure what it looks like, but their opponent is a great dragon. They shout that they should not linger and kill the dragon. Someone stops them and points out that they should first inspect the surroundings. Suddenly, the chair of Sir Rivendel's son Ryuk appears. He asks, displeased, why they are on the front lines. He orders them to prepare to cast spells. The adventurers are outraged by this action. However, Ryuk shouts that now he is extremely dissatisfied. The poor people should see how to prepare. This will be only his achievement, and no one will be able to stop him. His subordinates cast spells. Ryuk grins. The dragon will not stand before his power. He laughs loudly. Era opens her eyes. Ryuk orders to shoot even more. Let the great dragon choke on this magic. He will not survive after this. The volcano erupts. Ryuk laughs that he killed Eru. Suddenly they see something in the explosion. It is some kind of dark figure. A black dragon emerges from the fire. He stands on the volcano and walks towards the adventurers. The adventurers tense up. It is the Dragon of Wrath, Era. The adventurers prepare themselves, asking each other not to let their guard down. But they notice how all the blows quickly regenerate on the dragon's skin. They exclaim in fear that this is the aftermath of first-tier magic. The dragon flaps its wings. A strong stream of wind rushes towards the adventurers. The wind blows all the adventurers far back. They can't believe that the dragon did this with one swing. What kind of monster is he? They wonder how they can defeat him, and the adventurers start to run. However, the blonde adventurer Hua stays in place. They are high-ranking adventurers. All the glory will go to them. The girl with the hammer behind her yells forward at him. He jumps up, landing on the girl's hammer, and she launches it straight at the dragon. A flaming projectile! Fra flies towards the dragon with his sword thrust forward. He thinks he has pierced the dragon, but then Fra sees that his sword has not left even a scratch on the dragon's skin. The dragon takes a breath and lets out a loud roar. The adventurers cover their ears. It's too loud. Suddenly, it starts to rain. Kaguya, the girl with the hammer, says that she is in pain. Burns appear on her body as if she is dried out. Fra screams in fear that the girl's body is melting. Then the adventurer sees the same thing on his hand. He has never heard of such an ability. Could it be somehow connected with the rain? It's acid rain that gradually incapacitates the adventurers. Ryuk grabs one of the girls and shields himself with her, and then he runs away. Sir Rivendel's son didn't know about it, and their magic should have defeated the dragon. He starts to cry, but then he trips and falls. Next to him, Ryuk sees a huge black dragon wing. There is an explosion. This is how the great dragon defeated an entire army of adventurers. While the ferocious dragon attacks the adventurers, Vol's team discusses formation. If they fight separately, they will not win. Vols tells Celicia that she should stay in the rear and not even think about going to the front. The girl is indignant. Does the young man really consider her a burden? Vols continues that the magical elements here have stagnated. If she were to begin transforming them on her own, the strain on her body would be completely different. Celicia, displeased, reminds her that she has become stronger. The princess's strength is their trump card. Vols asks to keep her for emergencies. He leaves Fiel to protect the princess. Nea wants to stand together with the young man on the front lines against the dragon. She tells the young man to just leave it to her. They move on. As they approach the volcano, they hear a loud roar. The magic and the clanging of swords are suddenly drowned out by the noise. There is an explosion. Wind and a large amount of rocks fly towards Vol's team, and then they see a huge black dragon in front of them. This is Era. Nea is determined. Even if their opponent is a dragon, they need to kill it at once, without giving it a chance to attack. Nea wants to go to the front, but suddenly, the dragon takes off. Vols urgently asks Fiel to move them forward. The girl immediately forms a spell. The dragon falls right next to them, raising a pile of dust and rocks. Fiel saved their lives with her spell. The dragon is very close to them. Nea suddenly freezes in fear. The thought that they can't win appears in her mind. The dragon is scary just by looking at it. The surrounding space changed after just a few strikes. Without Vals's thinking and Feel's magic, they would have lost long ago. Vals shouts for them to remain vigilant and attack the wings. Nia receives the order but does not move. Behind her, she sees the remains of the adventurer team she saw earlier with Fra. The girl understands that with her current abilities she will not be able to compete with the dragon. What is the use of her training if such a monster is in front of her? She will not be able to protect anyone. Val says it's okay. There's no shame in being nervous when fighting a great dragon. First, she needs to calm down and take a breath. Once her breathing is calm, she'll take the sword. And when Nea is ready, the boy asks to look at him. Vals steps forward. He uses attributeless gravity magic. A large tornado of energy erupts from Vals's sword. A fang that cuts through a helmet. It stopped the dragon's attack. It's hard to stay calm in such circumstances, but you have to believe in your efforts. If fear still lingers, let them look at him, Vals. As long as he is here, they will not lose. Nia's eyes widen. The dragon rises. Vals shouts to Feel, who replies that she will not allow this. Together they will win. The dragon tries to grab Vals with its paw, but Feel and Celicia stop him with their magic. The girls feel a strong pressure. Vals shouts to Nea. The girl grabs the sword and rushes forward. Together with Vals, they cut one of the tendons of the dragon's wing. The dragon roars. No matter how big or strong he is, no one will survive such a blow. They will defeat him. Vals asks if Nea is okay. She says yes with a smile, but suddenly the dragon starts moving. However, Celicia then notices that the dragon's wing has healed. Vals does not remember Era having the ability to regenerate. He would have survived even if they had attacked in a crowd. The dragon attacks again. Nia fails to block the attack with her sword and is blown away from the wind flow. Vals asks worriedly if she is okay. The dragon swings its clawed paw towards Celicia and Feel. The elf places her hands together to use magic. She forms a small shield around them, protecting them from the dragon's paw. Feel notes that the dragon has become stronger. They are too late to counterattack. The girls can no longer maintain their defense. The boy forms a first-tier attributeless magic in his hand. Will he be able to reach it from such a distance? Suddenly, a fire shield appears next to the girl's shield. Borg asks if they are okay. Along with Borg, Lin and Victor appear. Lin is also a mage, using the first-tier wind magic Maple Harmony. With the help of the wind whirlwind, Lin pushes away the dragon's paw. Feel and Celicia breathe a sigh of relief. Victor apologizes for being late. They are ready to help now. They will fight together. Lin shouts that she will use fire. Feel will use wind. They both activate magic. First tier fire magic, burning key. First tier wind magic, wind ringing. When mages fight together, the most important thing for them is the compatibility of elements. For example, if you combine water and wind, fire and earth, the power will increase several times. They send Sound of Dancing Flame Spear at the dragon. The attack hits Era right on target, but the spell is unstable enough to kill the great dragon. However, they were able to extend the gap. Borg rushes to attack. He cuts the dragon's head in half, but it quickly regenerates. Even if they strike unexpectedly, Era will still quickly regenerate. Borg suggests trying a series of attacks. Nia runs after him. The girl uses his back. She climbs up the wing, activating the circulation of magic. But the dragon notices this. He throws the girl and Borg off. They stand up, noting that Era has taken the bait. Victory. Vals activates the shackles of darkness. His sword turns black. He will surely be able to ask for the hard skin of a dragon. Vals cuts off the dragon's wing. Instead of mindlessly striking, he decides to use attributeless magic. Anything the sword touches will be cut, and it doesn't regenerate that easily. This is their chance they can defeat the dragon. Team Vals is on the road to victory, but the dragon is still not defeated. The dragon lets out a loud roar, blocking Feel and Lin's spell. Nea and Vals attack. The youth hands Nea a black sword. It's a sword with the same attributeless magic as him. They can hurt him faster than the dragon can regenerate. But the boy warns Nea not to accidentally touch the sword herself. The girl thanks him. Borg screams that he's attacking. They break through to the dragon. Vals shouts to Nea, and the girl takes out her sword and wounds the dragon. It really works with this sword. They wounded one wing. Nea screams that they need to attack again. But Vals stops her. Something is wrong with the dragon. The dragon's body gradually turns black. Era lets out a loud roar and rises. The dragon attacks again, but this time its range has increased. It is angry. Lin shouts that if the attack worked, then we need to continue. The girls send their magic spears towards the dragon again, but suddenly it starts raining again, and Vols notices its effect. He remembers that the adventurers' bodies have melted. Vols screams that it is acid rain. Feel forms a protective circle around them, and Vols uses his magic to create a black shield over himself, Nea, and Borg. In addition to the dragon regenerating, it can also summon acid rain. The Wrath Dragon has a similar power. Borg shouts that they did not know about this ability, now they need to think about everything. The warlord suggests retreating, but suddenly the dragon attacks him, pulling him out from under the shield. Borg spits out blood. There is another explosion. Rocks are flying everywhere. Feel, Lin, Celicia, and Victor are in the protective dome. Vols is cursing. He falls to his knees. Is this the true power of the Dragon of Wrath? The dragon has made a huge crater in which it now resides. Era looks at them furiously. The rain has stopped. Vols looks towards Satellia and the others. He shouts to Borg that if he can get out, he should come down to them. Then Vols notices that Naya is missing. In the rubble, he finds her sword. Vols sorts out the stones. He finds Nea. Her eyes are closed and her leg is cut off. Vols drops to one knee and calls out to Nea. Her right leg is cut in half. Could this be because of the sword? Vols curses. The dragon had new abilities. Vols hesitated and couldn't save the girl. After all, he was the one who suggested that they fight the great dragon. After all, he should have learned everything about this dragon before blindly leading everyone into battle. But now is not the time for self-criticism. He needs to help Naya. The young man was willing to bet that the girl's leg would not be restored by restoration magic. It would take time, but if he used regression magic, then everything was possible. He needed to start right now. He would do everything in his power and would definitely help her. But the dragon doesn't wait, he's going to attack Celicia. But Vols can't stop the regression magic, and even so, he has to protect her. Vols doesn't know what to do. Celicia yells at him not to worry. The dragon's target is them now, so he must heal Nea quickly. Celicia adds that this is an order. Only he can save the girl, and they will take on the dragon. Celicia takes command. Vols goes back to healing Nea. The dragon goes towards Celicia's team. It releases acid. Feel forms a wall. The dragon lands next to them, destroying the ground beneath them. The Magi form a protective sphere. Is the dragon going to tear the whole land apart? Feel turns to Celicia. She asks the princess to run. Lin also asks Victor to run. Celicia indignantly refuses. Feel has almost no strength left. Blood is flowing from her nose and mouth. Celicia's eyes widen. Feel says there is no more time, but she must protect the princess. The elf asks the princess to run again. Celicia lowers her head. 18 days ago. Southern continent. Vio smiles and notes that Celicia can now use second-tier magic with ease. Celicia says she has no time to rest. She demands that Vio teach her first-tier magic. Vio refuses, no need to go out of his way. He saw that the girl had a talent for magic, but she could not use magic above the average level yet. And he became curious. Why does the princess want to become stronger so much? After all, she has Vols. He is so strong that she is wasting her time training. She is not going to fight against him. Celicia grins and clarifies that with strong subordinates, she has nothing to fear. Vols, Nea, and Feel fight for both themselves and her. One day, Celicia realized that she was giving them nothing in return. In a world where there should be equality between people, there is no place for asking for protection. She wants to be strong to protect those who protect her. So the girl firmly says that the break is over. It's time to continue studying. Vio smiles and calls her funny. If she wants to become stronger, she has to do it herself. Would she like to create the strongest magic? That is why Celicia refuses to run now. Feel falls to her knees, coughing up blood. She asks the princess to run again, but Celicia steps forward. Feel and Vols are worried. Everyone wants to protect Celicia so much because she's a princess. Celicia screams that she must protect them all. She uses magic. A huge bud is forming. What is Celicia going to do with it? At this time, Nea comes to her senses. She asks how the situation is now. Celicia continues to form a bud at this time, standing opposite the dragon. Bud rushes at the dragon. Vols yells worriedly at her to be careful. Celicia cries out a spell. Bloom! Petals of the four great families. The bud opens. Then water will soften the blow, a lump of earth will paralyze the enemy, fire will engulf his body, and pay off with a gust of wind. Combination of 4 attributes. Unique magic. Reflection of 4 petals. As the bud continues to open, everyone watches in amazement. The bud explodes, attacking the dragon. A power capable of destroying the earth. Voles is concerned that Celicia used a unique magic, one that is created by the caster themselves, but this power is created by transforming magical elements. Could this be what Vio was talking about? Nia tells him to hurry to Celicia. She used the transformation. The strain on her body was enormous. Voles runs to the princess. He asks worriedly if her body is okay. The girl turns to him tiredly. Celicia faints. Voles calls her worriedly. The magic tool increased her power so much that it couldn't withstand it and broke. Voles clenches his teeth. What is he doing? Leaving her alone with the dragon, hiding his power, thinking only about the future. And now Celicia has suffered. And it is his duty to protect her. The princess asks for forgiveness and places her hand on Vols's cheek. She smiles and notes that she can protect them too. The boy's eyes widen, and the girl faints again. Yes, he saw. While he stood there, pondering the future, Celicia was able to show him the power she was capable of. Celicia cast a truly amazing spell. The young man asks Phil to look after her. The young man takes off his armor. They ask him worriedly if he is really going to fight alone. Lin screams that this is stupid. No matter how strong he is no match for the great dragon. Voles goes to the dragon. Phil is stunned to see that the big wound on the dragon has already healed. Ira rushes towards Voles at great speed. Everyone is worried. The young man stands calmly in place. And suddenly, with the help of force, he destroys the dragon's claws. He will answer for everything. Stop thinking about the future. Voles will destroy the Dragon of Wrath.